when we get further into this, let's first of all bring our players onto the stage with Parla.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this Espoo Metro Arena and watching from home, welcome back to the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022! So everyone in the crowd knows, but to update everybody at home, right now there is a snowstorm ravaging Espoo. So a big shout out to all of you here in person attending and making it through that tough circumstance. It's much appreciated. All right, everybody, my name is Parla. I am still your stage host. Now, looking back on yesterday, we saw our final two quarterfinals and we saw how they played out, which means right now we have just 4 teams remaining. 4 of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world, ready to battle it out for the lion's share of $200,000. And of course, first place gets a much coveted spot on the IEM Katowice 2023 play-in. And where does that leave us now, everybody? It's semi-finals time! And with that being said, let me introduce to you all our first competitors. Now, this team, they are young, with an average age of one of the youngest in professional Counter-Strike, stacked with talent, and more than anything, I know that this team is hungry. And hey, if you want to build a forest, it starts with planting a single seed and waiting for it to sprout! And there we go, our first competitors on the stage. Sprout. Now, who are they playing against? I know that this, for our next team, will be their final LAN event of the year. So, I'm sure, just like Sprout, our next competitors are hungrier than ever. As I said yesterday, they are the best that Germany has to offer, and I'm sure they want to go away with nothing less than the Elisa Masters Espoo title 2022. Everybody, give it up for Big! everybody, here we go. Our first semi-final. We've got Sprout versus Big. Refresh, can I have a chat with you and GOB3 yourself as well? So, starting with you, Refresh, some difficult circumstances for the Sprout boys today. Lanx is ill, and you've got Berry, who of course a legend of the game, but not currently a player. Your coach, he's standing in. What's going on? How does that factor into this semi-final matchup?
Yeah, I mean, this game is super important for us, so we have taken out longs and bring in our secret weapon, and now we are feeling like really ready for this game, and it's gonna be fun to play with Berry.
GOB3, as coach, have you had any time to react to this as a team, knowing now that you're going up against a Sprout with Berry, their coach, instead of Lanx?
No, we just heard about the news. I'm sorry for Launt. I hope he will feel better soon. But we will not underestimate him. Berry is a good player. He's also playing for a long time, and we also practiced once against him as well. So, yeah, I think that's why we cannot underestimate them and keep everything serious.
Final question to you, Refresh. So, last two times that you played Big, once in the qualifying stages here and once at the Rio Major, they were best of ones, but you lost both of them. Have you changed anything up going into this matchup?
We are not playing Vertigo, so now we actually have a chance, and I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Okay, and GOB3, what are your thoughts? Do you think you can cinch the win now and make it 3-3?
I hope so, yeah. Let's see.
Okay, Refresh and GOB3, if there's anything you'd like to say to each other, the fans at home and in the arena, now is the time.
Please give it up for Berry. Every time he gets a kill, I want you guys to go full crazy. He needs the love, he needs the support, and we need your energy, guys.
Refresh and Sprout, they need the energy. GOB3, what about yourself?
Anytime my players get a kill also, do whatever you like to do and hopefully cheer for us.
Amazing, everybody. Once again, give it up for our first two semi-finalists, Sprout and Big.
That was absolutely brilliant.
I
Shout
love
out
that.
to Refresh. He's like, just Berry. Yeah, just Berry. And then GOB3's like, well, I'll just do it for all the kills. They're taking all of my team in that.
But to
I
be fair,
love
he
it.
is their secret weapon.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Actually benching Lanx just to get Berry in for the semifinal.
Didn't use him for the major, didn't want to win that.
Yeah.
He saved it for Finland.
Actually
Exactly.
not ill, you know. Like,
Talk about saving strats. Like, that's taking
next
it
level.
a whole nother level.
But he also did spoil the veto just a little bit. No Vertigo in play, you know, just letting us know already that won't be coming into it. But right now between these two teams, a bit of fun on stage, but it'll be all serious when it gets inside that server. For me, guys, though, you look at these two teams, they're both now wounded. What's the better wounded animal?
well, I have to say Big. They've shown how they handle the situation. They've been on the stage before, so we know what we can expect from Big. For me, right now, Sprout is a little bit of an unknown. I don't really know how they're going to handle, you know, one of their star players basically being out. Obviously, Berry, he's going to do a good job, I'm sure of it, but it's going to be tough either way.
It's going to be extremely tough, and a lot more pressure falls on, you know, already pretty
players you guys have highlighted to watch here within this series. We're looking at Steer this time around and Crimbo. Talk to me about these guys.
Yeah, Crimbo, extremely talented young German guy, extremely efficient in clutch situations. He has that specific style to him when he clutches. Really, you know, I think he's just growing and growing and growing into this team. You know, he was impressive at the, you know, when he joined this team, but I think he's just growing and taking more responsibility in the rounds compared to when I saw him the first time.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about him is the fact that he came from the Academy League and the Academy team of Big as an in-game leader. So obviously you're used to kind of being in control of what's going on around you. A lot of the times it's not going to be the same kind of scenario when you have tabseN and GOB behind you or with you in that sense. So that's a new adaptation for him as well. He doesn't necessarily get to control as much. So he might be a little bit more limited in terms of how much space he has or what kind of rounds he can do that he would be extremely comfortable with, which is a big adaptation for a new player, right? So the fact that he's been able to take to the level as well as he's done, really impressive. And over on the other side, might have Denmark's biggest talent.
Ooh,
yeah, and I don't say that lightly, and I will preface that by saying Stavin is not a talent anymore, even though he's still
he's solidified
even though
himself.
he still looks like he's 13 years old and still extremely young. He's obviously, you know, a established top player. Yeah. Stair, on the other hand, to many kind of came out of nowhere, and this again comes back to Barry and his talent scouting and just how good tabs he has on that Danish scene. Finds Stair, snaps him up before like any of the I guess tier 2 Danish teams gets a hold of him, before Astralis talent gets a hold of him, all of those kind of things, and now he's a front figure for a team that's just been rocketing up the rankings and, you know, qualifying for majors and whatnot. So he's been vital for that. He's also a very good aggressive player, which I think is kind of a rarity because he has that balance to him where he's not gung-ho, he's not going to run in and die, you know, every single round just because he's an aggressive player, so he's going to run through a smoke or a Molotov, etc. But he's measured. He's typically Danish, but he's also aggressive.
You like him? You're a big fan of him, Devilwalk?
Yeah, I think he's a perfect rifler to have in a team. He's stable, consistent, plays maturely. So it's always a blessing to have that as a coach.
Yeah, and apparently as well, he does actually get some mentoring from, I guess, a bit of an unexpected spot, which is Device. Yeah, that's what I've been told by the team manager from Sprout. The fact that Device actually has a pretty close relationship with him, and again teaching him the ropes and so on. And
anyone would be very happy for that. That's
exactly.
Brilliant.
That's a pretty good role model and mentor to have for you, even though obviously they don't overlap in terms of roles. But yeah, I could listen to Device talk about Counter-Strike any day of the week, right? So I think that's an extremely valuable thing to have. And if he is a bit of a sponge, right, and he's able to take in information and actually, you know, make something out of that, then he's basically bound for a great future in Counter-Strike.
Now for Faven on the side of Big Rai, I want to touch on him because he was the guy that went out, he comes back in. Are you being satisfied with what he's been able to put up? Did you have low expectations considering he had been out for a while?
I mean, I'm a little bit of both. I have higher expectations on him as an individual to put higher numbers, to kind of be more in that tabseN mark of impact on the server. He's been a little bit below my expectations, but obviously he hasn't been packing with the team regularly, and it's been on and off. He obviously taken up some new roles to fill in for Sirson on some maps, and playing his regular roles on others. So it's a little bit of a difficult situation for him as well to be adapting into all of this new stuff while also not being able to prac with the team regularly.
Yeah, I kind of fall into the same boat as Devilwalk as well, because he was brought into the team meant to be the missing piece of added firepower that was going to basically shoot Big in to be a top 5 team. Just boom, done. Instead, performances have been ranging from very good to very underwhelming.
Bad.
You know, exactly. They haven't been bad. They just haven't been consistent enough. Yeah. And I think for Big, obviously, that kind of makes sense with how 2022 has looked for them as well. So you can't necessarily fault them. I think we're going to see a very different Big in a positive way going into 2023. And I think that's where we're going to see Faven also have more of the limelight in this team. And it's not only going to be eyes on tabseN or Sirson.
Now, I think that we've been really enjoying doing here across our games, look at some of our key points and moments when it comes to these series. So guys, what have you got for me this time around? What are some of the highlights we should expect? What are some of the moments we need to really delve into with this game?
So it's basically can Big find the continued success without that AWPer? Can they find that pacing? Will they be able to catch Sprout off guard early on with their T-sides? Or will Slacks be able to prove a stronger AWPer opponent than Dennis Law put up against them?
Yeah, because we didn't really get to see 500 actually take advantage of it. Obviously, it's easier said than done, but he wasn't able to have that impact where you're like, oh yeah, Big are really missing an offer right now. And second point, adapt and overcome, which is even more fitting. We wrote these down before we knew about Lunks, and that now it just matters even more. For Sprout, obviously, we were thinking back to the previous meetings they've had versus Big, the fact that Big have had the better of them, even with all the issues that they've been going through. So how do you adapt? How do you overcome? How do you strategize for what you're about to go up against? It's not like Big are an unknown entity, right? There's so many demos out there on each and every map. So where do you go from there? And now it just kind of gets, you know, multiplied by...
They probably haven't even entered the server to be able to play a practice game until these news actually came out. So it's just like a instant step in and try to fill in the gaps and have a quick discussion about it. It's incredibly difficult to iron out all the details from just a conversation.
Yeah.
We should have gone and just asked Barry quickly, like, so when did you last play like a competitive game? When were you last on the server to try and deal with this? Because there's one thing about playing some pugs, playing with some friends and stuff, but when you go up against this level of opposition, you can find yourself kind of just deleted very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a third and final point, we do kind of have the battle of the game plan, which is Gob versus Barry. Obviously, now Barry's going to have a very different role in this matchup than what we expected. But I guess in a beautiful sense that he's still going to be extremely vital to Sprout's potential success here as well. But initially, our idea was the fact that we know that Gob is a team that, or is a coach that likes to prep very, very well towards his opponent. And again, he would have had the opportunity to do so versus a Sprout team that has a set way of playing. They didn't show up to the event with stand-ins. They have been playing with their 5, and they've kind of had to showcase what they have, again, being a fairly new team, at Rio and so on and so forth. So they would have had a game plan. They would have known how to play without Searson available and so on. But the same thing goes for Barry, right? Again, if there's going to be a methodical coach on the other side of the scene, he's going to have to know how do you adapt to a team that's probably going to change up their playstyle. You don't have an Opera anymore, so maybe your opponent's going to play faster. Can you actually do anything about that?
The one advantage you could like kind of put in there, which isn't maybe as obvious to everyone, is obviously the barrier can communicate at all times right now, comparably to Gob, and they might be in a situation where they don't use their pauses, just not to give Gob any time to be able to communicate any extra.
Yeah, that is a pretty interesting aspect as well. And in that sense, there is a benefit. So obviously, it's not going to weigh up for the fact that you're missing Laux, it is individually speaking, but in terms of like having a constant flow of ideas, just having that guy constantly reminding you like, oh, no, they might be doing this execute, because this is something Barry's seen on demos time and time again.
Well, my question is going to be to you guys. Does Refresh just take a series off, not IGLing, you let Barry do it, and maybe open up Refresh, just focus on shooting heads a bit more?
You can do it that way, definitely, yeah. You could put the brunt of responsibility on Barry and just let Refresh take loud control. Maybe, you know, Barry fills in for Refresh and be more that supportive. That's
I actually hadn't considered that at all, but it kind of makes sense as well, because obviously we know that Refresh has had, you know, gone through various roles in Heroic as well, etc. It might not be, you know, a one-to-one overlap with what Laux is doing for Sprout right now. But again, he's obviously better set just from an individual point of view than Barry to actually have these outskirt positions and actually try to pressure opponents, while Barry having basically a past as an in-game leader for just about 20 years now. Yeah, it's not that that's going to be unfamiliar territory for him, where he's going to come into this and just be like, well, I don't really know what to do, because he's going to have the added experience as a coach, also the in-game leadership in his back pocket to play off. So that might actually be a possibility if, obviously, the 3 others are comfortable with it.
How old's Barry? You just added 20 years?
No, I want to say he's 32, 33. Okay. If I'm not completely mistaken, but he's been around since the dawn of time, pretty much. Like he's been an Exen Ferris in 1.6 and Roskilde the Ravens.
I'm trying to bring our age down. You're supposed to make us feel better.
I'm old and I'm proud, man. Like,
I'm trying to hold on to my youth, man. Bit by bit, we're trying to get happen. Here we go. Come on, get it up for us. Yeah. Mr. Devilwalk is quickly
32.
He is 32.
Your accuracy. Yeah, my age as well. Thanks. Yep, thanks for pointing out.
So he's old as dirt. Old as dirt. But he can still play Counter-Strike. And again, like for as a 32-year-old, we don't have many above 30 still playing professionally Counter-Strike. You do have obviously Kerrigan, Snappy, like those kind of guys who've already crossed the mark. But Barry is someone who just recently retired compared to a lot of the older coaches who are still around. Like if you look at Azonic, for instance, right? Like, it's been ages since he's been an active player. For Barry, yeah, sure, might have not been tier 1, etc., but he's always been around, and that's why you're seeing talents like Stair, like Siphon, ending up in Sprout.
So what's happened, right? With Denmark's got so many of these people that can bring these young players up. We look at both your countries, Norway and Sweden. It's not happening.
Nah, they all retired.
Yeah.
Gone.
They're gone.
Yeah, it really is as simple as that. And I think we're both extremely I don't think the infrastructure is there for every team to have that opportunity, but the ones that do definitely should make use of it. And I guess we're seeing that with Astralis on the opposite side of the bracket, right?
Yeah.
They're making use of their players. I mean,
It's every team left.
Big has got Sen and Crimbo.
Yeah.
So it's definitely happening.
Crimbo's not standing.
No, he's not a stand-in, but he came from the academy team, right? Like he's gone through that circuit. So yeah, no, definitely more and more teams are using it, and you can see the benefit of it as well. So yeah, having the opportunity, that's fantastic.
Because we still got a little bit more time to fill out here, right? I want to touch on something with the Astralis thing while we're having this conversation about academy players coming up. We know Device is coming back, right?
Yep.
So give us Device, Glaive, F, Zip.
Yeah.
Is this the battle for Mistar Christo trying to get the 5th spot, or do you see someone else filling into it?
It would make sense for Christo to get that 5th spot if he's an AWPer.
Yeah.
At this point, they've been changing people off AWPs anyway. It's not out of the
revolutionizing.
question, Devil.
They started with a 10-man lineup, and now they're going to revolutionize it with a triple op 5-man.
Who got pulled off the AWP last time?
Farlig.
Yeah, see?
My old player.
It's all possible, mate, but is there a fight for this?
No. If I'm going to be honest, no.
Who do you think is going to stick as the 5th then?
I mean,
I think
I think they would have loved
them.
Stair. I mean, obviously that was a bit of a thing in social media as well.
To quote the Sprout manager.
Yep.
No.
No, thank you.
We do love those social media fun bits.
Absolutely. Yeah. And but yeah, I mean, they're obviously looking for places. And to be fair, I guess over the course, maybe when we get closer to February and tournaments starting up again and so forth, maybe Mr. has kind of taken another step to where they, I guess, extend his trial period, or they're not as actively looking, or they're not panicked to find someone. But I think coming to the next RMR circuit and all that kind of stuff, we're probably going to see a different 5th on Astralis.
It all depends how patient the actual core is, right? How much results they want now, how much they want to build that final product now, because they've been in a rough spot for quite a while now.
Yeah.
And I could see their patience level kind of dropping down, and motivation is harder and harder to bring up. So I think it really depends on them.
But this is something that you have experienced as well from the FBX period, because you guys went through a stage kind of similar to Big actually, where you constantly had to rotate in new players and have a stand-in for a stand-in for a stand-in.
Actually, new IGLs as well, which is like the worst.
The worst bit. You should have just stepped back in, mate.
But the problem obviously is that it does wane on a player's motivation, again, because you know what your realistic level is. You know where you can be. And again, if you're able to, let's say, hold on to player number 2 that you're having as a standing, if you can just hold on to him for 4 months or something, all of a sudden you're going to be established at this point. But instead, now you're losing games that you shouldn't be losing because you haven't had practice time. Now you're dropping out of tournaments because you had to jump in with a new stand-in, etc. And for the guys who are basically solidified in the team, they're going to be like, well, how long can we kind of just keep this going? Because it's getting ridiculous, and they're used to winning, and they want to continue to win.
I think it also a little bit depends where you put. If you've already decided, okay, you know, let's forget about this year. Let's just do the best we can right now and have our aim and sights at the next year. I think you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
But depends how early. You can't just make that decision now. That should have been made like 6 months ago. You know.
Yeah.
So
and
you're in that kind of mindset.
I think that's harder to do as well for the players to kind of come to terms with.
They don't want to accept it, right?
No, again, like how you really want to. It's not wasting a year per se, but obviously that's probably how a lot of players feel. Because again, keep considering that, you know, within CS, etc., you're not guaranteed to have as long of a career as Kerrigan, for instance. You know, that he's one of the extremely few. Exactly, right? Then maybe we'll see it as the longer the games goes on, the longer just general esports careers will last, etc. But as it stands right now, you might have a 1-year career, you might have a 2-year career, etc. And if you waste 6 months of that period of not doing anything because you're waiting for the next rebuild, that's a tough pill to swallow, I think, for a lot of individuals.
Yeah, it definitely is. Well, I think what we're going to do, guys, because we're still waiting to find out exactly how we can fix this up, it's probably a good idea that we head to a break real quick. So grab yourself a snack, some drinks, or whatever else, and get yourself ready, because hopefully we'll be able to take you on this wild ride that is Sprout versus Big real soon.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan kroissaa ittiä samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdellaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hopi hopi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä.
We are back and we are ready to deliver this game, finally. Espoo Arena, are you with us? That's not bad, that's not bad. You're still awake, sorry about the delay. Then, who are you cheering for in this game?
I've got one man in my heart. Well, actually, I have two of them.
Oh.
Yeah, and they're called Tabson and Gobby. So I'm going with Big. I'm going to root for Big the entire day.
Okay.
Yeah, hoping for good things.
Have we got some big fans in the house? Okay.
Yeah.
Devil Walk, where you going? Where you cheering?
Barry!
What about some Sprout fans in here? Ooh, okay.
Pretty even.
It's pretty even, we'll take that. I think we got two commentators who are eagerly waiting for this game to start as well. Jay, Dweg, who are you going for? Are you guys ready?
Oh, we are so ready, Mr. Banks. Yes, I think we're all riding the big hype train up here in the skybox because of the nature of the situation over on the Sprout side. Both sides are playing with stand-ins, but the fact of the matter is you're losing one of those bigger elements, right? Lawnix is such a massive guy for that Sprout side. The idea that you're losing him off the back of that group stage performance, that's going to hinder them massively for these playoffs for me.
Yeah, we're very familiar with Sprout when it comes to these Elisa events, but we're not familiar with Berry being played. Funny enough, actually, Berry and Stay used to play together on QB Fire, and Upa actually played one of the early Elisa Nordic championships together. So there's a little bit of mix. Berry's back in the server. It's been about a year since he was giving up playing.
And certainly going to be one of those things where the lack of playing time in that sort of sense might hinder him in terms of individual performance. I mean, as a stand-in, as a coach stand-in especially, you don't expect to have a star role in the context of this matchup, but you do need to know that you are losing out a massive element. And that's the thing that ultimately sets it back for me. Sprout, I would have usually said, listen, this has been a fantastic group run. They've made their way into the semi-finals effectively, and given the rivalry between Big and Sprout in terms of history for the organizations, they'll be hungry to get a victory on this one. Whether they can do it, though, it is the thing for me, right? I just don't think they can.
And knowing that you've got Tabson playing at such a high level right now, he was very impressive down in the group stage. Even against 500, we saw a further better performance from him. We know he's the IGL. We know that he's one of the top fragging man. He even had 9 AWP kills too because he was picking up the big green. So watch out for Tabson.
And watch out for this matchup. Espoo, it's time to get the semi-finals started. Sprout taking on their bigger brothers of Big as we get into Overpass, the Sprout map pick. This will have to be the one strong suit for this side as they get started with the T-side pistol.
Now, Overpass picked 1/5 of the time in best of threes in the last 3 months for the Sprout side, not quite being able to come through with the vertigo that they like most. Tabson looking for an early spot of information, very quick out of the gate from T-Con to try and edge their way forward with map terror towards the front side of bathrooms and out to long.
That initial prod just to look for the information, but nothing really gained off the back of it in terms of tangible kills or damage. The teams will make their way into the bathrooms as Tabson escapes from it. Onto the center of the site now.
Now he can just continue here to spot, get as much info as possible, allow Keto to rotate up quickly from that heaven control.
Spotting jump facing as a slow T-side default. Seen a number of slow T defaults over the course of the last couple of days, especially here on Overpass yesterday, as Tabson takes the first fight and loses out the Goosh damage. 13 HP for him, still looking to try and hold defensive, and does indeed get a kill with a bit of support. Refresh with a responsive though. A 4-on-4 has been gained. Keto looks to swing back as the bomb does go down, and Keto goes out of the rounds.
Zyphon might try and take some map control, get aggressive out here to bank.
Taps on the jump face. Farman does get Refresh dropping in towards the bank basement. Farman ends up with a double as a fact. Sin tagged low. Stair needs to stand his ground, but doesn't stand for much longer. Crimbo and Sin clean up the pieces, and it will be a successful retake for Big.
And that's very nicely done. And I think what Sprout find themselves in is, while they've got a man advantage, they've got the bomb plant, you even have Berry up towards top of connector to try and deal with those rotating individuals. The aggressive approach into bank just didn't work out at all. Look at what Farfan does in the mix.
Perfect headshots down there at Dumpster, adjusting so effectively. Crimbo and Sin, again, the last two elements to pick up the pieces, gain the pistol round for the Big side. Bomb plant was successful for Sprout though, so they'll be on the force up here.
Now, Berry's got the second highest played maps on LAN out of his entire team, and he's the coach, Jay. So maybe that even helps in this sort of environment, because again, in the past, he's been in these sort of environments.
Oh, again, certainly the experience factor is going to be something to play into, but you've got to think about the experience factor on the Big side, right? They played at this big stage environment much more than the entire Sprout side combined. Tabson going to prove the point here. Look at the aggression he's going to take in the CT bases behind one T-side player. He's going to try check that angle as well. I don't think Berry's going to last much longer. First down in the round.
Very positive coming through from Big. Just looking to siphon off so much of that presence out there from T-Con. And this means for Sprout, it has to be a little bit more influence out towards the B side, taking connector, taking short pipe, because they still don't know, is there an aggressive setup out here towards Park?
Information gained as well for Tamsin, aware of 1 AK now in play for Stair. He fired back through that smoke. Be a little bit wary about how they take the mid challenges from here on out. He still sticks around aggressive and might look to challenge the man as he's caught flashed off by Keto. Tamsin with a triple. SMG casualties for days, and now he upgrades to the AK. Only one left in play for Sprout.
Well, I think we know what Tamsin are going to get today, Jay. 2 rounds in a row that he's given us the goods. And that's exactly what Big are looking for. Sprout, they're just hoping to trade this one, man, before they can get the bomb back.
Well, the HP advantage above him at least. He's looking for even more. Another flash with support. That's a quadra. Will Tabson make it an ace in the second round of the semis? Not quite. Keto stole it away from him. That's still 2-0 at the start of Big.
Tabson just doing so much work there. Sprout, knowing that you've come in with an overpass pick, knowing it's not your vertigo, and you're in there with a stand-in, let's get in your face. Let's try and muddle all of the tactical edge, because Tabson was just flying forward behind that smoke. Jeez, Jay. 2-0, now a Glock round. This should be a fairly easy 3.
In theory, at least. One Deagle brought out by Stair. See whether he can try and muscle up some of that anti-eco shenanigans that we like to see. Sprout have been partial to that in the past, in the online circuit especially. Positions held as Keto's SMG starts to swing forward in connected control. Not seeing anything in his mid control.
And Tabson taking that first phase. Now it allows Keto to get a slightly more pressed up here with the MP9, because all he's looking for is the farm cash, that kill bonus.
Burst up as if I'm going to fall. Follow up as well there for Slacks. A 5-on-2 gain as Tabson leans around that corner, spots 2 more. Doesn't quite catch off refresh, eventually does get a second chance, and will take it in full force. All 5 alive for Big, a very confident start from them. And now the true guns can come through here for the Sprout camp.
And I want to get your opinion about the Big 500 game, because you can look at the scoreline and say it was 16-13 on map 1, 16-9 on Inferno. Scoreline-wise, it's quite competitive, it's quite close. It didn't feel that, though, when you watched the game. It didn't look like it was a game that had much back and forth at all.
And that's a qualitative data piece that we want to sort of pull from when it comes to discussing Big in terms of these playoffs, right? Again, their main entity, the main thing they're going to have above a lot of the squads in this half of the bracket is going to be their experience. Above 500, above Sprout, from GOBEST coaching, from the players overall. They've competed in the major, obviously. They've been on the big stage multiple times across the course of their career. Maybe less so in some of the younger guys' position, but as a core, they've got a lot more backing on them than Sprout do. It's the case of that firepower over on the Sprout camp, though. Tactical was taken by Big, of all teams, and very liberal with the usage of them. Been a confident start from them. Now to follow it up here into round 4. Still rocking that SMG for Farthen. It is a bonus buy.
And we've seen Stair being able to be the highest rated player in the server on Overpass in the last 3 months of a 1.20 rating. And in these sort of circumstances, he's got to be a guy that you look at.
Not just for this map as well, but to be the backup starman. And your main star is missing for Sprout. Someone needs to come in and fill that role. It's Farthen. Downstairs, that SMG, trying to look at that smoke, of course, put it up there past connector. No vision being given up to the T side, though.
You can see a lot of movement coming through from Big, though, out here towards the top of connector, towards that rotate back to A. Sin's jump spotting towards short water and connector. Still not seeing anything.
Sin's got that information now. Utility in hand, wondering whether he goes for the wallbang spray or tries to put the incendiary up, but opts for the wallbang. Doesn't get much for it, though.
And now for Big, it's all about that tempo change, how they can deal with this slow default. You've got Farthen still trying to work here, close range with that MP9. Always a great weapon to have in that stance out to connector. Even to the long control, you can see the way in which Sprout are regrouping. Now you've got Keto towards the back of the site, Sin to play off one another.
Barry trying to be the first man entry, just pass that bomb back towards Stair. Jump up, top of the flower pot, unable to spot anything past the CT side. They're very passive in this position. Most forward player in Con might throw a spanner into the works of that mid control.
Sprout just hoping to try and catch a timing, get an over-rotation to come back. Tabson aggressive towards Divider. Time is low.
Counter incendiary going to stall for even more. Smokestaff the Fade takes the fight on Zipon and drops the bomb for it. Advantage sits with Big once again. Trade from Stair is decent. The SMG for Farthen still comes up good though. Refresh drops, Berry on site gets one. Almost with the double entry, but not quite able to capitalize upon Sin. Low HP across 2 players though. They can't get the bomb down from here.
Now, can they get it down safe though? They might think about another peek towards connector.
Oh, they're getting caught up on each other as well. The smoke comes in and the bomb will be planted successfully, but now the nades come to effect. Slacks gets a decent kill. That's the highest HP player in Crimbo, but in from the backstab, Farthen will fall, and now Sin is all that remains. 7 HP against 2. They're also just as low, but Stair takes the fight and wins it, and Sprout get on the board.
Now, what a lovely round coming through there from Sprout, and I think it shows the initiative there from Berry to get aggressive, to take that map control away, to try and win that fight out towards the truck position, and then put emphasis back down towards Bank. It puts up a HP differential, makes it more difficult for Sin to win out that round, but then Slacks and Stair.
and sat with it in the bathrooms as well, waiting for contact in long. He's about to receive some as well. Flashbang turned away from shot, still connects towards Berry. Disappears behind the smoke and gets to safety.
You could just see that reposition, how important it is behind that utility to make sure you're not getting caught up. You're not over-peeking, looking for more. It allows themselves to fall back to the bomb site with a man up. You've got k1to that's still holding slightly on the front foot towards the edge of the bathrooms. Now, they were very successful with the long take in the previous round. I wonder if they do it again.
Less than a minute to do so. Sin continuing to swing, try prod back for another man advantage on the big side. Got many T's to face him here in the long presence. Refresh gonna hunt for the information. Will spot, will dive out of the way.
And now Sin could just play up towards the side post, get tabseN up to the top of dice. This has got to be a full commit. They can't afford to fake it here. They have to go in towards A.
Third man linchpin element of k1to also involved in this one. Flashbang sent over towards that mid presence. 30 seconds remaining. Sin still hunting for that pick. Almost caught Refresh forward. Molotov sent. No flashes available. Stair catches tabseN, so it's a 4-on-4. Zyphon also gets one out on k1to, and Refresh follows suit. The individual firefights are being won by Sprout players. 4-on-2. They have the bomb site now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of adaptability over towards A, which is very uncommon on a map like Overpass. Haven't seen many B-pops at all here from Sprout. Haven't seen much working forward to a monster walk or a contact play out towards the short sandbags. And I think you just found there for Big, even though it started off with the right foot, with that first engagement being won by tabseN, it's the response and the entry frags there from Sprout.
They're forcing Big into submission, saving in round 5, holding on to their 2 rifles because they don't have a lot of cash in the bank. Neither do they have a lot of loss bonus built up either, so we'll let that tick over. Sprout will gain their second mount up their early game themselves. And this is the one thing you're going to always rely on if you're a team like Sprout. If you're down on the experience basis, you need that firepower to come to the fold. In that particular round, all the fights got won so easily by the individual players. And they're all making a case to be that new star of the Sprout side.
When you think about experience, have a look at Overpass as a prime example. Big have played it twice in the last 3 months. 0 wins, 2 losses. There's not a map that's frequent in the map pool for them. Whereas for Sprout, okay, they don't pick it a massive amount. It's still 10 maps played against Tier 2 competition, online and out at LAN. We know that they've got a lot more tenure in recent times on this map of Overpass.
You're keeping your eyes on those protocols for the Sprout side, seeing how well they adjust against Big, what their defaults are set like. Everything that they'll do is appropriate. Eco now coming in around the 2 save weapons for the big count. The USPs, the 5.7s, the Deagle also in for k1to. Slack set with the AWP, trying to prod out to that short presence. Refresh catches the booster. Barben goes falling. Trimbo with a decent trade back. tabseN still in amongst the smoke. Can't quite find an angle here.
Now they're going to know that there was 2 out there towards Connector just with that boost up, so it's all about distraction now. Even the AWP is peering down towards Connector from Sin's perspective, just to try and put some pressure back on. Now, while that's happening, Stair's taken the reactability to take long control by himself. They've been able to muster up a lot of A presence.
Yeah, tabseN's picked the M4 off of Farben, and Sin catching Slack's enabled that AWP to come into the mid control when he can strike with it. 1 man down, not quite the second. Gooshed up, 34 HP, does get away.
Now Refresh just has to commit, start bringing some pace down towards A. Crimbo's even getting out to the side post, out in the open, deals with Stair.
Refresh with a responsive. k1to's Deagle now stands alone on the back of the site, needs backup to get here real soon, looking for the headshots. Refresh knows that he's there, but k1to still lands him. Flick's not quite successful. Zyphon stands alone. A little bit of time to play with, but the bomb out in the center of the site.
It's all a matter of timing and how he can draw these fights. Big, they're giving him the cautiousness, the peek up in from tabseN, and of course, it's the in-game leader to step up again.
All down to timing there. It worked better for the main man on the big side. Back in control after a bit of a hiccup and a hell of a steal for them as well. Again, they didn't buy much into those pistol bases. Sprout and Big both having tenure across their lineups, across their organizations in the invitationals leading up to this point, earning their spots here in the Masters.
And we saw Zyphon playing with Copenhagen Flames. Even k1to and Sim were a part of Big Academy in the last invitational. So we've seen more pieces being added to the team that we've seen previously.
Chance to use those Academy call-ups to great effect here for Big. Molotov sent in on the T side. Slacks will be tagged up initially by HGs. He's placing that AWP out towards Park. Where does he find that opening kill, though?
Well, we haven't seen many sort of high-tempo moves. I think in the first few rounds of the game, we saw tabseN playing up to T-Con out there towards Party, but in the majority of the rifle rounds, it's not that full-on extension. So Sprout going to have to continue to try and use that utility well, keep taking long. Even k1to just ends up backing off, so that slight maneuver out towards Party, they realize, okay, we haven't been able to manage a pick, we haven't got contact, let's just fall back, let's end up keeping 4 on B because of it.
Grimbo holds his M4. Ready to receive on that side of Monster. Deep smoke in from the T side. They're not going to act off the back of that, though. They're stalling for time.
And just get himself up towards that grill position. Even Refresh has been able to get very far forward out here towards the short sandbags. Finally, a movement over to B.
And the rotations coming in from the CT side at the wrong moment. That smoke does go down towards Heaven. And Berry makes his way into the Mac 10, past the likes of Crimbo. Bestair has his back, and Berry only just misses out the kill. Refresh capitalizes upon it, and Sin spam down. 8 HP, flash blinded. Spray gives away his position. The bomb will go down at default. It's a 4-on-3 for Sprout.
It's a very difficult retake here coming through from Big. Even Stair repositioning doesn't get caught by the Heaven player.
M4 leaning forward, another smoke onto it, and still gets caught by Stair's headshot. 2 left standing in for Big. Sin's too low HP, he's got to escape. Tabson does find an exit here. Any more? He's fighting another player, but now he's been seen. Sin will drop, and Tabson's got to escape.
Sprout putting on a very good show right now. And you mentioned Berry not finding anything. He was a decoy in that round. And I think maybe that's what we'll see him being shaped up as on the T side, is the distracting element. You think about the pace he brings forward out towards that pillar position. That's just driving CT's attention over. The more that they look at Berry, the easier it's going to be for your Stair, for your Slacks, maybe even a Zyphon in the mix to get those trade frags, to open up the bomb side.
Again, that is going to be his role in this matchup. Don't expect a massive amount from him, except in those supportive positions. In terms of distraction, you saw how Crimbo was looking towards Berry, assisting with that kill on Refresh. That is what we're looking for out of him in this game. Sprout making good use of their stand-in coach position. Now held to the 3rd round on the Danish core.
We saw overpass for both of these teams in the group stage. I think back to Big's 3rd game against Gamer Legion, 14-16 loss on overpass. And for Sprout, their last game against Gamer Legion, 25-23 in OT on overpass. So both teams having some very close affairs in the group stage in the best of ones.
Flash is sent over, 5-7s in from Crimbo, being the weakest weapon on server at the moment. Both Big and Sprout having issues with their buy-ups. Again, Berry's on the Mac 10, missed flashbang there. Doesn't catch the CTs as they go back in with their own counter smokes.
And for a round like this for Big, you'd probably leaning into an opening man advantage. You've got Tabson trying to work out towards that divider angle. While that's happening, Keto's then pressed up towards the top of connector. It seems like it is going to be a B-pop though.
Been successful so far. Much tighter crossfire from Big though. Here come the flashes. Berry going to enable his teammates to make their way in. 5-7 now been seen. They don't act off the back of it. It's another resmoke in from the CT side.
So I think that was just an info tell there from Sprout, just to get an idea. Is there a stack involved? Is there some further spam? What is the setup out towards the B side? So now it can almost be put upon as a double pump that they can start working in later in the round.
That information prod from Sprout is going to give some back towards Big here. They know they've given up the 5-7's position, so they think it might be likely that they go towards the B hit. So a 3rd man of Sin comes in with support. Crimbo getting tagged up by the Molotovs. 35 seconds, Sprout need to go.
That flash over high out from Monster. Here come the entries.
Zyphon 1st man in, still stalling. Counter flash of the CTs. No swing, Molly's in. Next player up, takes face. 5-7 does a little bit of damage here. M4 support from Farben, mows down one. Zyphon with a trade and doubles up as well towards Crimbo. Sin back towards Rab, gets one. Slacks trades it. Bomb needs to get towards site here. Tabson can still shut this down. The burst not connecting though. The bomb's on site. Berry will get the plant in.
They're going to try and get denied. Keto drops and now Tabson's the last on left. Out in the open. Slacks with a huge round. Great sequence from him. Out to the monster control. And just providing that tight assistance when pressure's building, because you could see the way that Tabson was getting close to denying the bomb. Slacks delivers.
Big AWP sequence. Way forward now for the Sprout side. Another timeout has been called, this time by them. Chance for Berry to get involved in this one, of course, has been playing supportive. You have to question, obviously, with the whole dynamic of the coach being the 6th player, having an overview of the whole matchup, has like I don't know how to describe it, but like they're not in the server, they're not tunnel vision by the other things that the players are worried about, so they can come in and give a bit more support in that sense, to give a 6th perspective, to give them the boost that they need to get back into the game here. So how's that going to affect things now that he's in the server and playing?
Well, I think Vendetta spoke about it perfectly on the desk. The idea that you probably don't want to give those tags forward over to someone like GOB3. I think for Berry, it's all about trying to keep the mental strong, making sure that there's no players getting tilted or anything, calming the players. And he's familiar with this. He's familiar with the team. He's played with these guys before. He even stood in with them at the Antwerp RMRs, which wasn't even that long ago.
He's had his proceedings. They know how to play with this guy. HE sent to the stack. Keto and Sin giving up their lives to please the crowd here in Espoo. They were happy with that one. You can see who the favourites are at this moment, Dwayne.
A nice smile coming through from Berry. Realises, yep, read that to perfection. And for Sprout, one thing I do want to touch on is the result that Big had against Gamer Legion. 11 rounds on their CT side and 3 on T side. So keep that in mind on what we saw in the group stage and now what we're seeing here in the playoffs.
Positions held still, Tabson trying to prod for anything, but just 3 USPs in play for Big, so not much will come out of this. Sprout should be able to mow them down. Be nice if Berry can get the MAC 10 in for a couple more picks and the $600 kills. He's going to be the first face out towards Monster. Only one man to receive them, and even the smokes coming in as they start the rotations back to the A side. So they'll concede this round. Simple affair for Sprout. They will take the lead above Big as well.
And just knowing that Sprout have come off to a slow start, they were down 2 to 4, I should say. So you're down by 2. You now not only tied up the scoreline, but you're starting to work it even further. This has got to be very confident from them.
Berry to boost his confidence. Is he going to find his players? Might do. There's the kills. Come on, give us an ace, mate. MAC 10 HE ace. Is he going to find him? Oh, he's looking the wrong way against Tabs, and he's checking all ahead, but no. Reload catches. Oh!
Shame. So close.
Oh, that would have been lovely. That would have been a massive boost as well for his own individual confidence. Again, he's not supposed to be the star player, but to get an ace like this on this big stage.
Would have been the cherry on top.
It would have been. Cherry on top of Sprout's lead now, going up to 5. 1 ahead of the big side, conceded off the back of that eco. The gun buy can't return from here, though.
And this is for Big's sake where they have to respond. Start thinking to yourself, okay, well, we've seen a lot of success coming through from Tabson. We know that he's been a key piece to this puzzle over the entire event. Farfan was the second backup dancer in that game against 500. Now, we're not seeing much out of a second individual. I mean, you can even look at the kill distribution. Crimbo down at 3, Keto at 4, Sin at 4, Farfan at 5. Someone's got to step up to help out Tabson here in the first half.
Farfan's rocking a MAC 10, so it probably won't be him. Not in this round, at least. Stair challenging Keto, flashed off position. M4 looking to try engage against the T side. Zyphon and Berry will drop towards Sin and Keto's opening kills. So 2 different attacks on 2 different sides of the map. It works to a 5-on-3 for the big side.
And Keto's kind of stuck here out towards trees, so you just got to keep fighting. No retreating angle possible at all, so keep it going. Now we can get some reassurance from Tabson as a crossfire.
Yeah, no utility in that mid and long position. The only flashbang was there for Refresh. Stair now just rocking a smoke and his AK. Refresh does creep forward. If he can find a bit of an angle here on the B side, maybe they could rotate this bomb in, but now Stair just drops towards Keto. Another dry face, giving him a pretty basic triple. And Refresh just left to fall down all the same. Surely should not get much in this clutch. And Crimbo will make it so.
Nicely done there from Keto. Very tight out there towards a rock position and very consistent. That's what we can expect from someone like him. Nearly 250 maps played on LAN, been in previous iterations of this big lineup. Always someone that you can rely on to get you out of uncomfortable situations. The first kill comes through from a spam, but it's Keto's importance towards long.
Making it look easy as well. And for him individually, question marks around his individual performance in this team recently. Obviously, he was knocked down to the academy team, then called back up to the main squad. It's been a little bit hit and miss in his outings at times, so this needs to be a hit for him. Big. Marking in with their rifles. Again, another buy-up will come through. Lacking in the AWP department, though.
We've seen Slacks very crucial when it comes to some of the entries and post-plant rounds. Haven't seen much from him when it comes to opening man advantages, creating that first pick. And Farfan flashed forward, doesn't quite see anything out towards short water.
Did reveal his position with the footsteps, though, so the teams will be aware of this. Refresh will try and adjust towards it. They might even go for the boost, which might work out pretty well for them. Making no noise, AK pulled up. Oh, and Farfan's watching it. Read it like a book. Big can do the same.
And just knowing now, for Big's sake, you've got the aggressive stance of Keto looking out towards long, but he misses that timing. And Stair can continue to walk forward undetected in the bathrooms.
Tabson is considerate of that factor, though. Keto is aware that that's a blind spot not being watched by anyone else. The site covers it off. Stair looks to prod forward, jump faces, might throw things off for a second. They might have to catch timing. The AWP tries to catch the picker, slacks in from the long control. So focused on the long entrance for now.
And it seems to be a good read. Even Sin's rotating up, so they can keep 3 towards A. You've got Keto in a little bit of an off angle, catches off the AWP.
Didn't expect it. Now Stair with a gap to play with here against the CT side, against the smokes, looks to swing forward, catching one of the reload. There goes tabseN, backside undetected, but Stair still adjusts towards Sin at the dumpster position. 3-on-3, looking for his triple, can't quite land it along. Bomb will go down, he continues to extend, and Crimbo finally puts him out.
And Berry's going to try and do the same, but now they're just tailing, now they're behind out towards Bang.
Group together, good bait jump there from Berry, but now they know where both T-side players are at. Matt10 looking at base, sprays down one and gets so much damage on Crimbo. Swing back from Zyphon does not work out. k1to gets up close and personal and wins the round for Big.
I don't know if it's me just overlooking it there, Jay, but to me, that felt a little bit panicky there from Sprout. You got a 3v3, slow it down. Just work the post blood. Instead, you've got Stair running down towards that bank control, looking for a fight. There's no teammate in sight. He's got no one around him, no one that can trade on that position.
Stair was almost the winning element for them, but when this trade came in, you could see where they were going at with it. Decent efforts from Berry, though, again, to bait in the first player, enable the kill from Zyphon, and to almost get the second one on the bomb carrier. One more bullet would have stopped that defuse. Instead, it's Big with 6 back in the lead above Sprouts. Rebuys in across all the rifles, and Crimbo takes aggressive stances.
It seemed like they expected a quick beef pop, actually, with some of those anti-rush nades. Now, Crimbo can be close towards that right-hand side, allow himself to keep spamming down. The Sprout have got a single lurker from Stair, but everybody else is regrouped outside of Monster.
Smoke coming in, might get body blocked, or even going to get a kill gift to both the players here. Zyphon with supportive kills of his own right, 5-on-3, Sin up close, undetected as tabseN does get one to return, send the line a little bit further back, but Zyphon is still fragging. Sin's caught, tabseN drops, k1to now alone in the 1-on-3, up in heaven, focusing 5, but rotating back the same as that bomb is going down.
What an incredible response coming through from Sprout after that last round, and it all came off with those entries. k1to now being forced out in the open, and they could just peek off one another. Slacks with the AWP again. We've seen how much he's able to fight towards that B side with the AWP.
Bit of a risky peek in from Berry towards the end there, though, so I think they're getting a little bit overzealous. You're right, a little bit panicked at times from Sprout. Even in a 3-on-1 situation, that's not a very good sign. It is a round for the Danish core, though.
And I think it just shows with that immediate double entry from Monster how much of a back foot Big really were. Allowed themselves to try and come in quickly from Heaven and Graffiti, but not to be. And with their economy being reset, it's going to be another eco.
Upgrade pistols in Deagles, P250s, a USP for Sin, AWP Slacks. Ready for that first phase, does not quite receive it though. Nade stacks again, a little bit too late this time. Crimbo escapes the ire of the HEs, so no kills early.
It's all a matter of timing, isn't it? You might be able to get away with it once or twice and a half, but any more than that, and it probably won't happen. There's a little bit of a stack towards that right-hand side of the pillar angle. You've got Stair again, being that lurking entity, just providing some util down towards A, making sure that if there is a gamble stack from Big, just with this presence, they should start rotating a couple of players off. That's what he's indicating.
Instead, just prodding forward, refresh. Similar story out towards that B site, flashed into the bomb site itself, not checking toxic. Zyphon's got that covered. Center of site does get one good kill on Farven, with k1to's Deagle also getting us to a 3-on-3. And that forces Sprout to rethink their stance.
Now, Stair would have heard a lot of those footsteps retreating, trying to rotate away back out to the B side. And now he's got the edge. Now he's got the advantage of the B bomb side being opened up. Should catch this first player on the timing out towards the dumpster position. That's tabseN a fall.
Bomb's still a little bit far away from the bomb site, though. And now k1to and Crimbo have the rifles that were dropped on the center of the B site. So there's firepower to play with, potential still in this round. Smoke's coming down towards dumpster though. Player been seen, and that's that firepower I'm talking about. k1to with one pick, almost getting the second. Crimbo does drop back towards the B side. That counters the rotation one more time. 20 seconds though, they have to commit towards the bomb plant.
That's a vital kill coming through from Berry, and k1to might try and beat Berry to the punch.
Spray back, taps it down. That's 2 kills, actually 3 so far for k1to. One more to gain. The AWP knows exactly where he is. He's out in the open. 10 seconds, swing for the shot. Plant not even secured as Slacks gives just a little bit more to k1to, who steals one for Big as they hold on to the lead again.
Oh, that's a specialty coming out from k1to, and against his old team and all. Sprout delivering what k1to's able to do on the server. What a tap. Very similar to the zip one that we saw yesterday.
You can watch it from his POV every step of the way. It was these two that are the most impressive. Tap onto Berry's head. And if only the last man didn't jump, if only Slacks just prioritized the plant, maybe it could have been a different story for Sprout. As it stands, 7-6, tabseN's caught the opening frag. Berry, first of all.
And just knowing that Tabson's shown that AWP, already got that impactful frag, that now starts putting more cautions into the mix. What is the setup? What is the crossfire towards A? Tabson's going to be pretty much playing A by himself. The only next player in charge is Keto to connector.
They're leaning up. Ooh, backs down at the wrong moment. Does Keto see him? No, he didn't extend far enough. M4 still looking to engage ahead of that flashbang. Doesn't see the T-side players, though. Their crossfire's a little bit scrambled. Big will hold their nerve. Keto is desperate. He's hungry for a kill here, though.
It's all about who makes a footstep first and when the timing works out from Keto, because you can see he doesn't want to overextend. He doesn't want to come out into the open, expose himself.
Zyphon dive down with the AK. Going towards mid. The flashes again from Tabson should come through. Blind off players of the T-side line. Tabson looks to escape. Keto about to catch Zyphon. The adjustment's not quite there. The M4 wins the fight. 5-on-3. Backstab for Crimbo. Mimo sees 2, gets 1. And Sprout getting picked apart by Big here, piece by piece. The bursts are coming through and refreshes in a 1-on-5.
Just a wonderful info play coming there from Big. Just allowing themselves to read that round to perfection. The follow-up flashes out there towards the top of connector. The way in which you've got a backstab even being presented from Crimbo towards that long stance. The Sprout just had to brute force all of those duels to get themselves out of trouble. This has been 2 very key rounds in a row now for Big. They could end this half on a very high note, a very big positive for them. And just knowing, Jay, going into the second half, going into your T-side with a 9-6 half, it might still be enough for Big.
It's entirely plausible. Their CT side that does get the advantage. Sprout now looking to try and steal one back if possible here. Smokes ahead of the monster control. Is this a rush tactic? It looks like it will be. Slacks lead the charge in with the MAC-10 sees one player back the pillar, and Crimbo's caught blinded by the flashbang of refresh. So advantage for Sprout. The bomb will go down, but Keto evens up the man stance.
And now Varfun can start peeking through. Out towards the bridge control. Zyphon's able to get the pick back, but look at the reposition from Keto.
And 2 players on that backstab as well. Slack's very deep in a graffiti. Tabson rotating back in from mid. So they have an idea of what's going on here. Keto making his way in with that AK. Sprout on to take one back. 2 rifles now in the hands of Slacks and refresh. Zyphon is low HP, so we'll just rock that Deagle. Post plants are very awkward though. They can sit the whole defuse. Refresh, however, comes up with a decent kill. Sin looking for the response if he gets it. Last man, Tabson, now on the bomb. Defuse to get stuck. Deagle peeking. Zyphon lands one, but he still holds the defuse here. AK can't make it round the corner in time. And Tabson, just by the skin of his teeth, will still win the round.
And that's another impeccable performance coming through from Tabson in a great half for Big to give themselves the advantage of 3 rounds. Jay.
9-6, up 3 to the good. Can Sprout bring it back on their own CT side? We'll find out after the break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Positions untenable for the big side, currently feeling like a cohesive unit, leaning by only 3 rounds though. Their CT side has concluded, Dweg, and again, it's only 3 rounds to the good at this particular stage. Can Sprout resurge over on the CT side is the question.
They had a slow end to that first half. It has to be noted that was 4 out of the 5 last few rounds being won by Big. That's a lot of control. That's a lot of positive feedback for such an experienced side. And moving into that second half, we've seen some struggles from Big on the T side, but this time around, Keto and tabseN, they're working together as a unit.
Yeah, tabseN was the man that we were watching out for. Keto's become the secondary star. We get to see a true secondary star from the Sprout side, though, again, trying to fill the shoes of Lawnix. As a result, a team effort has been what's required to get them into this T side thus far. So CT halves now up to play for the Danish core as they get into the pistol round. Very fast in from Big, trying to play a similarly fast pistol basis. Rushes in towards short control for tabseN. Spots out Berry, taps him up a little bit, but only for damage.
And don't quite commit off of the back of it. Instead, slow it down. Sin can come out of the gate with the entries. This has to be a retake setup. Berry's going to have to play passive.
Molly sent in. Glocks making their way around the corner. The bomb will go down at default. It's retake on and a 5-on-5.
Look at Crimbo. He's got all the advantage in the world onto Zyphon, and even damage is exchanged towards Monster. That's the pick to get gained. Same from Keto.
Doubles up as well. Gets the triple in and all. Stare, refresh, and Slacks dropping with Sin. To Sin onto Berry. 10 rounds to the board of Big. They take a very confident pistol.
Well, that's a statement if I've ever seen one. What a beginning into the second half coming through from Big. It's pacey, but it's controlled. You can see the way on the post plant. You've got Keto to dive back out towards that monster control. You've got Crimbo to cut the rotate off from Connector. You have Sin getting aggressive towards that right-hand side of Graffiti. And double digits loom here for Big. Could we see the youngsters and the inexperienced land squad of Sprout struggle from this point onwards on their map pick?
This may be the half. Big generally tend to do better on their CT sides than the couple maps we've seen from them in the last couple of months. Call back to that Gamer Legion match. It was a 16-14, and mostly down to the fact that the CT side was so good from them. So Big, in theory, on the back foot, but with that pistol basis, with the scoreline being where it is, the buffer could already have been gained for the map win for them. So Sprout might need a miracle here, especially with the Deagles out.
Slacks looking to try and take that first contact out towards Divider. He's done some damage onto Crimbo, but Berry's already been caught off guard. They don't know about Stair just yet.
Good wrap in for a backstab. Nades to suppress. Counter HE is in from the T side, and look at Stair's position. tabseN core 2 to 5. The Deagle lines him up. That's rifles picked up as well. Nice in Sin. Mac 10 overwhelmed by refresh on the site. And one backstab is all it takes for Sprout to steal the break rounds.
And it's down to one of the youngest players in the server, 18-year-old Stair with that dig, out in the bathrooms, unlooked, undetected, and unleashed. What an incredible round that is.
Patience is a virtue as Stair proves. Keto and Crimbo caught off guard as tabseN went down. What a play. And what a round for Sprout. That is going to be massive for them.
That's more of a lifeline. That gives you a way back in directly. Allows yourself to put a lot of pace and pressure back down onto Big. You've won the pistol but lost the second. You're now forced onto double eco territory. Have to force buy.
Scouts in. Hero AK for Keto. Deagles and P250s for everyone else. And of course the full gambit brought down rifles. AK and Galil was safe from the previous. SMG for Berry. Sprout with the firepower, but receiving that force buy already. Stan wants nothing to do with that AK, so he backs off.
And knows he's in a stance where he's got no teammates to back him up. And tabseN trying to look down towards that connector control. There is an MP9 waiting for him.
Keto caught down by Slacks. Damage was done towards the man. tabseN does recover that AK as far, and Scout does find one, but now tabseN's taking some damage. 4-on-4 scenario, refresh holding his nerve, and he finds that AK again.
Perfect flash coming through from Berry. Nothing that tabseN could have done there at all. Even that smoke off towards Connector. Slacks could go down though, he's low HP.
Depends on whether Sin checks this corner though. Indeed he does, but Slacks' headshot's a little bit too good. Now down to 2 players for the big side. Slack still holds his nerve here, hearing footsteps of that one scout player around the corner. Farfen does make it an easy shot to connect, but now gives away the info at the bomb.
Farfen just hoping to see if he can find a response, but now with 35 seconds left, they still have to keep acting towards A, and while that's happening, Berry's just maintaining control of Connector, making sure that that bomb does not shift over to an over-rotation.
And Crimbo walking forward, meanwhile 23 seconds. Big will need to make a move. They want to try and take this round back and counter-steal against Sprout. Is a defuse kit in play for Refresh if they have to go for the retake? But ideally, they want to stop even the bomb plant from them because bomb plant bonuses will matter. Smokes on bomb site. Commitment in from long. Engagement for Zyphon wins it. SMG burst. They do get a decent amount of damage on Crimbo. Plant just coming in time. Still denied by Refresh. Sprout will let nothing go past them as Big will concede the 8th.
Yeah, Zyphon seems to be an individual that's putting in a lot of hard work in these last handful of rounds, allowing Sprout to get that slight edge, to come closer to tying up the scoreline, come closer to trying to get a lead themselves. Knowing that Overpass is their map pick, knowing that you're playing in front of the stage, up here in the semi-finals, you'd love to be able to get the start in this best of 3 with your map victory going your way. 2 rounds the difference, another eco. This should be a sit-up.
Pistols pulled out, Big en masse in Monster. Nade sent in from Berry a little bit too early. Split off towards that short control anyway. The flash is in to indicate what's going on. The Incendiary's taking the damage and Refresh just mows them all down. Crimbo and Farman a couple of decent picks back, but Zyphon still has the site as the Stair have connector. So only those 2 casualties. The money can continue to build here for Sprout. That compounds damage though, with 2 players falling in the previous round as well for Sprout. It does mean they will be on the verge of reset. So Big could still bounce back with this next rifle win.
Hey, you might look at that round and say, it's only an anti-eco, we lost a couple, but you are right, Jay. The more that happens, the better the chances are of that reset, of the rifle round to come through to really hit home. It might not be the next round, it might not be the one after, but it will tail.
You can just see from the money stage right here for Sprout, right? Refresh on $100, Berry on 650. Zyphon on 1,500 will barely be within the force buy zone. Hanging out SMGs for his own part of things. The T's will play quick into the defaults, but it's passive control for the most part here on the CT Forces. Again, it's only really that Refresh play.
And just knowing that he's out here aggressive, he can spot down towards T-Con. So with that in mind, you can actually have Stair and Slacks to rotate back to B, to get out to the Graffiti, out there towards Heaven. Even the boost up from Farfan doesn't quite work out for the pick, but a lot of damage.
A stroke of luck for Zyphon, though. 6 HP, he's barely alive. Might be falling to the trade. He's watching for that boost, hoping Farman gives away a pick, so he's still holding it, and they reface. Berry's been seen, and Farman does get that kill. That's a lot of impact found by that position.
And there was no drop down at all, so no sound cue, and now they're going to commit off of the back of it.
Keto already walking up towards T, ramp spotting one, dropping in from Heaven. AK pulled out, Slacks gets caught, and Keto and Farman combined. Still got Zyphon in the back of the site, though, trying his best to hold on, but won't hold on for long with that HP bar. Refresh now in a 1-on-4, and surely he just saves here.
And I think that's the edge that Big have in this series, whether it be Overpass, whether it be their map pick of Nuke, it's just the composure. You've taken that first engagement, it's not quite a pick, but it doesn't get unsettled. They slow it down, they don't give up on the boost, and what happens? Another pick just presents itself.
As you mentioned, no sound cue given up there by the Big side, so Sprout just assuming that it had gone down. Maybe that third player might have made a footstep noise to throw misdirection into the table. Either way, it's a mistake made by the Sprout camp.
It could have even been the idea that because no one was holding Monster and you've been filtered away from Pillar, there might be a Monster walk. There could have been a timing that they're just coming out.
Still a round loss for Sprout anyway. No matter how they adjust towards it, Big still hold control and extend their lead above the Sprout camp once again. You see the loss bonus on your screens. Not ideal for the Sprout camp. The buy bolstered by at least that one M4 here. What are they going to get around it? 2 more M4s by 7 for Berry. Scout in for Slacks. It's okay, but it's not fantastic.
And Sprout know we lose this round, we probably lose the map. Like, this is the one that you have to respond in. You don't want to be reset. You don't want to be back on the recovered foot again. And for Big, they know the importance in coming through here. For Sprout, you've got a very early aggressive challenge. Refresh trying to take short water by himself. Dry, no util.
It's a massive concession at the very least. Refresh trying to play the high ground. Flash over, perfect from Sin, perfect from Farvan. Advantage for Big.
Now Farfan's hoping for another. Zyphon out towards that right-hand side. Can't afford to go down here at all. Now, while that's happening, Farfan's got more teammates outside of Monster to regroup. Zyphon in the open does respond.
Gets out of the way as well. Back onto the site defensive, conceding that short control to Crimbo, who did see the jump spot. That's information going both ways there. Crimbo trying to use it. Incendiary forward against the pistol. Berry does get caught off guard. Again, not able to adjust towards the shots back, and the Molotovs and flashes are thrown. Stair going to cut rotations. Keto might concede one as Crimbo goes dropping the headshot. Seen Stair, advantage gains. Sin takes it back, 2-on-2.
The bomb site's open. They can afford to get the bomb down. Now it comes down to Stair's information already given up towards Connector. They don't know about Slacks.
Scout firepower limitation though, needs the headshots, does land on tabseN. That sets Stare up. Swings up, looking for the wall bangs. Good read in his rough position, but unable to connect much more damage. 30 seconds, they've got to get the bomb down here.
Try and get it down to safety. Planet open towards heaven while it's still being smoked off. Very smart there from tabseN.
Knowing that short control could be taken as well. Indeed, it is a smart call. And they back away, the understanding the monster could also be a play here from the CT side. tabseN focusing entirely on this heaven control, trying to isolate Slacks from Stare. Stare still wins against Sin. Scout's now seeing where tabseN is. There's information called. A kill gets found, and Stare charges around the corner. Almost we're losing the fight, but takes it back for the CT side anyway. Another important clutch for the Sprout side.
And we've seen Stare in these positions before, stepping up to the plate in the 1vx's. It looked as if tabseN had done enough right there, isolating the individual jewels, repositioning back over, but not to be. And Farfan up on screen. You remember that? Played on Sprout for 3 years, Jay. Played over 1,000 maps on HLTV with them. Imagine how important this would be for him to beat them again.
Knowledge as well, the Sprout have always played little brother to big brother, if you will, right? They've always been a feeder team to the bigger squads, and Big had been one of the teams that have always looked to poach from that side whenever they get the German players through, especially when they were the German core in the tier 2 space. Now facing the challenge, the little guns growing up. Second tactical called in by GOB, because Sprout are down by a single round.
Now this is where we could talk about the economy again, Jay. Remember, you win a round, it's a lifeline, but what about the reset? What about the return? Because they are down with a very low money float. It's actually a bit of a swing round for both teams. You think about the loss bonus not really being there. Neither team got money in the economy. Whoever wins this is going to be able to follow up.
The definition of a swing round here. And a swing for Big into pretty much victory row at this stage. Slacks involved with the early contacting connector, tanking that nade damage, hoping for a pick. Farvan couldn't quite get the tap on the jump face. Looking miffed about it. Does the information claim.
And just knowing that Sin can just continue spamming, allow more presence to be shown outside of B. The Sprout have got to find a way, because they're down on utility, they're on an MP9 for Berry, to give themselves an advantage elsewhere. Remember, they don't have a kit to play with at all in this sort of round. The Slacks with the AWP, or at least the presence of mind to look for a pick towards that divider angle out here to the bathrooms.
Slacks eye set. Offset in SMG, moving up to Berry. Farvan gets the pick. Zyphon also drops isolated jewels of each individual fight, but Refresh wins the third one. So it's only a 4-on-3. Still favors Big. He's looking for more.
Oh, I thought he was going to get caught off guard there from the timing. Big are going to be able to try and fake him around. Refresh has to try and come back into connector.
Hyper-aggression doesn't work out. The aim punch harms him. And now Sprout are reduced to 2, but Big are reduced to 3. Slacks keeping the man advantage manageable. When do they swing forward and get it back to evens?
Oh, look at what they've done here. Keto is left alone up towards A. They've got two options. They can fake out the B site, bring that bomb back to A, or even Keto can come into heaven. This is a perfect mid-round adjustment.
Slacks has already rotated into that B side, so they're going to be aware of what's going on. Keto's so deep in the A play.
Oh, this is done, mate. You can't go for this now.
Slacks will try and rotate back, catch an exit. Even that's cancelled as he joins the B side defense, and they rotate to another save. Need to hold on to these guns because there is nothing in the tank for Sprout. Big gonna re-extend the lead off the back of that. 12-10 now to the German side.
And remember this, Jay. Yesterday against 500 in the quarterfinals, Keto was the lowest rated player for Big in that best of 3. Think about the impact he's had today. Think about some of the rounds he has single-handedly won. I mean, even that, it's just patience. It's slowing the round down. It's getting aggressive, catching off the over-rotation. And he's up here with 21 kills. He has been the man of the hour.
Leading the charge for Big. And we're all still asking the questions of whether he's fit for the first team. Certainly he's looking fit right now. A pause has been called. Typically I would say this would be by Sprout, but with Coach standing in, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. A moment for GOB to discuss things.
And for Big, they know that they're in a leading position. They know that they can close this down, but it's still going to be a tough affair. The scoreline's close. It's back and forth. Now, one thing that they might be thinking about is the idea of, well, what is the comparison like with our experience and theirs? 100 maps on land this year against 60. That's almost 2-to-1. That's double pretty much.
It's always going to be the edge that Big have. Not only 100 maps on LAN, 100 maps at the top end level of Counter-Strike.
Very true.
Sprout playing online in Tier 2 in the Invitationals throughout the course of the main Swiss stages to get towards those playoffs and, of course, find their position here at LAN. Very few of those maps, I'd imagine, on 60 that Sprout have are going to be on that big stage as well. So there's extra details around the stats that we have for the big side. We're charging straight into the B sites. Sin bursting through the MAC-10, trying to find players to wrap in against them. The flashbangs keep him blind, but Farben and Crimbo still have the kills, and no one gets a single thing out of the Sprout defense. Slax has got to save again. That was a harsh investment as well for the CT side.
Yeah, that was quicker than the train on overpass. How quick is that into the B site? Very fast indeed. And that is a perfect adjustment. You take a tactical, slow it down. Right, bang, in we go. Very quick. Even Sin noticed the way that MAC-10, before he even found a pick, he spotted both players towards the back of water and out there towards the toxic barrels.
Oh, and Slax didn't even get away with the AWP. Second stage loss bonus is all they have to work with on the Sprout side. This could be where things come undone. 13-10. We should be seeing the eco to come through for the buyback in round 25. For Sprout, that will be their last chance to hold a lifeline against Big, who are closing in on the overpass win.
And Refresh mentioned it earlier, at least it's not Vertigo. Both head-to-heads in the last couple of weeks in best of ones have gone the way of Big. Now, it might be a different map, Jane, it might be a best of 3, but it's looking like it's going the German way again. And this would be a steal to set up the semi-final, to start this best of 3 on the right foot. Gamble stack out towards the B site, farm potential in this sort of rounds.
Big playing away from it and all, flashes into that monster position. The CTs are spread out, might catch Keto off guard. 1 pick, 2 picks, 3 picks with a taps and all. He's just not missing a beat today. As Varven comes in with support, Stair drops, Berry is alone. No clutch on the table for him, not with a USP, not in a 1-on-5. Not with Sin standing by, with a MAC-10 in hand to get a simple headshot burst and a 14-10 result now for the Big Clan. 2 rounds to go. Sprout have 1 opportunity in this rifle buy to turn it all around.
And this is probably where I'm looking at one of the OG members, someone like a Slax here from Sprout, one of the pure entities of this core, of this lineup. He's had a slightly underwhelming group stage, hasn't been able to show much at all. Now, he doesn't have the AWP in his hands, but he is the face of Sprout, and this is a round, this is an opportunity where it's still comebackable, it's still recoverable, it's just about being able to deliver.
No AWPs in play for either side. Sprout with the M4s across the board. MAC-10 in for Sin again, straight into connector. Stair, the closest player to challenge, but backed up in bathrooms. Meanwhile, Farben up on the short position, hunting for CT contact. Won't be able to get it thus far.
Yeah, he's been using this from us for quite a few rounds now. And now Stair drops. That's going to start mimicking the over-rotations. And B-stack has to be broken from Berry.
It's massive for Crimbo. Farben taking face, losing it to Refresh. That's 1 back. Even standing, can they regain the advantage here?
Oh, Keto on the other side. Refresh behind the smoke.
AKing against it. M4 standing by. Who's going to see who first? Manic sprays in from the T-side player. Slack's catching 2 kills. Meanwhile, Refresh does get caught off guard, but Keto now alongside Crimbo being tagged up more so. Molotov misses out the toxic barrels. The player still falls forward. Zyphon is burning. Still wins against Crimbo. It's Keto in a 1-on-3 to put us on map point for Big. The tap is good. The second one is not. Sprout are alive, but only just.
And there we go from Slax, right? 2 huge kills out towards that B side. Set that round up. You could see the way that Refresh was just toying with him outside of Monster. Both him and Keto just face to one another. And Sprout end the streak of 3 in a row, respond with their own rounds. But how much more is going to get offered up?
Overpass has certainly been the deliverer of the close games so far in the playoffs, Blake. Overtime yesterday between Ents and Astralis. Sprout within 3 rounds of Big as Refresh takes the forward face, gets Keto to start.
And no one's there to trade, no one's in a position to fight off of the back of him. Instead, it's quick out to the B side from Farford.
Leading the charge, got 1 player to hold the defensive, and that's Zyphon standing his ground, winning the fight back. Smokes in out towards Ram, and the flashbang also sent over, trying to regain that map control ahead of the incendiary. Burning away. The smoke's also down. Sin catches him. Zyphon panics, gives away his angle. Sin will still drop the stair as Tabson finds a trade back ahead of the ramp control. 3-on-2, bomb goes down.
Get the bomb down and now work off your teammate. Crimbo's got to try and get some assistance going.
They're smoked off short on the CT side, so they must be aware they're all inbound from the A site. tabseN trying to get up close and personal and silently dropping in towards water with Crimbo's lineup. tabseN closes, and that is finally map point for Big.
That was a gift. That was an opportunity. One of the best chances Sprout had, but not to be. It's the IGL, the captain of tabseN, to work off his young man. Him and Crimbo. Oh, that's just quality.
4th tactical now for Big. Need 1 round to push us past the finish line. Sprout need 4 to go to overtime. That is crippling as well. The loss bonus hadn't built up. They got 1 good round, got knocked back a peg. The bye should be rough. It should be very rough now for the Sprout camp.
And just knowing for Big, that was the round that was going to be the more difficult one. This is, in theory, what should shape yourself up for the win.
Yeah.
Because like you mentioned, the money's not going to be there, the loss bonus is back. You've got a better chance, a much better chance of winning this round than what you did in the last rifle.
And how poetic is it that Keto, 27 kills, the top fragger, a former Sprout player as well, dishing out the damage and against his former team on their own map pick. M4s for Masters, SMGs, Deagles and P250s. It is a rough buy. Sprout, what can they possibly do to survive here?
Well, they've got a hero M4 out from Refresh. We've seen some of his impact with the aggressive maneuvers towards the top of Park in previous rounds. Now it's a very heavy B stack with Berry being the only spotter towards A.
Smokes in. Berry just jump faces, holding out hope. AK's lean forward and the Molotovs are sent down. Incendiaries to follow suit from the CT side. Trying to suppress, but landing in the midst of the smokes.
Berry just trying to jump spot. And even the rotates, they're going to come slowly, aren't they, Jay? He's got to waste as much time as possible.
Minute to play with. Slow things down on the big side, knowing they've got the firepower advantage. They can't afford to get caught off by any traps of the CT forces.
This is where Sprout have got to make an info play. Aggress short water, aggress connector. They've got to make something happen. It's so stagnant in this round.
Berry will now find the info he needs. Long is contested. Backup is on the way in Stair. Berry re-aggressing. Where does he go with it, though? In the divider.
Just patience. Farfan's hoping for an overextension to come out from divider. They've got to clear this first left angle when they start charging up to A.
Oh, they spam him down. Sin detects it. Flashes now for tabseN getting into the site, not quite catching Stair. Sit to the edge of the smoke. The flashbang does catch him in the second phase. He drops that bomb, all important. 15 seconds, holding off, lining up. Spray is getting another good kill, but not the third. Farvan trades it. Bomb will go down here.
Oh, they might try and deny out from the connector stance. Refresh gets the first, but not the bomb carrier.
And tabseN returns far. SMG back in for the butt from Slacks, holds on to control. Farvan doesn't know what to do. He gets that one pick, focusing on the second, but Slacks keeps Sprout in it. Another clutch held by the Danish core as they get to 12 and stay in overpass.
Refresh gives them a chance. What a jewel that is out towards the top of connector, straight down to default. Allows himself to pick off the damage, comes close onto tabseN, and sets up that clutch. Slacks in so damn quickly, and just the pressure applying down onto Farfan. And Slacks is coming through in an all-important round, a survival one there for Sprout.
Another massive play. Another survival moment for the Sprout camp. 1 out of 4 that they need to bring this back to overtime again on overpass. Big. Got the rifles out as you would expect. Savings in the bank accounts, bomb plant bonus and all. Keto is tagged early, but Farvan creeps up so close. Looking for first contact, tap first on Refresh. Can't adjust to the second player though. They've gained the advantage.
And what an easy pick that is too from Farfan. Just gets a timing, catches a reposition. Doesn't even have to use util in the process. And now they can slow it down. Now they can wait for the reaction. Try and bait a response.
CTs holding 3 players on this B site. Big don't know. They're prodding for information, trying to buy some breathing room in connector. Crimbo, if he gets up top gone, he will be able to get them back into the mid control. It's Big bide their time.
Now Slacks is posted with the AWP looking towards Monster. He's going to take a shot, fall back towards that water angle, try and get as much impact as possible.
Sin looking to swing, the flash is perfect. Slacks gets nothing out of it. tabseN holds on one, Zyphon's blind and gets only one pick of his own right. Sprout can only survive for a little bit of time, staving off the inevitable. A stare, setting a clutch, can't make it happen this one. 16-12 for Big, they've taken the opposing map pick. Sprout wanted overpass, and they still concede it.
That's another map, another series perhaps that can go the way of Big. They'll be so pumped with that one, because this was the start, this was the all-important. Can it be another 2-0 for Big in this event?
It could well be. 500 in the sharp yesterday, and a weakened Sprout looking like a weakened team at this moment. Still brought it close on their own map pick, but Big were the ones that took it overall, and that is the bottom line here, Dwayne. We were mentioning before the match started, before this map had kicked off, that the idea that this is a weakened Sprout side means that they've got to win overpass to have a chance in this series. They've lost it. That's the win condition removed from the board here.
It makes it so difficult going into Nuke. It's not a map that we know historically has been very successful for them. And all you can say here for Big was tabseN and Keto in that first half, and then towards the tail end, Farfan, he started showing up in huge ways.
Such a good set of moments in the early game as well for Sprout. You saw that T side thinking, have they done enough? You know, have they brought in enough rounds? Are they going to be able to just turn it over on the CT basis, bring back from there? Not quite able to work out for them. Sprout, so close, man. It really does suck for them knowing that they got within that 3-round margin.
Well, consider this. Only 2 players for Sprout had a positive KD at the end of that map. Everyone from Big was positive.
Indeed they were, and they had the better stars and the better moments over on their own side. Keto ended up with 28 kills over the course of that one. So it's big success for Big Clan, and Heku's down to talk to one of the players.
Big congratulations, the first map is in your pocket. We saw that there was a little change in the lineup. Were you, I mean, obviously no one expected this, but did you feel that they were playing differently?
They played definitely a little bit differently, but also very strategically. And yeah, they made not many mistakes, to be honest, and it was not easy for us. They made it definitely very hard.
And you probably think like that happened because of Barry, who's like the coach, who's like, most likely was like kind of IGLing for them right now.
Probably he supported the IGLing for sure. It felt like they played really smart CS, but also like we were not 100% there individually as well. So combined of that, that's why we ended up very close game, into a very close game.
Well, we were just told that Lungs is actually coming back for the second map. So I wonder, do you think it's good or bad for you? Because maybe it's good because you will know what to expect, but maybe bad because obviously he's a stronger player than Barry.
Yeah, of course he's a stronger player, but for us it's always the best if the enemy can bring their best, so we can show our best, and yeah, hopefully it feels great and we can have a great second map.
All right, then let's see the best.
Hopefully.
Spoken like a true champion. Gob always wants to see the best out of his opponents when he's going into these fights. And that is right. Heku did tell us Lounce is coming back. He's got the meds. He's feeling a little bit better. And he wants to try and save the day for his team. But sadly, that's their map pick out the way, right? And that's the one that you may have had the best chance going into. But overall, this was, I'll start with Barry, because it's a good topic of conversation. Wasn't too bad, you know. He was giving his all, he was fighting as much as possible. You've got to give him a lot of respect for that performance.
No, I think he did all the right things on their T side. You know, he set up the nade kills. He always jumped in the scenarios to gain information for his players to trade, and it set them up for a lot of rounds. He took a lot of initiatives to take map control in awkward scenarios when flanks were coming in. They needed some new map control to reposition, to be able to defend that bomb site after plant. So he did a lot of those things, which helped. But once he got to the CT side, it was a little bit of a struggle. Then you know about the B side.
I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of it, and obviously, Big seemed to be too, pretty much. And again, you know, for as good of a start, again, Reefer said it in the interview, right? We're bringing out our secret weapon, and they got off to a great start. Honestly, yeah, they lose pistol, but they still managed to get a hold of 6 rounds on the T side of Overpass, which is, well, way better than what we've seen other teams in this tournament do, to put it mildly. So the fact that he was able to contribute here, do a solid job, that was above expectation for me, honestly. And I thought Sprout had a legitimate chance to actually winning this game. The thing is that a lot of things that could have gone wrong did go wrong for Sprout. I mean, pistols, both lost, you know, in each half.
Yep.
Opening frags, not really in their favor by quite a significant margin as well, but they still managed to make it pretty competitive, which is very, very impressive considering the circumstances they had.
as we may have just witnessed Berry's last ever competitive game, hopefully we won't have to stand in it at any point again, we'll have a little look at his almost ace, you know? He almost showed up in big stars.
Yeah.
We started us off in the anti-eco round, right? And you got to win those rounds. You can't really fool around with them. So the double HE kill to set us off, and then obviously a nice little double with Magda, and then gets obviously taken down by the final big player, as we can see here. So a little bit unfortunate that he couldn't get it. I do love the fact that the crowd were 100% in tune with what Refresh was saying. Like every time Barry gets a frag, start cheering. They went wild. Great atmosphere all around. The unfortunate part kind of happens when you get over to the CT side, because Barry sadly didn't get a kill on the CT side.
I can just imagine this moment. Everyone in that booth is just saying, "Go Barry, go get it!"
Everybody's like clearing the path, like running further and further away.
Let him have it, you know?
Yeah.
Why not, for sure. Now, overall though, Big got the job done. We touched on Keto in the pre-game. He had a monstrous time. He is stepping up and pulling it off when they need it.
Yeah, huge clutches, huge kills in difficult moments. He was one of the... He brought back a swing round there on the B side especially, which was huge.
Oh, yeah.
When he got
shot on the slacks.
over the B bomb side. This is the clip right here, and it's just incredibly important for him because they caught the rotation. They got basically a free site there. If they just be a little bit more patient entering, they would have gotten that round. But Keto was there to punish. Well played by him.
Yeah, I mean, he did everything he could have done, really, in that scenario.
And he kept 999.
Yeah, there's no chance he was losing, right? 999, not losing to a team with a stand-in. And to be fair, he did a fantastic job. And he was actually the one who kind of kept it going as well, because to start off the game, it was very much all about Keto and tabseN. And once we got further into the game, we didn't really see too much of tabseN, but we kept seeing Keto. And eventually Faven jumped in on the fun as well, and that's kind of what took them over the finishing line over on the T side. But Keto has been just going from strength to strength, really, in this event.
Now we've got to see if Big, though, can replicate the success on their own map pick of Nuke. That's what's coming up next. So stick with us, get yourself a drink, snack, whatever else you need to do, and make sure you're back in just a few minutes when we go into the second map.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan Krois saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hopi hopi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kunin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Body otaisiko ottaa todella eteellä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarvitsevat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
We're moving on into Nuke, and it's time to see if Big can book their spot to the grand final here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. And that's something I didn't think we'd be saying, considering they were there with the stand-ins, all these plague issues we spoke about. But Sprout, they hit their own issues, but now they're back fired up and ready, but probably at the worst time for their fifth man to come back.
Yeah, but I mean...
better late than never?
Yeah, better late than never, I guess. And we were impressed with the nuke we saw from Big in the previous matchup. So it's going to be a really, really tough game, especially to bounce back after this, just as you mentioned. It's always tough, but I think they still can bring some belief with what they did in the first map with Berry. And actually emulate a stronger performance, a little bit more belief, and let's get to that point where let's just actually bring it this time.
Now, considering the amount of Danes on this roster, you'd think they'd have a better showing when it comes to Nuke, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, they traded one out now. so they lose Barry, so they lose a little bit of the Danish tribe, but you're absolutely right. Like, it's not like Refresh is unbeknownst to Nuke at all, right? Like, having played in Heroic. I guess Stair might be too new, really, to have obviously been in like a lot of these established Danish teams that did play a ton of Nuke, but it is very much a Danish home turf in that sense. And I would expect Sprout to get better at the map as we go along, but again, it takes time to develop a full map pool and all that good stuff. So they might just not have gotten there to that point yet, which is obviously unfortunate because, yeah, now you're coming back with your full strength roster, but you're still going into your assumed worst map you have in the pool.
Yeah, not ideal for them, but we do have their manager Daniel standing by because the players were getting ready, they needed all their time. So let's hear from him and see what he's feeling before this one.
So we have some quite new news, Daniel. Can you please explain me the situation with Lungs? What happened?
Yeah, Lungs has sometimes stomach problems, and we didn't have his medicine ready, but now we get it. And he had 1 hour pause, and now he feels amazing. And then I know, crowd, you all cheered for Barry, and you give some positive spirit, but now our Romanian star, Lungs, is back, and I hope you cheer all for him and give him some power and screaming as loud as you fucking can. Thank you.
So, just one more thing. You expect that this will go to all 3 maps and it's going to be full crazy?
I mean, like, they are better on Nuke, but now Lowy is, like, motivated as fuck, and when Lowy shoots heads, there's nothing. So I hope he will do it. I hope he's fit enough, and then we can see a third map.
All right, then let's see the third map. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Quite the happy potty mouth we have in the Sprout management side of things. But at least they remembered the medicine and got him on track. Obviously, we all expect more now coming into this, right? But it's in this way, like you mentioned the map statistics, you mentioned what we saw from Big yesterday. Big threw in that nuke where we thought having the standard situation, not having Sirius's going to cause them problems. Well, they showed, actually on their T side especially, they look great.
Yeah, but it's heading into nuke. It's not a map they've been performing particularly well on. But there is one bright side. They did beat FaZe in a 1916 win, which is their only win in a relevant time frame. So they need to bring that kind of nuke, but it's very, very hard to do that against a methodical and well-prepared prep team like Big.
Yeah, one of the benefits, obviously, that they will have going into it is the fact that we saw Big play it yesterday. We saw Big with an alternative game plan play yesterday, right?
They don't have that like surprise factor anymore,
right? Exactly, right? So like, if you're seeing a significant change in pace from the Big side because they're playing without Searson, etc., now you're kind of mentally prepared for it. Obviously, seeing kind of what kind of rounds they lead towards us. Your data isn't, or your data set isn't that big, sure, for Sprout, but it's better than nothing. And it's probably better, honestly, than having seen a bunch of big demos with Searson in it, right? Because they definitely played differently. So that's something that they can take into account, and they're going to start on the CT side, so maybe they have a bit of an easier time getting into it. We'll see, obviously, Lounge is going to obviously oftentimes be in very active positions, so we'll see how quick he is to kind of get into the game, get warmed up, because all of these guys have a bit of a head start on him in the semifinals.
But what do you want to see from Lounge coming into it, right? You say the other players got a head start, they'll be more warmed up, but is this an opportunity for him to come in and just change it all, give all this explosive energy in one game and try and change the tide?
I think he's just going to start, you know, obviously on the CT side, he can kind of take it easy to start, feel his way around everything, obviously feel the crowd, the stage, the atmosphere, and everything, and kind of take that in on the easier side. So that's actually a good advantage for him, just jumping in. You don't want to start cold, have a terrible T side, be down, you know, 13-2 or something, and not get anything going. Then you can kind of force duels and get into this awkward headspace. So it's good that he starts on the comfortable side. He gets a little bit of warm-up, and I think he's going to be able to deliver. I hope he feels as amazing as
the manager said.
Yeah,
absolutely. And you know, obviously, as much as we would like for him to have, or as much as we're portraying it as a bit of an easier start to the game, etc., he still needs to be on.
Yes.
Again, like big. A good enough team to the point where Sprout needs, I guess, the three usual suspects in Stair, Siphon, and Lounge to fire off on all cylinders to win.
Well, let's see if that happens. Let's see if Sprout can bounce back, or if Big will be booking their spot to the grand final. Jay and Dweg, it's time for you guys to shine.
Well, once again, the Tigers have healed on the Sprout side. Long's back in server and back ready to go. Probably missed the mark to have the most amount of impact, in my opinion, though. That was the Sprout map pick that they've just conceded. Maybe if Longs was in server, they could have had a bit more to get that first one on the board. But now the reality is that they're down by one. He's going to have to be the big star now to step up, bring back Nuke, and take us to a third.
And we've got to be realistic with ourselves. This is going to be a challenge, a very tough affair if Sprout want to send this to a third map. Nuke is not a map to their liking at all. 1 win and 5 losses in the last 3 months for them. For Big, we saw it against 500, and we saw comfortability on that map pick.
Indeed we did. The notion that it was only just yesterday as well where they scored the 16-13. It was still a little bit of a close affair from 500 to bring back something. So it does show to me that Big is still not unbeatable here on this map up, right? It's still plausible that you can make this close and you can still bring it back. But ultimately, you need that 16. That's what Sprout need the most. So let's see whether they can take it. CT side start for the Danish core as we kick things off with a pistol round.
And for Sprout, it's all about being positive from the absolute get-go, and this means the pistol round. This means the first round of the second map. Long's playing out towards a ramp control. Fast in from Big.
Keto quick up, first contact, trying to spot the man. Did see him, but couldn't quite get the headshot. Very quick there from the Glock. Couldn't quite see the man get the shot at the same time. Long's backed up as Refresh on the back of the A site will receive the utility inbound from the T side, but no commitment yet here from Big.
A very fakey with a top side split to come out towards a ramp challenge. Even Xiphon trying to peek out from hell. He knows exactly what's going on.
Taps doing a bit of damage to Keto. Longs now on the back of the bomb site. Get the first headshot, but only the first. Drawing first blood before trades come in. Stair, however, does strike, and Slacks is on the other side now to try and prod forward. T's down by a man here on the Big side. The bomb is on the site to get planted soon.
They try and get that extra cash injection. Tabson noses the player out towards single door. It's all a matter of time until they can press forward out towards the doubles, but Slack still gets a kill before finally being dropped.
Even doing damage to Farben at that low HP. That's very good, but Farben is still fragging. He gets his second. It's a 2-on-2. And now they're in the bomb site with 2 CTs locked outside of doorways to try and get themselves back in.
Bomb plant being out towards the backside of the pillar. You've got both pace and acceleration out towards double doors. This is being heard.
Farben watching out for that back line, watching out for anyone coming in from ramp. They're unawares of how many players are out here, just that the doors got opened. They'll move together. Close up from Crimbo. Doesn't quite last long, and Farben's out of ammo. 2 headshots to gain. First man falls, but Refresh is a bit quicker. 3 HP, he clutches it for Sprout as they get the defuse and get the pistol.
And Refresh, the IGL, one of his best maps in the pool actually is Nuke. And we can expect him to come through with some important rounds, get them over the line. That's an excellent starter for them, but think about it from the Big perspective. 4 kills and the bomb plant. You might be thinking about buying up in the second round, putting that pressure right back on. Refresh doing absolutely everything. What a great bait from him to come out of the double doors. And then, of course, the final connection, the final bullet being landed onto Farfen.
Risky play, but did work out for them. And at that point, you do need risks for Sprout. How many do they take over the course of this map up? Big opting to go safe in the next round as well. Bomb plant bonus, but still opting with an eco and a scout.
I try and get as much out of this as possible, but their main influence is going to be on the rifle round. Farfen up here towards the top of the silo onto Slacks.
Shots ringing out from him. Flash is sent over as well, turning away. Stair leans forward, Keto caught. Less than 70 HP for him.
And Slacks could just continue to back off, be a little bit further back, passive out there towards Hell. Even the spam towards main, no one there at all. Sprout, very deep in this sort of round. Not many info plays.
Crimbo holding. taps continue to come through from these pistols. The Deagle's desperate to get a lucky wallbang or so. Finally, Stair comes up from the lower portion of Secret. Kills found on Sin and Keto, taps and drops the Zyphon. This eco gets cleaned up pretty effectively by Sprout as they find their contact and do not miss a single kill.
And for Big, they invested only little into that round, but not much has been presented at all. Crimbo just trying to see if he can find an exit out here towards the back of T-Red. And D going back and forth with a couple of bullets, but Zyphon's going to be able to end it out. So Sprout, in the anti-eco, find themselves a very just round that's clean. They don't lose anyone.
Yeah, that's what we want to see out of those kind of rounds. Shenanigans, of course, do apply when appropriate, but that is the way that eco should go. And Sprout take control for it, get their start up 2 in a row. The guns come in from Big, though, and they have the AKs to respond to what is still a bonus buy here for the CT side.
And now just knowing here for Sprout that you can have that long-range engagement again from Slacks, out to Garage, out to Credit Card, to spot outside. And Tabson putting some nades down towards that outside cross. You've got the roll of smokes to come through. Only a single lurk, though, from Sin.
Stair bursting through the smoke, doing damage onto Sin. And blind past the cross, still connects the man on the second face. Unlikely that kill comes in, but just blind firing does work out in some cases. And that was one of those.
Slacks is trying to get deep out towards the back of Red, but he's been seen already.
Scout shot misses. The one player trying to adjust towards Tabson. Stair does come in with a decent trade, but gives away a little bit too much to Crimbo. Head gainer with 3-on-3. And Lornix now back at Dark. Tabson walks right past him. That's 1 kill. Only 1 kill. Refresh in with the trades. Back side of the rafters. And Keto left alone 1-on-2, trying his best to tap onto a headshot. Now they peek together and force him away.
He's going to try and double bluff them. Peek back in towards that left-hand side. Force refresh out to the open. And you could just see how much of a reposition there was down towards that lower bomb site. That's a great stack play from Sprout.
A good win for them as well, considering that was a bonus buy. Rifles set back in for them once again with no limitations, as you can see. One from Arsenal staying in for Zyphon, the AWP out for Slacks. And the basic pistols in for Big, who are down to eco again.
And we saw 7 rounds on the T side against 500 yesterday for Big, so expect a somewhat similar goal from them here today. Down 0-3, should be 0-4. Sprout couldn't ask for a better start.
You should get this fourth, as you mentioned. Big will try pull something out of the hat, but it's unlikely that it really comes through for them. Refresh, ready at close quarters. Trying to mow down the T-side as they come, but they're playing more careful than that.
And knowing that now Slacks has got the AWP, that things are moving forward more on the front foot here for Sprout, this is an opportunity for him to show himself, because we didn't get to see much on the first mount.
Prod down from Stair, down into the vents. Now hold off against potential vent dives from Big. Still undecided as what they're going to do here.
It seems like it is going to be the upper play, try and see if they can maneuver their way out towards a hut control and through there from Squeak Door. And first molly being lined up from the back default. It's all about the initial flashes.
Waiting for that pop. Big standby. Gonna wait till the timer hits a certain marker. Not 45 seconds. 40 seconds perhaps. Yep. Here they come. Flashes, Molotov sent, AWP might get a little bit overwhelmed. His teammates on the back of the bomb site do get those kills. Crimbo with 1 decent trade. Now the M4's coming to pick up the rest of the pieces. 1 player left standing. Slacks deals with him. That's 3 alive for Sprout. Indeed, a confident fourth goes their way.
And I like the way that Sprout adapted there. You had yourself getting flashed off towards a heaven control. You end up just forcing back, but then eventually once the flash starts to clear, you get straight in there. You make sure that you don't give that respect forward. You try and put a challenge down, disallow any bomb control. And in the 4 rounds that we've seen on Nuke, it's only been 1 bomb plant, and that was just a pistol.
Now the guns come in for Big to try and get another, preferably a round as well. Quick into the lobby control once again. Keto going to charge out initially. He was going to get himself towards the hut position, but not try and face outside of it. Try and run some basic wall bangs on pre-fire positions, but no one standing there on the ground floor.
He got Zyphon slightly wide out towards a heaven presence. Doesn't know about the walkout towards a Squeak Door. That's actually Lonks going down in the vent control silently right now.
Farven be allowed a lot out of this. There's no one in lower for the CT forces. You have got 1 player playing around the smokes towards the diagonals, but won't be able to protect against this. They can make their way into B side very quickly.
Stair. How much does he get?
Potentially 3'd around the corner. Lineup is perfect. Triple not gained. Crimbo holds the line, but a 4-on-3 game for Sprout.
And knowing that Longs can be here so quickly towards the double doors, this could put even more empowerment out towards a secret presence.
Adjustment not quite there for the Star, remaining 3-on-3 as a result. Into the bomb site they'll look to go. The bomb, a little bit of tailing behind. Refresh could potentially cut it off. It does go down towards the toxic barrels as Farven drops. Now Crimbo's isolated, does get the plant in time. And now Keto is all that remains. Very far away on the upper site. Diffuse is tapped once. They try and suss him out. But this should be a successful round for Sprout.
There's nothing that Keto can do. He's hoping to cut rotates. He's hoping to slow that round down. Instead, both of his players towards lower have been caught, so Refresh is going to stick the bomb. That's going to be a 5th round being gained there from Sprout. And I love that pressure being applied there from Refresh. As soon as the bomb goes down, look at the charge out to Crimbo. Doesn't give him any space to work with.
And now Big are getting spooled up here. They're starting to find a little bit of their confidence of their own right. And one of these two teams being knocked out in the top 4 of this stage. They both had their struggles in the Elisa Invitationals in the past, particularly when Big get the invites to the quarterfinals. Sprout again having to work through the main twist at certain periods.
But they've gone twice out in the playoff round 1, so only top 12 placing twice, never gone further than that. So this is actually a position for both teams in Elisa events. They've never been in a semi-final before.
And how special would it be to be on the Grand Finals of Masters? It's really what the bottom line is for both these squads. Big want to try pace their way into the finals. Half invest with a couple of rifles. The Tech-9 is what leads the charge down in secret, and they've made all that progress as Slacks picks up Keto to start.
And now it's going to have to be the ramp take. Put some pressure down onto Longs. Slacks finds that first pick already with the big green. And now for Big, it's how they can find themselves the regroup, get down towards that lower portion.
Tabson picked up by Refresh behind the smoke. To kill found to a 5-on-3 now. AWP posted for Slacks. Jump face from Farmander's bait team. He still refaces for it though. Molotov sent back to his position, and Sin comes up from the lower bomb site. Gets a kill on Slacks, buys a bit of breathing room with Farvan finding Longs as well. It's an advantage for Sprout now.
And the issue of even getting the bomb plant probably won't happen. Stairs repositioned in quickly.
M4 backed up, swing, spray, Farvan is traded, and Sin is left alone with the AWP versus 3. Shot baited, swing out to the right-hand side. Stair will get the kill, and the streak will continue for Sprout. Even though these rounds are getting closer for the Big side, at the end of the day, if you get a good CT half in, no matter how one-sided or back and forth the rounds will look, if you get a good start, it can turn to Jello very easily.
And I think for Sprout, this is a fresh start. Yes, you've lost the first map in the series. You're going out to Nuke, which is Big Map's pick, but your main man's back involved. You're playing with your full 5. You don't have your coach Barry standing in going into this one. So everyone's positive. Everyone's feeling good. You're up 6-0. You feel as if everything is going into your favor right now.
Aggression from Slacks just proving the point. The AWP prodding towards outside does get forced back by those flashbangs, but he was so ready to take some aggressive kills. Stair will stand by and wait. Sin checks out all the corners, particularly back at red box in the midst of the smoke. He will make some noise. So the AWP's posted and standing to receive.
Slacks has got that crossfire out there from main, so doesn't have to swing out too wide. It's all a matter of timing until Sin is able to catch him off if he starts over peeking. Looking down it towards credit, still not been seen.
Doesn't catch the info on either player though. He's aware that there's one player downstairs. Is he aware of the player on the mini boost? Apparently not. He's going to fall back, play a bit more of a passive angle.
And for Big, this is where they've got to start looking at some of those key entities to make something happen. Is it a Tabson, is it a Keto, maybe even a Farfan to open up an entry kill, to give themselves a workability on a 5v4. Refresh working out towards that lower bomb site. Can rotate down as Keto takes outside.
AWP is trying to hunt for him. There's 2 players to receive, and now he's going to have the high ground advantage above the big green. Checking positions, adjustment still there for Slacks, but Sin is able to respond.
And now even Thompson's able to crack back in towards the upper. Actually, Refresh only gets 1, but Stair's still alive.
Still more players as well out from that hot position. Farvan repositioning back towards Squeaky, leaving it all on launch now. 1-on-2, yet to truly get started. He's got 4 kills at least, but not at the top of the board right now for the CT Force, who's making his way quickly up to check the rafters. Look towards 1 kill, get the adjustment. 1-on-1, Farvan is low HP as well. Longs 100 to play with, and the engagement still goes well for Big as they get there first on the board.
Farfan coming through with an all-important round. I think it just showed there towards outside the control that they were able to put down onto the AWP. But Slacks was able to deal with that first player up high of Keto, but just gets instantly traded by Sin. Tabson then responds out from the squeak door and the hut control, and it comes down to a back-and-forth trading game that works out in favor of Big. Tactical timeout, Barry can call it. Now a very similar situation where Godby on the other side, coaching could call the tacticals. Barry can do the same now.
Takes his moment. Again, that 6th perspective that we talked about in map 1, regained on the Sprout side. Right time to abuse it and use it to get yourselves the insight as to why they lost that first round. Stop Big from gaining another. vitally important to the Sprout camp. They have that buyback once again, but they don't have another one for the follow-up round. The money's been exhausted.
And this is for big stance where you attack, where you start coming back in, where you start grinding up the T rounds. This is a perfect opportunity. The Sprout, no, let's keep the tempo, let's keep the opening stances continuous. Early nades out towards that squeak door. k1to trying to get aggressive into Hut again.
Molotov sent. Burst through the AKs, the M4 on Stair. The smoke's coming towards the general direction. We'll try and block off towards the mini-cross. Still holds his nerve at the top end boost. Does find Sin, but tabseN catches him dropping off that position.
And now he can start making a little bit more of a play down towards Secret. You've got Refresh out on the other side. Can't afford to cross through from those smokes. There's more players behind it. T-Red that he doesn't know about.
How far does he extend? How much does he gain out of this? Re-smokes on from the CT side, and the initial ones of the cross will start to fade. His back's going to be turned, though. k1to's going to grab him.
And now even Zyphon's got it for a spawn, and it just doesn't happen. The M4 gets caught out in the open. Big have got everything going their way.
Slacks and Lonks, 2 players versus 4. Big to get their first on the board and continue to recover the deficit that the Sprout side have gained. Still playing it slow, though, aware that there could still be some cheeky plays in from these two. But so far, so quiet on Nuke.
And tabseN's waiting to cut that rotate off. Even Farfen's expecting the wrap stab. And just knowing you've got time, you've got a lower bomb site, if you're able to get the bomb down and then start hunting, think about what we might see in the next round for Sprout.
The key thing, right? No money, no loss bonus. Opening up Decon door, of course, going to reveal themselves to be on that B-bomb site. The plant secured, uncontested by Sprout. They don't want to have anything to do with any sort of post-plant or retakes. Trying to escape back towards lobby, but right into the clutches of Farven here.
Sprout hoping to try and maintain both of these weapons. And for Sprout, the last time that they were in a semi-final was against Saw online only a few months ago. It went down as an 0-2 loss. We saw Saw in this event, and we saw them go out of the group stage. Big, though, we know how many times they've been in these positions.
We'll see 2 players go out of the round there for the Sprout side. Slacks and Longs unable to hold onto their weapons. It's another good round for the big side. No real buy potential for Sprouts. Tactical has been taken by them as well. Their second of the game. Back-to-back as well.
Even Stair, just how quickly he just gets caught on. And for Refresh, he thinks, okay, the smokes are clearing. We probably have an inkling that tabseN's moving down towards Secret, so I'm going to trail him. I'm going to get in from behind. What he doesn't know is that patience. You've got k1to and Ko just sitting there at the back of T-Red, and Refresh just goes, man, how are they still there? How have they not crossed down to lower yet?
No questions asked about this round as well. Sprout, USP is in. Harsh eco that Big should be able to deal with. Make this run a pretty simple affair to get their own 3 on the board, their own little streak running on the T-side line. Sprout, the flawlessness that they had gained in the early game has all but disappeared at this stage. Quick from tabseN, leading the charge towards the outside. Red box crossbows coming in a little bit late, but no one's there to contest it.
And just knowing that there is a gamble stack, all the pressure in the world is going to be on dropping this one AK. And tabseN just trying to spot. He's got teammates behind him at Secret, still towards outside. Big have got plenty of options in this round.
Smoke sent, Molly's down, k1to watching upstairs towards the heaven position. Flashbangs do come in to blind him off. I think there was a T-flash though. And in at the locker rooms, a tripod forward of the smoke. Zyphon, what can you gain from this position? You might catch players off guard, but a kill to be found is still going to be difficult with the USP here. His best window is closed upon him. He still does find Sin though, that's something.
Drops the bomb, AK gets recovered. Things getting a little bit awkward. k1to recovers things, but he still falls in the process.
Deagler Stair needs to get out of the way, doesn't quite do so. Back to a 2-on-2. Very good damage being done by Sprout. The question is, can they still convert this round? The bomb's going to leave them very little time on Big. How does Sprout adjust to this?
Well, they've just got to play it cautiously. They've got to stack together if they can. Recover a weapon towards outside. You've got Refresh as a wraparound. They might not expect this sort of angle.
Got to go in for Mini, else Refresh will punish it. He does make his way towards outside, making a lot of noise as well. So Farven's going to go for the hunt. Refresh being quiet about this. Meanwhile, on the actual bomb site, Lornix could find the man. Refresh playing Ring of Roses like this. Flawless does fall down in the end. The Refresh gets tapped up by Farven. Good effort there from Sprout. 3 players to fall on Big will do some damage. How close did they get to making that round work?
Very close. Very nerve-wracking in that sort of round. And Sprout, everything is going to be coming down to how much they can get on this City side, because Jay, 28% round win on the T side of Nuke in the last 3 months does not scream positives. So we're looking at a conversation of double digits. If you really want to be real with yourself, Sprout need double digits, as close to as possible in this first half.
We're forced to get there. This will be one round that they can gain them. Damage being done to Farven. Very quick pop in towards the A site. It looks like an issue to go out towards the sweet door. Refresh runs out of ammo. The USP's pulled out. Zyphon's there to at least hold the trades and a man advantage maintained by Sprout. With Sin being low HP, this could still work out for them as Zyphon capitalizes upon that kill. One man with the bomb now dives into the vent. Tabson and Crimbo, very different positions, forming up towards that B side, but Crimbo's down. It's all Tabson to run into their star player on Sprout and lose his life with no plant secured.
And what a hold coming through from Refresh. You can see the way that he disallows any of that control with a quick pop out from Squeak Door. Even Zyphon up there towards a Mustang angle just drops 2, allows himself to waste time, and then Lorx just gets into a very quick reposition down to that lower bomb site. 3 rounds in a row for Big, and answer back in a rifle from Sprout.
Back to 4 rounds in the lead here. Guns, of course, will get rebought back by Big. Galilian for Tabson, though. The cracks in the economy game are starting to show here. Not a lot in the reserve either, so potential swing round for Sprout. Really reset them and get close to those double digits at least.
You got Lorx out here towards a ramp control with the AK. Does drop down, thinks about a maneuver down towards lower because there is a cross smoke outside. Slacks with the NWP, just gets blinded.
That flash is so perfectly timed to follow up there as well. Longs does get flanked in by Tabson, so the pickup found. Slacks unawares of how close Keto was going to be. Focused on the ramp control when he made his way out towards Hell in the corner. He does get spotted, but Keto wins the fight. Looking to double up, and that's exactly what he does.
Stairs the last one. Even Sin's able to find one down at lower. 1v5. And how does that happen? How do we just have a convincing round to come through from Sprout and then an answer back towards a ramp control where it's explosive and it's clean?
And it's similarly confident from Big. Again, it was a swing round. Money loss bonus. Knocked back a peg from Sprout's 1-round victory. So not the max. The AWP needs to stay in. The money is a little bit exhausted thanks to the investments, and they're going hunting as well. Damage done. Swing back. Stair does not survive. And therefore, that weakens the buy now for the Sprout side.
You say buy. I don't know about that, Jay. We might not even have one. You've got 3 players that can get rifles. Everybody else is very limited. So they've got to make a tough decision here. Do we force with limitations, or do we play it safe? Do we have them on the ropes, or do we not?
They do. They force it up.
Ooh, this might be a round we look back on.
I mean, certainly so. You can consider that position. The AWP would have been nice to hold around the M4s. You can see what saving that AWP could have done to the Sprout buy. They wanted to continue to commit towards it. Fast players in from Big, meanwhile, trying to overwhelm with Strip Force. Flashbangs keeping players blind. Farven and Keto still save tabs, and the refresh and Zyphon a fall. Lawrence gets only 1 frag for it, and they have the A site.
I think you're gone. You're out of this. You don't have the nades. You don't have the kit. You're down by 1. You instant save. And again, you might look back at that round and it could be a difference maker. Could have had a perfect rifle to come into the next. I think that's a very good adjustment there from Tabson, realizing the money's not great. If they do buy, it's not going to be fantastic. Let's just send it. Let's beat them with aggression.
With max loss bonus in for Sprout, they should be able to justify a force in for this round with all 3 of these rifles staying in. Unless Farven finds Longs. That might change things a little bit because that was an M4 to drop, not the Scout. Stair should survive. Slack should similar story for him. Stair is trying to look for an exit frag. A bit risky for my money. Again, I'd be playing passive to try and hold on to the right weapon above all else. Oh, does give himself up. I don't think he'll be hunted down, though. Indeed, he holds his nerve for the 5th round now for Big.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Nothing that they can do at all. Hold on to those couple of M4s. Maybe have some upgraded pistols around it. 2,400 loss bonus going into 29 in the next round. Big. Consider the idea they're down 0-6. This is a pretty good recovery to me.
Certainly on the T side, it has looked far better than how the start of the matchup indicated. Sprouts had to receive the aggression again, the fast pacing in for the vent dive, but this time Stair can mow them down. Block off Tabson, damage onto Crimbo. Farven took a little bit of that himself. One player does get downstairs in the vent dive though, and Lawrence has got to adjust for it.
It's whether he can adapt here towards Farfen. Now he's now going to give up the ghost out towards Secret that he's down here. Sprout have a lot of players that can come in towards Secret.
He's got the bomb on him as well, but Sin's going to get picked up by Stair. That's a 5-on-3. Sprout have been partial to steal rounds in the past. This time with the extra firepower, it's bolstered upstairs with the 2K. Farven looking for his way in and look at refresh. 5-7 up against it, turns in, does drop to Keto, but Stair's going to catch off Farven. That's the bomb in CT control now.
And this is very uncomfortable. This looks ever so promising here from Sprout. You've got Crimbo and Keto to work off one another, but realistically, to work together downstairs with a low HP individual and the bomb being dropped, there should be no way back.
Crimbo and Keto taking their time with it. They have a little bit to play with. Only 45 seconds worth. They're just being passive, careful, so far away from the lower entry positions, and one player's even escaping towards CT. This looks like a safe call to me.
It could be. They realise this round isn't winnable. They realise that there is no opportunity in this at all to recover things. And we've seen quite a few steals coming through from Sprout.
Yes, we have. Proving pivotal to their game here to keep them up at 8, winning the half. Still need 2 in a row to get that double digit that you mentioned, Dwayne. Might be important, might be required for the Sprout side on CT side. At least they can recover a couple of weapons here. AK staying in for Slacks, of course. M4 and Scout still out. Can upgrade that Scout to an AWP. Lornox should buy, Refresh should buy. Be 8-5 now for the CT side.
And while we have seen an overtime victory for Sprout against FaZe, we've seen losses to Eternal Fire, B&E, Bait, K23 and Spirit, a lot of them being one-sided.
There he is. The Longs fan club all the way from Romania. Thanks for joining us, boys. And right now, he's doing all that he can to make his country proud, make his squad proud at the moment. But he's not the top fragger. Stair is the man to watch out for on Sprout.
I think it's understandable. Look at the performance that he was able to put in map number 1. He was very clinical in some of those post plants, very clinical getting some of the clutches together. And one of the guys that was very impressive out in the group stage, currently the 7th highest rated player in the event.
2 rounds left in this half. Big back up on the guns for it. 3rd tactical was just called in by Sprout as well. What could they discuss? What do they think about here?
Well, it's about economical management. The last thing they want to do is get reset again. So it's about providing emphasis on this sort of round to follow up, to make it 10-5 towards the tail end. You got Farfen putting some nades towards out from the squeak door. Now, they did vent dive in the previous, but they don't do it this time.
Refresh just hugging the edge of the fire there. The nade stack from Crimbo and Tabson, though. That does find Zyphon. Advantage for Big.
Now, we call that a big special, don't we, Jay? Out of the book, the creativity comes through with a triple nade stack. And you might see it on Overpass. It's a little bit less common on Nuke.
Off the back of that kill, Big are going to slow things down. 1:20 to work with. Stair tanked to 9 HP meanwhile. Things are starting to go off the rails for Sprout once again, taking a moment's respite, and Big just bounced back in an instant for it.
Now, Stair needs to try and get a flash out for his teammates. Sit dark out, the openings are gone.
Oh, Longs has come up with 2 in from Secret, though, looking for the triple. We can't quite land it. Refresh comes in with support. Spray does damage, but the Deagle's pulled out, and Longs can't get it himself. Slacks now, left alone in the 1-on-2. The AWP picked up, can't quite land the first shot. We'll have to reposition back towards the Heaven control. Look onto Mini, that's where they're inbound from. He drops in, and he can't hit the shot either. Oh, a little bit too far out. Had he held his position, maybe the shot would have connected. Maybe he would have held some chance in the 1-on-1. But not to be. Rip Dust 2, by the way.
Slacks, one of the most experienced players that we have on this Sprout team. Coming up to 120 maps played on land, the majority of them with their Sprout. Not to be in the clutch scenario, and Big. Look at what that's done to the buy potential. But in saying that, Sprout have come through with a lot of these wins in these sort of buys.
Even worse than these buys at times.
Very true.
Scouts, M4s, 5-7 inbound for Refresh as part of the main limiting factors here for the Sprout camp. Setting that pistol up as close as he can, but didn't see contact. The swing comes in from Farven, but Zyphon able to adjust towards it, so focused on that top part, so he's punished for it by the M4.
And just trying to catch a timing, trying to swing out wide and gets red because of it. Even Sin with a slight press towards outside gets punished down to 31 HP. And for Sprout, this is looking very much with a lot of momentum in this sort of round. You got the first pick, you've done more damage onto Sin. Now you can just play simple crossfires from this point onwards.
Big once again off the back of their defaults, happy to slow things down. Play careful. Smoke Sin and Tabson catches Zyphon just before it blooms. That's perfect to trade.
What a timing coming through from Tabson. And now for Big, there is an opening out here towards ramp. Lonks is the only player with the M4 trying to play out towards that health control. Tabson just trying to keep more of that attention over towards lobby.
Chipping away at the HP bars. Bit by bit. Sprout will get whittled down. 45 seconds. They're going in aggressive as well. Refresh needs to win this fight. Trying to escape, but gets caught with his back turned to Tabson. Smokes up towards Mini. Stair trying to make his way ahead of it. Could still charge down against 2, but there's a counter smoke also towards Squeaky. All 3 players down on the B side, and Slacks trying to hold his nerve. Scout in hand. Another smoke comes through. Incendiary try to block off the back of the site, but the bomb plant comes in amongst it, and the sway through from Lorks comes up good with Slacks' kill.
Look at Sin though. He's got a backstab. He's out towards a ramp control. He can get him in behind.
Tabson coming up. Stair looks forward. Slacks adjusts. Sin gets caught. Tabson goes down as well, and Crimbo stands alone against 3. Gets the first. Bursting through on a second and trying to stall for time. The taps are brilliant, and now he's locked on Stair. Taps continue. Needs to hit that one good shot, and he lands it. A full-on 1v3 to close the half for Big.
Oh, Crimbo. He plays it like a vet for the young man. What a way to end it down. What a confident end to the half.
And what a recovery for Big, for 0-6 now to 7-8, favouring Sprout still as we head to the break in their difficult half after this.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An 8-7 half that Sprout barely were able to take, brought back for a single round difference by Crimbo's 3K in full-on clutch there, Dwayne. A hell of a way to close out the half. The question on my mind, though, is have Sprout done enough on the CT side?
6 maps a nuke in the last 3 months. They average 4 rounds on the T side. It's not a juicy number to be happy at. It's not a number that you can look at with an 8-7 half and say, we got this in the bag. We're going to map 3. They're going to need the crowd. They're going to need the X factor. And they're going to need every positive in the world to close out the second half.
They're going to need to look towards their star players. Long still yet to see him top the board. Currently middle at 10 kills. Stair has been leading the charge, however, throughout the course of this entire series. We're looking towards somebody to try and fill up his shoes on map 1. And he continues his performance on map 2. 8-7. Single round to separate. We've still got a hell of a half ahead of us. But will it be one-sided for Big?
Could be very quick. Out of the gate towards the squeak pop. They're trying to go down, but Tabson drops the first.
Instant dome in on Stair. Zyphon is sent down the vent control. Diving in to try and set up the B hit. Farben set for the B defensive. USP ready and waiting. Looking for the shots back. Sin's going to get goosed down to 3 HP meanwhile as they look for the engagements but not get the kill. Slacks does find one to return and Farben is low HP. It's a 4-on-4 with a bomb down.
Even Refresh can try and cut those rotates out towards a mini position, try and catch Sin or even Kirimbo. No, you got the likes of Keto actually from main.
And Kirimbo follows suit to the man advantage on the Julies here. Glock's pulled out, Zyphon and Lorgs trying to hold on. As Slacks is dropped, Zyphon gets one, Kirimbo trades it. Lorgs with a 1 versus 2 when he can't get it. Keto comes in with support, too many angles to watch for. As Big take another pistol.
And remember what we saw from Keto on that city side of Overpass. He was the second man. He was the guy that was backing up tabseN in so many of those engagements. Big could not have asked for a better start in that second half. They have that first duel that gets won out by tabseN, and then diving down, Kirimbo and Keto work together. Sprout have got a bomb plant, and they want to force.
8 apiece. Big have equalized, and you mentioned that bomb plant bonus for Sprout. Big, similar story on their T side, didn't abuse it. This time it will be the force up. AK only on Stair though. Galil scout, and I think there's a Glock there for Refresh as well, not opting to go much heavier. May have actually dropped that weapon over to Stair.
Try and get as much out of it as possible. Sin, early HE towards the backside. Big. Now we've seen them lose some of these force buys. This is all about them keeping that round 2 conversion.
AK's up. Spot spray. Stair wins that first trade, but tabseN back in with 2 of his own. M4 engaging the headshots and now backing off.
tabseN being able to provide so much assistance towards outside, and what that might actually do is drive a little bit more presence in towards main. He's got a teammate with him. It's actually the shotgun from Keto. Now we see him normally playing around the hut control. Instead this time he's down to the lower portion.
Trading out weapons here towards the outside. Refresh trying to prod in towards that mini entrance. tabseN meanwhile marking in alongside Kirimbo to check the lobby control alongside Father. No one's there for Sprout. It's an info play for Big.
And this is looking very promising. Mount advantage cleared out lobby. The only inkling that you have is that they've got to be towards outside. Now Slacks is going to be able to pick up another rifle. That's an M4 now.
What can he do with it? Where's the AK as well? There was one in play for Stair. Cover that for firepower basis for Sprout if plausible. Kirimbo makes his lean in, the M4. Checking up the rafters, but Slacks has dived away.
And that would have been heard from tabseN. It's all about a bait, though, all about the draw. Fight being won out from tabseN again. And now for Big, they've got so much going for them.
2 left standing. Kirimbo does get picked up, but Keto and Farven close it down. Lead regained for Big for the first time so far in this map-up. Not for the first time in this series, though.
And it's incredible to think that Sprout have not been able to get double digits and Big have a lead when you're up 6-0. Sprout have to look at that first beginning and said, we got the round streak. We got the round after round. But since that point onwards, there's been a shift in control that's going the way of Big.
They've shifted up into the lead. Sprout shifting down into the eco round. Force buy didn't work, no bomb plant bonus. Quickly aggressive from the SMGs here. Look at how aggressive they're going to go all the way towards outside for one. MP9 could get a lot of cash out of this. Refresh going to adjust towards tabseN. He'll leave his teammates for dead as tabseN able to get a tidy double and a triple. Adjustment so good for Big.
And we saw tabseN dropping nearly 30 kills against 500 on Nuke yesterday. Now he might not be in the similar portion with the frags, but it's coming through with the impact. Keto trying to see if he can get some more money behind him. Get that big green out for tabseN in the next round. Stair 1v2, low HP though.
Oh, he's caught one off. That's Keto, not quite aware of his surroundings. Stair. What can he find here? One good bullet against Kirimbo could still win the clutch, and overall Sprout could be happy with the damage they've done. Let's entertain this clutch for a minute, though. He's got the bomb on his back, and Kirimbo is going the whole 9 yards around the map.
And this is very doable. This is an excellent position for Stair to be in, and it's a matter of timing. He's hoping that Kirimbo's going to get aggressive towards the lobby control, but this angle, this should be too solid for Kirimbo.
Yeah, Stair's got to be the man to make the move. He needs that bomb plant. Trying to face around the corner. Oh, but Kirimbo's moving. Deagle shots not connecting. Good flick adjustment, overcooked it by a tiny amount. And Big will just about claim the round, but again, Sprout will claim lives. Damage has been done to the Big economy.
And I can just imagine the likes of tabseN and GOB being relieved of that round, but focusing in on the next. Focusing in on that rifle round, because you're right, the economical reset will be there. tabseN felt as if he was doing a lot of farm damage towards outside. He was making a lot happen, and then sort of out of nowhere, it starts becoming very impactful, and you're actually losing a lot of casualties.
You can see what the money looks like for Big as a result. Sprout, a chance to swing back to their favor, convert momentum, and start off their T-side with potentially 2 in a row. Mentioned the average of 4 rounds on the T-sides for Sprout. That's already half of those gains. Another good rifle round off the back of that to fulfill the full 9 yards, and then from there, what can they do off the back of that? Smokes in, Keto trying to extinguish the flames put up by the utility prod towards A site. Outside, it's staring towards Mini, and Sin gets caught for it.
You got players rotating up quickly. Keto's still got a hold out here towards the left-hand side, towards the squeeze door. He doesn't find anything, turning away from the flashes, and Longs and Stair find entry.
And Tabson doesn't stand a chance either. That is the most confident round we've seen from Sprout all day. All 5 alive with bomb down, and Crimbo with no chance.
1v5 just to hold on to it. And just when Sprout are able to find so many casualties when it comes to kills in the last round on the Eco, now it's been able to be followed up onto a rifle round. That's going to hit home when it comes to the money being farmed up.
No hunt for Sprout here. Go back to safety, save those guns, because the money is in a little bit of a pickle. Obviously better than it is for Big with the round win coming in and no loss bonus for the CT side. But even so, don't want to concede any of these guns here to Crimbo's exit frags. It's a smarter call to make for the Sprout side. The guns will stay in for both teams. The M4 are part of the next buy-up, if there even is one for Big. Again, the economy to be questioned at this stage.
Oh, we've seen Sprout playing 4 land best of 3s in the last 3 months. Big have played 14. So you just compare the idea that nearly 4 times as many matches in the favor of the Germans. And Sprout have got to use this experience, use map number 1, give themselves as much as possible. Again, they had a good group stage. 4 wins, 1 loss. The only loss actually coming to Big on Vertigo. Outside of that, they were flawless against everyone.
A small tech pause before we go any further. Hopefully won't last too long. Everyone's itching to get back into this game as quickly, especially on the Sprout camp. Again, they found a bit of momentum. They found a swing round above the Big camp. The economy should lead to an eco for my money. I think Crimbo might be the only real rifle, only real weapon to work with in this context. Is there a steal on the table? We've seen so many from Sprout over the course of the first half. Will it be the same story for Big?
It's a difficult position to even put yourself in, knowing that you've got a safety in M4, knowing that you had single round loss bonus, you don't really have any money in the bank to rely on at all. Yeah, they'd love to be able to get at least something out of that M4, as much out of it from Crimbo as possible. Now, kill distribution is very solid right now for Big. You've got Farfan up there at 15 kills, Tabson at 15, Crimbo 15, and Keto 12. So between those 4, it's very tight. But it's who's going to start moving forward, who's going to start getting into those high 20s, who's going to be able to push Big in a position of closing down this second map in a 2-0.
Indeed, it will be mostly an eco for Big here. Upgrade pistols are in effect. And that M4 save for Crimbo. Be the highlight man of the CT side, playing aggressive as well towards outside. Stairs hunting him down. Who's going to find the pick, though?
Stair trying to see if he can work towards outside. Clear out Africa, look back down towards that secret control. M4 gets flashed in, still doesn't see anything behind the smoke.
Didn't actually have to prod for it. Crimbo, check this position out. He's not going to hear anything, though. He's going to have 0 info as to where the T's have gone down. 4 players he can finally backstab against, but he's not going to move because he hasn't heard a footstep yet.
And just knowing that even Refresh is back here towards T-Red, if there's any workability of Crimbo getting aggressive in towards Secret, he might just get caught.
Tagged up. 22 HP, Refresh will get the kill in the end. Start on for Sprout. And Big now only have the pistols to work into this one. They might isolate Refresh towards outside of the crossfire. Even then, the Heaven player still will get into position. Tabson has grabbed the M4 at least.
Even Sin just trying to see if he can spot. Is anyone coming out from hut control? Anyone out towards the squeak door? And Refresh just makes it another. This is easing the takedown to lower now.
Defending that M4, making sure the CTs can't get their hands on it, evading the HGs as well. Plant will be secured. Meanwhile, down on the B-bomb site, player's been seen. Tap burst through from Refresh, not quite going all that effective, so Farman does get 1 exit. That's 2 rifles they can save into the next round here for Big. But for Sprout, it's a 10th on their board now.
It's still a positive round coming through from Big. You came in with 1, you come out with 2, you've got yourself at least armor for the likes of Sin and from Keto. So when we think about money being saved, it's not going to hit as hard with the full investment with the rifle round in the next.
Escape the ire of the T side. Sprout again not going to go for the hunt. Just build up the money state with 4 players alive and build back into an even stance against Big. 6 rounds for either side to claim Nuke. For Big, it will be to claim the series as well. For Sprout, is to force us to map 3. Given what we've seen so far, Dweg, how likely are we for either eventuality here?
Of going to a map 3?
Of either one, of the map 3 or the 2-0.
I think the 2-0 is more likely here. Big, more comfortable on Nuke. They've got themselves a very good scoreline differential. We haven't even seen the rifle rounds really in this second half, so it's very difficult to get a judgment of this comeback from Sprout with their first round on T-side, only because we don't know what's going to follow up after that. We don't know what it's going to be like in the rifle rounds.
We've got B's called another tactical. Chance to discuss with his teammates. Only their first so far in this map-up. Have no reason to really call it in the first half. But now Sprout are applying pressure. Nuke is won and lost on the T side in my mind. You're guaranteed to have a decent CT half. For Sprout, they are putting in the hard yards to make this second half the best they can. And Big can only afford to get a couple of rifles in, so there's another chance then to build into a lead again.
So we're seeing Stair put up a valiant performance on map 1 and map 2, even towards outside he gets caught. Tabson, it's him again with the opening pick.
It's been the star guy for Big for so many occasions, and here and now in this series. And on this map, he kicks things off in round 21. Slack's hoping for a trade, but Tabson gives him none of it. 5-on-3 for Big.
Oh, he's gutsy. That is a very high-risk play. You've already maneuvered outside and got your first, and he double dips. We often criticize that, but look at what he finds from it. The idea that he's still sitting there at 74 HP with a 2-man advantage, and there could even be more.
Look at his position. There is no way Sprout adjusts for this. Refresh, dealt with, taps him with a 3K. Hoping for a bit more as well. Zyphon can't get anything out towards ramp. It might have been a broken buy for Big, but it has still had so much success here.
And what a gimmicky angle that was from Tabson. Now, while that's happening, Farfan's now starting to peek aggressively.
Oh,
he
no.
dropped that bomb. Oh, this is looking good.
Zyphon alone and known to the Big side.
The eco still, Jay. You were wondering when we're going to see it.
Now there's rifles, upgrades, AKs on Farfan and Crimbo, more for Sin and Keto to grab. Zyphon knows that he is in the worst spot possible. No bomb control, 23 seconds to clutch a 1-on-5. It's not going to happen.
And just think about the emphasis that Tabson does to his team in that round. What a sequence from him. Ended up with a quadra. And that's your IGL being able to say, listen, boys, I've got the lead back. I've got us out of trouble. Now you back me up. Now we're going to work together as a unit. That's a huge, impactful round from him. And it all starts with the confidence towards outside. And Tabson is probably having one of the best events that we've seen in quite some time. Knowing his consistency in the group stage in pretty much every best of 1, and then the likes of 500. He's on an MVP level performance out of any player in this event.
Up to 19 kills so far. Still 2 behind the top fragger Stair on Sprout though. Towards outside, he will be challenged by the T-side player himself. A potential high frag duel. Looking towards heaven though, he's looking for Sin first and foremost. Will do a lot more damage than they can dish out on the CT side. And 4 players will make their way in towards Secret, where Keto is lying in wait.
It just got the off angle. Now a rotate can be down here quick from Crimbo. Keto actually fires a little bit early, so he's gonna have to retreat. Adjust the angle back towards Decon. And for Big, it's about settling. Sprout have got players down towards lower in Secret.
And Slacks his AWP. Holds his nerve on the lurk. Not revealing anything to the CT side, of course, but will hold on to hope for some sort of aggression that might get punished here. Meanwhile, Keto re-aggressing into the massive T-side forces. Fort around the corner. Stair on the boost is going to look down towards the double doors first and foremost, and Keto is just waiting for his chance to strike, and Refresh gives him no chance at all. Headshot gain, B site under siege.
Even that rotate out towards ramp has to adjust quickly. Crimbo needs a carbo, and he gets exactly that.
It's a massive spray down. He's looking in for a little bit more, biding time for the rotations. That AWP needs to come in from support soon. The plant will be secured here. It's a 4-on-3 for Big.
Now Slacks is being watched. As soon as the smoke starts to clear, he's got to act quickly.
How much does he get out of this? Nades onto his position, doing damage. Not revealing info though, they're all focused on that B site.
It's about timing, and his players down at lower have got to stay alive.
Refresh incendiary off, Longs comes up good for the burst on the second headshot. Refresh gets one of his own, and now it's Tabson again to try and hold the defuse. He's got the kit, taps it once, 2 players inbound from very different positions, and Refresh holds his nerve for the triple. And Sprout recover that round evened up again.
You could just see the composure in that crossfire down at that lower bomb site. How much time that gave the likes of Slacks to get in from behind. And Crimbo gets a lineup, gets a 2K, but it's not enough. Launks and the likes of Refresh to play off one another. What a double that is. And then tabseN just gets caught out in the open between the two of them. 11-11, we're tied up again.
And now Launks is starting to be the difference maker here. Still not top of the board, but it doesn't matter. Those 2 kills turn the round in favor of Sprouts. And they take their last tactical timeout of this game, of Nuke. Their moment to resurge, gain control of this map up from here on out. Big are on the buy here. They have weapons in play. Crimbo's questioning the AWP buy at this moment. Does he commit to it?
Well, he could drop it over to his teammate at tabseN. Now, we even look back to map number 1. We didn't see a massive amount of AWPing from him. We've actually seen a lot of rifling over the course of the series. He does get the big green. Now, Crimbo's the ramp player, so in this round, in this context, he actually might keep it for himself.
Post himself up and try hold off against the lobby takes. Trophy in radio room, tabseN, M4 holding, spray up, Refresh gets right past him, but put down by Keto in the end. It's going to be a fast take in from the T side, but they cancel, get back out of the site. Zyphon does find Farman up at the rafters, and looking towards heaven, a stair gets tabseN elsewhere. Keto is going to burn, Sin is going to fall, and still that one player dealt with by Launks. Crimbo alone, the AWP up against 4, does catch stair, but falls back to get no more and concede the lead to Sprout, or does he?
Yeah, while it looked a little bit awkward, while it looked like there was hesitation, the success was there. The entries continued to get cracked open. Yes, there was a slight moment of retreat out there from the heart control, but look at the damage that gets done. Crimbo has to save, and Sprout have got a lead. Whether it's T-side or not, this running momentum breaking the economy, they're coming closer and closer to edging this to a third map of Mirage.
On Big's pick of the nuke as well. Again, you mentioned the average of Sprout having 4 rounds on the T side.
But this is going to equal it. It's now 4.
They need 4 more. That's the big concern. They've gotten so far as to be towards their par. Now they've got to go above par. I agree with that. Bring back Train.
And bring back the comeback. That's what the likes of Sprout are going to be thinking to themselves. Keep this on. Knowing that all the attacks have been used from both teams now, Jay. 4 used from Sprout, 4 used from Big. It comes down to the here and now. Crimbo has got the saved in AWP. Now, we've seen previously some stills for both teams. Is this the round to do it again?
It's a hero AWP in this context. Fast in from Zyphon again. Lornic's going to go down to the nade stack, though. Keto picking it up. Stair with the trade back, though. Mac 10's in. Keto is going to get dealt with, so advantage sits with the T-side still. Zyphon going to protect that rifle with all of his might. Refresh knows that there might be a player around him, and he kisses him on the way out of the round. 2 left standing for Big, and there will be no steal on this day.
And both of those rotations going down to that lower bomb site. Sin and Crimbo to work off one another. Now, the next best thing that they can do here is save the AWP. It's going to be difficult in a 2v4 with still so much time, but you can hold on to it. That will give you quite a bit of leverage in the next rounds.
Zyphon caught off guard, but not caught for dead. Crimbo's AWP's got to save again. Sprout will let this timer tick away a little bit, potentially to hunt for the pick. Give themselves a little bit more breathing room in that regard. The bomb is, of course, on top of the roof. Actually, there towards the Refresh, rather. So the lobby on top of that little upper position. Crimbo might not be expecting this angle.
I like this from Sprout. Because there's no need to get the bomb down immediately. Wait for a mistake. You got stair wrapping in from heaven. They've got to do everything in their might when this bomb goes down and put pressure onto the AWPer. Make sure that Crimbo drops. Make sure there's no added rifle to get saved into the next. And then they've cleared a path towards upper, and it's more information to work with on where Crimbo is.
Standoff with the AWPer Slacks as well. Bomb will finally get planted. And he just looks to fall away. Regain position, does find Zyphon. Hunt on for Sprout, perhaps. Money's still a little bit shaky in certain players' positions, but they're going to commit towards it, and Crimbo's back's going to be turned towards at least one of these entryways. Gets into the B side. That's a smart call.
And just has to start retreating. They know that the hunt's going to be on. Crimbo's got to get further away from that bomb control, get out towards the secret control, if likely. Play out here towards double. There's still a charge down from Refresh.
Stair's going to escape, though. And Slacks will hold his nerve, so these 3 players will maintain the profiteering margin that Sprout will require to build upon the economy and gain their next rounds. back in the lead above Big on Nuke. They're 5th on the T side. Only 3 more to go.
And just look at that, tabseN, over 550 maps played on LAN, just over 200 for Sprout. But does that matter in this context? Because for Sprout, they've got the momentum, they've got the charge behind them.
They've got the arena. Go follow that guy. Espoo backing their Danish neighbors. As Big tried to put another Danish team out of the competition. The Scandinavian squad to fall. But still a little bit behind in terms of doing so. The 2-0 not looking so likely anymore, Dweg. 13-11 for Sprout, and the buy returns for Big.
So 5 out of the last 6 rounds going the way of Sprout. They put in a valiant effort in a few last rounds. And now even tabseN towards outside. This could be him trying to strike aggressively.
So quick in with this M4, backed up behind the red box. T-side players making their moves. HG sent, and Slacks waits for the bait, gets the shot, punishes the aggression again.
And for Sin, there's no way that he can set tabseN up now. Can think about the spam through the outside smokes. They've got to try and get a player down towards that lower bomb site. Sin, in fact, is taking a lot of damage in response.
So the incendiary out, the blind sprays come up as the smokes start to fade. He will go dropping. 5-on-3 for Sprout. Again, Keto's aggression might find a backstab with Farben's support as well. The majority of the CT forces are here in lobby, and Zyphon has absolutely no idea.
And Keto could try and see if he can backstab towards outside, and Zyphon's going to fall, but the problem is they only saw one. They only spotted Farfen.
They might believe that the notion could still be towards that B site. Farben checking out A as the smokes come in towards the outside control. They have the info. Now they're hearing the footsteps. They're gathering more.
The Crimbo with the AWP down at lower. Not the best weapon for the job when you're by yourself. And Keto, he's still setting up the backstab.
Time taken by Sprout. Big are going to try and exploit that. They've escaped the outer yard, though. Nothing being seen by this M4. Even the player at Garage, not quite in his position. Checking 30 seconds. Orpa now been spotted. Burst through, potential up, out towards Secret. Both players evade the kill count. They're running out of time here, and Slacks has been suppressed. Where's that bomb? It's out in the open. Refresh needs to come in with a counter backstab of his own right. Stair needs to try and go for the challenge. Burst through on Silo. 15 seconds. Longs comes up. Refresh with the kill. The bomb gets recovered as Keto drops the Crimbo's AWP. Upper heaven gets his pick back. 9 seconds. They've got to commit towards the A play. Another 1v3 for Big. Crimbo about to take it, but the no-scope only hits the leg. And Sprout claim 14.
Oh, the pace, the pressure coming through. The AWP not quite finding the clutch again. And just when you had the backstab, just when Keto dropped the bomb, it looked as if Big had done enough in that round. Look at the way they scrambled towards the bomb site. Crimbo doing everything, but not enough. 14 being gained now for Sprout.
Lonks is the luckiest man in the building tonight. Sprout abusing that luck, forcing out another tactical from the Big side. Their 3rd one in Nuke, and with 3 rounds to make up for them.
Now, this has got to be so frustrating for Big, because think about what they've actually gained in the second half. They won Pistol, they won the Force by 2nd round, and they won the 3rd. After that, they've won a single round, which was that steal from tabseN, and that's been it. This has been all Sprout on the T side of Nuke.
They only need 2. Hell of a day for them to find their T side form on this map up. Averages be broken after this, especially with the investment coming in from Big. A single M4 for tabseN. Upgrade pistols for everyone else. Hero rifle eco. And tabseN posted up in his exact same position that he's exploited before. Stair, first man down.
He's still staying around because he realizes he needs more. One pick and falling away isn't enough in this sort of round. He's holding the high ground. He's playing the off angle towards Credit. He wants to draw more outside presence and control.
M4 holds its nerve, still up here. T's trying to work their way in. Still playing for the outside presence, but tabseN's prodding in for a little bit more, trying to hunt for the information back. And he catches Slacks for it in all. 2 kills. Sprout down by 2 players.
They've just got to trade him. They've got to put some pressure. And now there can even be an establishment with a crossfire towards outside. You've got the Heaven individual of Sin just spotting.
Tabs is holding out for more. Launch getting rid of that AWP. Smart call for them. They know that they must be on pistols. It must be this one hero rifle. Make sure they can't upgrade on the big side.
Now you've got Keto close up towards that top of hut control. The Sprout have got to be reliant on some of these entry fraggers to get them out of trouble, to start siphoning off the bomb site. A lot of players here, a lot going in advantage of Big.
Refresh. Slow in this position, Farthen there to cut off the vent dive. Is that what they're going to go for? Doesn't matter. Keto's got his own 5-7 kill on the first, not the second. Farthen gets one as Zyphon trades it. Now needs 3 more with 13 seconds remaining. Best bet is to dive down to the B site. His high set back on the backstab, going to save the weapon instead. Big will indeed steal one back away from Sprout, denying map point for now. Trying to hunt the man and lose his weapon. It's a big steal from Big.
And just knowing they've used the tactical, and look at what they shape up in that round. Tabson outside again. He has just been a demon out there from Credit Card and Top Garage in previous rounds, and he shows it once more. The M4 gets on top of Garage, gets back down towards Credit, gets into the same angle again and catches off Stair. But it's not without Keto. He helps them out massively towards that top of hut control, that siphon off down there towards the squeak door presence. And for Big, this means you don't have to play for OT now.
Sprout back on the guns though. They have the savings and they'll go in with the AK buy-ups. No warps this time. These rifles can still close it out, get to that map point. It's a fast hit, it seems, and he's prodding up towards the upper bomb site. Counter smokes are in for the CTs though. Sprout not allowed to act though. Stair does still force the issue though. Getting Keto, Farthen trades it. Zyphon back in control and Lorks on the bomb site will gain control as Zyphon gets Tabson. Refresh responded to by Sin, who sneaks his way forward at then 2-on-2. Bombs dropped. He's hunting for his triple, but Slacks takes him back, and it's Crimbo in another clutch. His 3rd time the charm for him. He's got a bit of time, so does Sprout.
He's got the patience. He's waiting for the reposition. Longs towards the back of the bomb site. Slacks just outside of Tetris.
AK watching. Check position. Slacks back turn as Crimbo gets away. They go back for the bomb, but they're going to face him 2 together. Crimbo doesn't even get past the first. And that's the rifle win. Sprout on map point on Nuke. Mirage may be calling us, Dwag.
I'm lovely the adaptation that we're seeing here from the pace on the T side. We're seeing the quicker stuff. We're seeing the pop-outs from the hut control and out there towards Squeaky. What I like there is it's actually a double pump. It's a fake from upper. It allows Stair to get in from behind and out from main, sitting in the open. And then Zyphon with that multi-frag. Sin does his best, drops the bomb, looks in and around that smoke, and Slacks catches him. Slacks even finishing off with the last. Big 3 to OT, 1 for Sprout now.
And 2 SMGs on the buyback for the Big side. Certainly can't afford the AWP in this circumstance. Already they're down towards the secret cross. Not even any smokes in the way for the Sprout camp. And they're making a ton of noise. They're going quickly into this.
Rotates are going to be slow. The first point of contact could be Keto out from the ramp presence.
Even he's not making his move. Now he does. The windows gets popped open. It's Crimbo. First to respond, backed up though, only having 2 entryways, and the Incendiary with a crucial miss. Another one follows suit from the T side as well. Damage has been done in minimal amounts as Keto forces forward, engages one. Refresh, only 1 kill. Tapson goes massive with a double, and Lorlix jumps back to a 3-on-3.
And now they've got to try and charge back to get that bomb control. Stair being forced out in the open.
Still trying to find for an angle ahead of the smoke. Backed up in the back corner, the CTs move closer. Launch with a gap there to work with at window. Slack's going to get caught by Farthen's SMG. 2v3, favourable for Big. Stair still playing around the backside, unaware of how close they really are as Farthen catches an angle. Launches all that remains. 1-on-3, spray for the first. 1 player close, adjustments right there. Last man standing for Crimbo. And Long slows things down.
Less than 20 points of health. The time on his side, the bomb too. There could even be an adaptation to go back up towards upper. He's just trying to play this with patience.
7 bullets in the mag as well. Full mag for Crimbo. Launch needs the perfect shots, the perfect times, and the perfect reposition. 20 seconds, leaning into the site, sees his man, and he connects it! His own clutch to secure it for Sprout, keep them alive in the semi-finals, as we're off to map 3.
What a performance coming through from Sprout. Only 5 rounds on the CT side being gained there from Big. Sprout showing us the pace changes, showing us just the stars of the moment and showing us the victory to map number 3.
And he might not be top of the board, but you can see the difference that Lorx made to the team formation of Sprout, particularly in that last clutch, particularly with the confidence that he held. That was just enough to get him past the finish line on Big's own map pick, and now we throw logic right out the window, Dweg.
Going into Mirage, didn't seem like we were going to be here at all. And for Sprout, you could feel the hunger. You could feel that ride back all the way on the back foot to get themselves into a leading position. And what a way to close it down on such a highlight too.
And now we've got some very exciting prospects on our hands, right? Because in that last map we saw several players stepping up to be the big elements for both sides. For Big, Tabson obviously topped the board. Crimbo, impactful clutches throughout the course of his run. Stair topping out for Sprout. Lorx having his own impact, refresh in the mix. There's so many individuals that could pop off in this final map to get this series under wraps for either side.
It does seem that way, but if we look at just the one clinical piece, I think Stair, map 1 and map 2, he's been up there towards the top of the board, and he could be a difference maker going into the 3rd.
Mirage is calling us to our 3rd and final map. For now, though, Heku is down to talk to one of the players from Sprout.
Despite what was on their path, they managed to win the 2nd map. I mean, Refresh, this is pretty impressive, especially considering the win rate that your team has on Nuke. I wonder, like, Lungs was not on the 1st map, and he came in. Was he, like, full of energy, just, like, inspired you, like, to, like, push to the 3rd map?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the game plan, and the game plan was to bait them with our coach on the 1st map, so we gave them fake confidence. So now they thought that it would be easy, but then Lungs came in, and you saw the last round, he won a 1 versus 3, so I mean, I think it's gonna be fun on the last map.
Well, this is like definitely like big brain moves, but I do want to like ask a small question about the 1st map, because obviously Barry has like a lot of experience as a coach. What was the process behind? Like, was he actually like IGLing and you helping out, and you could just like, focus on the rifling because you have experience with that? Like, what was like the chemistry happening?
Yeah, Barry, he was IGL for the 1st map. It was a bit weird because for 3 months or 4 months I've been the IGL and like talking a lot, so it was weird just being a player again. It didn't feel like normal to me, so I was a bit off. And I mean, of course, we are not playing to our best potential with our coach, but I mean, I think we did a decent job and we had good chances to even to win the 1st map.
Well, you definitely did an amazing job right now on Nuke, so I should not delay any longer. You should prepare for Mirage, so good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, Laux comes back and he looks good. A 1v3 at the end and that final kill to seal the deal and take us to a 3rd and final map. Mirage will be coming up next. But before that, right, you got to touch on just Sprout. A little bit of jinxing is what we're hearing there from Refresh. He's playing up to the camera right now. He's enjoying this whole moment. Bait him with Berry and then hit him with a full lineup.
Yeah, he's definitely having fun in these interviews, but I was also impressed with him, his skills in the game.
Yeah?
Not only answering questions there from Heku. No, I thought he had an amazing impact. You know, I was surprised with how well versed they were on their T side. They got a lot of things done, so, you know, it's going to be an exciting 3rd map.
Absolutely. Again, impressive. And must be something, you know, baiting and everything, like about being in Finland. First you give them the Simma, then you pull the Matto Alta. So, I mean, definitely didn't expect this from Sprout, but we can obviously see what kind of an impact or what it means for Sprout to actually just be their full 5. And that goes for pretty much any team in the world, but this was specifically impressive. Yeah,
this was really impressive. This was an exciting game. You think, right? Imagine if Sprout had their full team going into this. So from the very 1st map, this could be a whole different story. But they've got a fighting chance. They're battling back in it now. And this Nuke looked really good. Just how they were playing off each other. Stair, he needs to be mentioned.
Yeah, he brought them back in so many rounds, you know, and he looks so crisp when he gets those kills. Like, he's not fazed by the crowd, the stage presence, the arena and the crowd. It doesn't matter. It looks like he's playing a normal, you know, practice game or something, because his aim is on point.
Yeah, and he's willing to take, I guess, risks, which you might not see that inexperienced players actually do. The fact that he feels like Yard is his kind of playground, he's willing to take the space as he sees fit, really, and that created a ton of issues for Big, especially early on. I mean, Sprout got off to a great start. Then maybe you could talk about a little bit of overcommitment here and there from certain aspects on the Sprout side when they were at man advantages and so on, and that might be, I guess, a little bit of the adrenaline and excitement of it all kind of getting to you.
It's a classic stage kind of vibe, you know. You get the advantage and you just want to kill off the round instantly. You kind of overcommit or mistime those double peaks or kind of force your mate into like an awkward position.
No, you have to read.
Yeah, you have to trade kind of deal, exactly. So there were a few of those moments, especially at the end of the CT half for them, but they regained and posted an amazing T half.
Yeah, and that's kind of the most unexpected part, because I thought they might have given away their chances because they started so well on their CT side. You're kind of thinking, well, if they can continue this, if they can get to double figures, then we might be looking at, you know, a realistic chance for them to take away a big map pick. But instead, yeah, sure, it doesn't quite pan out the way they would have liked it on the CT side, but they bring it back on T side. And I will say, like, disregarding stats completely, I feel like everyone from this side of Sprout had significant impact in many rounds. Like Siphon, he will be towards the lower end of the scoreboard in this match, but you could see like on a lot of the inner pushes that they have, whether it's him finding that kind of like loosening first frag, or if it's a double kill at just the right moment, like he was there for those ones, and those matter so much more than, you know, a bunch of trade or a bunch of exit frags and that kind of stuff. So the scoreboard might not tell you the full story, but everyone from Sprout was contributing.
And also, I mean, it could have swung either way in this game. If Krimbo hits that, you know, 1v3 when he leg shot the lungs.
Oh, dude,
that was so close. And that's one of those swing rounds where Big could get control and just close out the match from there. So it's like incredibly tight from that point onwards.
And we've got to touch on Lounge some more, though, right? Because we were worried whether he would come in hot and fired up and ready to do the damage, or if he'd come in a little bit less than the others because he hasn't played the match.
He was a little bit cold in the start, I would say, but
so
he grew into the game, just like we mentioned before. Like, it's good to have that kind of CT start, get warm in your clothes, get the feeling of the crowd, the presence, you know, get into that focus mode. So it was good to see him back, and I expect even more from him on a map like Mirage coming up.
Yeah, and you can see once he's finally warmed up, right, he's there to close out the game entirely or the map entirely for his side as well, with a brilliant 1v3 as well. So again, Sprout really kind of just growing more and more into the game, whereas on the side of Big, perhaps a little bit more worrying, because again, we were singing Kito's praises in the previous map. He had a much more quiet affair on Nuke, and again, we saw that inner bomb side constantly being pressured and abused by Sprout.
And how important there, right, on that last kill is that patience he showed. He was not moving.
Yeah.
No, definitely. I mean, you have to have that. It's basically to the point where you're just letting your opponent make a mistake and punish.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can get a little bit over-eager, try to surprise because it's the correct way to play. Sometimes players, when they've played each other so many times, they kind of expect and try to throw them off by kind of wide peeking. You didn't do anything that, you just played the time and make sure.
And theoretically correct. And I think that's very, very difficult for someone who's not that familiar on a stage.
Well, let's see how it's going to go down on Mirage. We're going to a decider to see which team will be our first to the grand final after this short break.
Katsokaa kuinka Silva on croissaittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdellaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka.
jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otaisiko ottaa todella eteeltä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat sträkin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
We're going into Mirage. It's the third and final map. It's a decider map, and what I would say is a middle ground for these two teams, Devil.
No, absolutely. I think at this point it could go anywhere. It's a lot about what can Big throw at them early on. Can they get that big, head start that they usually do? Because they are incredibly good at getting those, especially if they start on like a T side. They're almost a team I would prefer to see start on a T side for some weird reason. Just because they have that kind of shock prep that you just throw rounds into, abuse your rotations correctly, and go be, being a master of the game. He's incredibly good at abusing those kind of things, especially against young players who might not have as much experience against anti-strats like that.
Yeah, and I guess this is where it comes in very handy to have a pretty experienced guy on your side as well for Sprout and Barry, right? Like, sure, he might have not reached the individual level of Gabi as a player himself, but again, he's been around for just about the same time and probably watched as much Counter-Strike as well. So I think he's going to be a vital part in just making sure that, people are level-headed and cool in the right moments, and also obviously having the good adaptations that might be needed. Because again, it's not easy to play versus Big. We've seen this already in the quarterfinals in terms of like how good they were at switching things up versus 500 on Inferno, for instance. It's going to be a similar kind of battle, and what we saw with 500, they were not able to adapt in time, and that's going to be essential for Sprout.
Now, for the side of Big, right, when it comes into Mirage, they played it twice already here at Elisa, once against Harvu, once against Ents. What do you make of these? Because these games were one overtime, they only just got over Harvu there, and then the Ents game, they ended up getting obliterated on.
Yeah, but it's always a little bit like this. Group stages of tournaments are always so different than going to a playoff.
Okay.
I mean, even back in the days when I referenced Fnatic, we were never good on group stages.
Yep.
Never, ever. But we always, in playoff, it's kind of like that. You're like, we're safe,
Yeah.
Now we can
survive.
just relax and perform and have a good time in front of the crowd, because the group stage are the scariest, because it can feel like a disaster going out there. So I think those nerves can kind of settle in, especially in a group stage like this, when you just play, every game each after one another. So I think, now they're going to be much more confident, especially they bring their player back, and they have a performance on a map that they have not shown pretty much any good results except one in the past. So that's a huge deal for them. So I think they're going to be super confident going into Mirage.
Yeah, and I mean, on the Big side as well, like, results can be misleading. Obviously, yes, they did get trounced by Ents, etc. But the overtime loss versus Havu, people might look at that and think like, wow, they should have probably crushed Havu. But
Havu's not a bad team.
Yeah, and then that's probably one of their better maps as well, right? And they have a very unique play style that actually fits pretty decently versus how Big likes to play around connector, with extremely like quick drop downs from top mid in towards con and that kind of stuff. So in my eyes, it's more like they were able to overcome that obstacle of a different play style.
So there's positives to take away from it, but guess what, guys? I've got something more positive to throw to.
Ooh.
I've got us a special man ready to bring some hype to the arena. That wasn't a special man.
And go.
Yo, 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 Espoo, what is going on tonight? I want to try what I did yesterday. That was pretty cool. One more time. Elisa. Elisa. Unreal. Third and final one. Elisa. Hey, everybody give yourselves a round of applause, please. Guys, what an amazing semi-final, first semi-final that we have had so far. Sprout on my right, Big on my left. And what has it come down to? The third and final map of Mirage. The winners qualify to the grand final here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Everybody in here, I want to hear you raise the roof. Are you ready? You make my job easy, and don't forget, after this, we have another semi-final. All right, Jay and Dweg, over to you.
Thank you, Parla. Yes, it all comes down to Mirage. Unexpectedly so as well, Dwayne. We thought Big were going to take that map pick. They didn't quite do it. And the question is, are Big bottling it now? Mirage, the final map of the series. How do we start to break this one down?
Well, we've seen Mirage a couple of times. We saw it in the group stage. I think for Big's sake, they're looking to return. They weren't all that happy with some of the results. So this is a chance in your home turf, your home environment of playing on stage, to kick back after losing map number 2.
For me, I'm taking a look at the more intricate details of how the last map played out and thinking that's going to carry forward into map 2, right? Because we obviously saw the reintroduction of Lorx into the server in place of Berry. Yes, again, he wasn't top of the board, but the impact you could see in the team differential made the difference for the first 6 rounds. They were able to close it out, take us this far to go towards Mirage as our final map of the series. And for me, I look at that being the major impact element here for the Sprout cap.
Well, if I give you any more confidence, Lorx is the highest rated player on Sprout on Mirage in the last 3 months. So that builds in a little bit more that going into this final map, this is often times where he's at the top of the board. He is your X factor. He is your impact man.
And as I was saying before the break as well, right? Stare, obviously top of the board right now for Sprout in this entire series, doing work for his side. We saw some incredible moments from Refresh as well. And on the Big side as well, you have themselves with their stars and their elements and their confidence and their experience that will try and take the grand final position above Sprout. It is the last map of this semi-final, Espoo. Okay, we'll warm into that, don't worry about it. Pistol round, Sprout on the CT side, getting challenged immediately by Tabson, who only gets 1 kill. Farthen able to respond all the same. Big involved in the mid control.
Yeah, quite a fair bit of pace going down towards that underpass area. They can now start bridging the gap, smoke off short. This is going to be a quick split into that B site. Now, Lorx is here by himself. It's all down to him to hold.
Glocks in Bakito, charging straight forward. Lorx on the site. USP taps up Sin in an instant. Looking for Keto next. He's domed in heads. 3rd man facing. 4th man on the way. Lorx still fighting. 6 bullets in the mag and now has some backup alongside of it. Crimbo gets the trades alongside Farthen. And they close it down. Impressive shooting, but it is Big with the cohesion and the confidence to take the pistol.
And that just shows there from Big how much was kilted off of that initial fight. Down there at underpass, splitting down into B. Yeah, you have a sick hold. Yes, you've got an incredible anchor position coming through from Longs, but he's by himself. The rotates are still taking some time, and eventually the pressure just starts building down. Crimbo fights out towards that market door, over towards the bench control. He comes through with a double, and Big gets started. No force buy here from Sprout.
Of course, CT side means that you're not going to have a lot of money bases to work from off the back of a pistol loss, so harsh eco inbound for them. Rifles will be out for round 3. Big Mac 10 in for Sin to try and farm up the cash. And a very cheeky position held on Sprout set up towards the B side. The boost on top of the box, but not much else from Contact.
And Crimbo's playing his 100th map on LAN here in map number 3. What a way to be able to push that boundary to get into the grand final.
It's been his year, hasn't it? And stuff for his own right, and again impacting the clutches over on Nuke. If there is any one of the X scenarios, keep your eyes on him. And the stack may pay off here for the CT side.
It's still going to be a tough one, even for Sin with that Mac 10. He can start ripping through.
Molly sent. They make their way out, seeing nothing. Matt Tennyson does get slacks. At least they check that corner as well. Zyphon able to get one decent pick back. Farther and Keto able to return towards him and Stare. And it was a decent effort from Sprout. A good call in terms of the B stack, but the firepower just wasn't there.
Now, even though the win rates are quite similar between both of these teams during the last 3 months, the T-side win rate is very different. It's a lot more favored in favor of Big. So I wonder if that makes a little bit of a change in complexion as the series rolls on, as this map rolls on. Refresh tries to see if he can sneak his way through out from that market door. Not to be.
Yeah, pistol loss, conversion not being gained either. But again, it was a harsh eco, so the guns will return from the CT side. So M4's in on 4. Fifth man of Refresh also going to follow soon. Not enough cash for the AWP just yet. Here we go. First gun round of Mirage.
And Long's top fragged in the server versus Big in the group stage. 28 frags and 21 deaths. We've seen what he was able to do on Nuke. And now you go into some even territory of Mirage. This could be his chance again. 2 players towards underbow. Very quick and towards a mid stance from Crimbo.
AK set up. Up in ladder room. Being quiet about this position, as are the rest of the T defaults here for Big.
Now, even for Stare, he doesn't have an incendiary, so the only way that he can cancel a B-pop is putting a smoke down and try and reposition out to jail, out there towards the bench control. He's jump spotting for info as of right now. No one is going to be there on a quick rotate. This is a very heavy stack towards the A side.
Seeing the smokes being sent down as well, out towards the connector position, I think. Indicates some sort of play onto the A site for the T's, but it's all a ruse. The aggression of the CT forces should get that info.
Now, Stan needs a multi. If he gets a 1-for-1, I don't think it will be enough in the round for Sprout to take it.
Smokes in the try hold off against them. Just waiting to receive T contact.
Even Crimbo's not seeing anything out towards connector when that smoke starts to clear. Stare can smoke it off, but Big might still commit.
Oh, that HE's perfect. Lot of damage done. Sin goes falling. Keto does respond towards it. He's also low HP. Longs on the back of the site here at Market. Molotov sent to his general position. The smoke might get in the way of it. Buy a bit of cover for himself to try and progress forward. The CTs are on the rotate.
And Sprout need to pick in quickly if they want to make this happen. Farford to get the bomb down. The reposition. Crimbo does catch off Longs.
And this back corner working well for Big, and the pistol only good for 1 kill on Crimbo this time. Zyphon a re-smoke back out towards the back lines as Farven swings, supporting Tabson being tagged up low. 2v3, but there's such low HP across the T side, but Farven still sneaks forward and catches slacks off. Refresh now alone, probably the save.
And just knowing that he stuck out here towards ladder, the best that he could hope for is an exit frag. One of those retreating T-side players to escape the bomb blast. Big up to 3-0, and you compare that to Nuke. We saw Sprout off with the flying start. They were the ones that were up 6-0.
Now momentum initially going up to that ridiculous scoreline, that one-sided affair in the start of the map up was ultimately what was able to bolster up what was a confident win for them. Still only 3 rounds deep for Big, plenty of time for Sprout to recover. But this is the point where you start looking at those parallels, thinking how much is the concerning factor. Even Sprout themselves thinking about the concerns at this moment, taking a tactical pause early.
Zyphon trying to work out from that market doorway, but just not to be. Even Farfan on the post plant realizes the intent that the CTs are going to already be saving. Try and catch slacks as he moves back over towards CT spawn. Big out on Mirage, 5 wins and 5 losses in the last 3 months. They'd love to be able to make that win rate more than 50, put it into an advantage.
We've got to be using the time as appropriate again. Giving his boy a bit of discussion time, a bit of moment. Well, this has transitioned into a technical pause very quickly, though. So no more talking will be allowed. Either way, they've had their moment in. The question is, what has been discussed over on the Sprout side?
And just knowing that we've got a third map, something that Big did not have in their best-of-3 series yesterday. It was a tidy little 2-0 against the Bulgarians, a 500. It's a different atmosphere. It's a different series in the semis.
This moment's respite, we'll on to a little bit more. Love that.
Bit aerial.
Yeah.
Nice to see him on the stage.
Sort of.
Yeah, it's close to.
We're gonna lay it down on the stage later.
Yeah.
Come find us after the show. A little bit of support for the Finnish teams. It's very early to derive any definitive advantages for either side. Again, Big have got the scoreline advantage, as you would expect, with 3-0. But again, Sprout will be on guns now.
Yeah, for all the Finnish fans as well, of course, the Finnish matchup tomorrow We'd love to see that. Ents Academy versus Harvu. We'll get to see Ariel on the stage. We saw the youngsters, Server, Whitey, Joissy, all down there on the stage yesterday watching on, trying to support Ents. They'll need your support. Great to see the Finnish crowd supporting the Finnish talent.
And then back in Sprout over the course of this one as well. This might be on a major back foot with the standing situation.
Where's the skeleton? Bring that back. It's got to be in here somewhere.
Now they're going to go hunting for it. They're going to get another great moment for the Twitter shares. Love that. Sprout. Intention in the air for them, being the ranking underdogs in the context of this matchup, and now with an opportunity to potentially make the grand finals. If you walked into this tournament and asked whether Sprout would be in the finals, you wouldn't have really thought that be the case, let alone the semi-finals for that matter. And here they stand with the best opportunity to do so. M4 is the only thing being brought in here by Refresh, and Eco around it, so hero rifle setup. Zyphon takes the early engagements down towards A side.
It did seem like there was a very early shift to a B stack, but now with presence being seen, they're going to bring that M4 back into the action. Try and set it up for a bait, a trade frag if possible. Big. Going to be hitting that M4 head on.
A good smoke there from Refresh. Holds the back up. Holds his nerve over on the Palace entrance. The flash is coming over for Tabson. Set up his teammates to look in with the AK burst fire. M4's also for Keto. Hunting, but not catching anything. Sprout passive.
I like this from Lonks. He's already set up a backstab. They could have a little bit more of a gamble down here towards the A site. Try and get him from behind late rounds.
Smoke to the cross. Gap generated to the far side, not towards the near position. Refresh will still boost above it and actually does find an angle to play with, but not seeing anything. The teaser yet to move in. Zyphon's Deegan instead catches Keto aggressing. Out towards Sandwich, he's going to drop off, and Refresh will take the wider face, engaging against one, but Sin wins the try alongside Farther getting slacks elsewhere.
And this backstab still being set up, but you need more distraction. You need more tempo being made from CT Spawn. Try and bring that attention over.
Slow but sure from Lonks. Only a USP to play with, though. Zeus also being brought out, heard a footstep. Checked on Sin. Low HP for the man, but still the AK comes out for it. Important shot. Farman still holds his nerve, and Lonks does not get much more for it. Giving us a few shenanigans, though, in that round. 4-0 still for Big.
Well, I didn't think I'd see a Zeus in the playoffs. Maybe it feels 500, but not to be.
Should be expecting more knife kills from 500.
Yeah, it would so. A nice little shot there from Zyphon. I mean, overall, it's an okay eco. You didn't have much investment. You had a couple of upgrades. You get 2 kills, so you got to look up to the next rifle. You got to end this streak quickly.
Damage compounding for Big, though. God be not happy with losing to a Zeus frag, even if it is very minimal in the grand scale of things to how this position holds for the Big side. Once again, getting involved as he always loves to do. Sprout back up on the rifles here. Chance to get started in this map up. They probably need this round, honestly.
They definitely do. The last thing that you want to do is give the favourites momentum on the last map in the series, because that's when Big can put a lot of pressure, start cracking mistakes to your opposition. And Sprout looking for that way in, and maybe it might just be the AWP combo, Slacks and Lonks. Something that we haven't seen over the course of the series is the double AWPs. It makes sense now on Mirage.
So a lot more automatic weapons over on the first map. Nuke, obviously not a map that caters itself to the double AWPs. Mirage does do, though. Slacks set up towards the A site, Lonks over towards B. Mid control taken by Refresh's M4, spraying through that smoke, indicating his position. And now repositioning himself towards the connector control.
And Refresh just jiggling down, hoping that anyone's going to walk through it or even up towards that short control. Even backing off towards that jungle area. Big getting a lot of freedom in mid.
Smoke sent, Incendiary's back, Keto watching on past the smoke. One will fade, the one up top con does not. Lonks will get challenged for 29 HP. Charges forward to the AWP back into the apartments, needs to fall away from that short control as well.
No, he's low. He can reposition out towards market, maybe looking towards the window. Refresh, even keeping eyes on for any sort of jump up. Tabson's hoping for a reposition.
His eyes set on, turning away, no aggression from the CT side. See, Refresh is really tempted to do so, though. He's only pixels off of it. Tabson is thinking that he might be there. He jumps in towards the window with a flash support. Refresh can't get out of the murder hole, and that gives a kill up to Tabson.
What a flashbang, and now even deep towards CT spawn. Zyphon's gonna have to try and hold and back up the AWP.
Tabs is still working in against that AWP's backstab. Slacks does not stand a chance. Launch picked up as well with a quick turnaround. Stair with a trade, now Zyphon on site. Basically in a 1 versus 3 for now. Backup is on the way, and Keto Zork will find his head now to Stair in his own clutch. A true 1v3, denying the bomb plot for now. But Farven very quick to respond back at Dark. 5 in a row for Big, a stellar start.
Now notice what happened in that round. You actually had Keto AWPing over tabseN. Now one thing that we saw in the group stage was Farfen was doing a little bit of AWPing and Keto was doing a little bit of AWPing. So now that we come with Mirage and the sort of pace that tabseN's trying to bring with the rifle, we might actually see the AWP on T-side get floated around a little bit.
Shot from Keto, catching Zyphon off in the back, thinking he was safe there towards Stairs. He thought wrong. Pistols back in for the Sprout side. Big. The early start in this game, looking like a unit to be reckoned with. Sprout have fought hard to hold contest in this series despite being on the back foot from that first map. But so far in Mirage, very little seen from them.
And the last time that we saw Sprout in a semi-final on LAN was back in Valencia in July. 0-2 loss against Movistar Riders, and that's with the old lineup too. That's with Rouse and Speedy still into the mix, so that's what shows you how much time it's been since that portion. How there's been further roster changes, how there's been improvements to the lineup to this sort of level. Zyphon, jiggle peeking, shadow advantage to put the smoke down.
Diego will continue fighting, take shots behind the smoke. But ultimately yet to yield a kill for Sprout. Similar story for Big, but they've got the firepower advantage. They can continue playing passive in this case. Just wait for the right time to strike.
A bigger setting, a lot of slow tempo, but Refresh sets that 5-7 up to an aggressive maneuver, and Farfen, well, pays the price for it.
Deagle back at Zyphon, still looking to strike in from the site. Incendiary's onto the CTs as well, taps up, Crimbo tagged up, does get a kill back on Slacks, but Launch comes up with the Deagle to return frag. AKM for tabseN, swing back from the player on site itself. Molotov's into him, should force him out in the open, give tabseN an easy second pick, and a 3-on-2 advantage with the site now being gained by Big.
And this just looks like it's going to be another map where you're going to have to deal with tabseN. Launch down in the corner towards CT, sends it up with the sin, and that's come out of nowhere. The aggressive walk forward towards back triple, and the spray transfer creates 3.
You were right when you said it came out of nowhere. No one saw that coming. Watch it again. Drink it in. And there's the impact again, soaring to the top of the board for Sprout for Launch. Tactical to recompose themselves because they've just found a hell of a start on their CT side.
We all remember looking at Launch back in some of the Elisa Invitationals playing with Nexus. How it feels only so short ago that he was there and now moved over to the international scene. Been on this lineup now for about 6 months. And it looked like they were just going to give respect. Looked as if they were going to play it cautiously towards CT spawn. And Sprout find their first.
That they do. Big. Still able to buy back into the AWP though on Keto. Mid control for the first phase. Slack's going to challenge him. Smoke's in the way of the contact. Still holds his nerve towards the stack angle, so the nade's being sent. The stacks do very little damage with how much HE damage could have come through as well. 3 of them sent back there. It's a massive waste, but Big. That's unfortunate.
Well, they're hoping that the AWP's down there at the bottom of the stairs, aren't they? Refresh even getting flashed in towards top mid just to peer for some info. Now, Keto has been back passive. They probably won't pincer again towards top mid after that initial start.
Rotate back away from spawn. We're thinking of getting away from that mid position. AWPs of Keto still holding out for aggression. There was a prod forward from Sprout, but outside of that, they've gained no further aggression in that mid control.
tabseN out here leading the pack towards the apartments. You've got the jump spotter once again in Stair. He's got to be the one to slow this down once more, but it might not be on a full-on commitment. You've still got 2 lurkers towards A.
HG's holding, ready to do some damage. Got smokes being sent out by that 1T side player on towards the set piece, trying to indicate that there's going to be an A play. Draw attention back. Molotov sent. A bit of a gap in that first smoke, though, so they're thinking that there might be something a little bit awry here. 2 players to still hold down the B site. 1 player, 2 players jumping out, not being seen yet. Long's going to wait for his shot off the strike, and Stair gets a lineup. Look for the triple as well. Perfect follow-up for Sprout now.
It just shows how patient they are to not over-rotate, how they don't get scrambled there at all. Crimbo and Farfen try everything to over-rotate them, to force them off of B and over to A. Not to be. Sprout came in with some X Factor with their first round. Now it's clean in for the second. You've got double AWPs, you've got AKs being saved in, and you've got confidence behind you.
2 in a row now for Sprout, mounting up a CT baseline. Getting 3 AKs as well for that. Only one of them actually being saved forward. Giving a lot more firepower with how many dropped on the center of the B-bomb site itself. You could see the sequence from Stair. Look at the patience that he held to get both of these headshots and then getting the third man Akito. Lightning fast adjustments, well played there from him. And now Big are down to the half, actually forced invest, excuse me. Mac 10s are coming through for them.
A Big, got to try and put a lot of emphasis forward for themselves. Maybe a pacey round, think about the arch smoke, sending it into B. You've already got the first smoke from Spawn.
Lawrence thinking of getting up on the boost up for his teammate. He doesn't quite duck down though. They're going for a fast rush in. The AWP might feel a little bit more pressured. Slacks does strike there, does get his 1 kill and 2 alongside Slacks' AWP double. They rip apart Big pretty quickly here. Sin's AK can't even get a casualty. Damage done to a couple players, but all 5 alive for Sprout. 3 on the trot.
And just start working with it. You saw a slight little cancel. That AWP doesn't quite get up on the boost straight away, so you just move away. Don't try it a second time. You'll get caught off guard with the timing. And Big. This has been 3 losses in a row for them, and now, without the money, Sprout can just continue diving forward.
Double AWPs back in for Sprout. Slacks and Lonks. Bringing them in as appropriate. Of course, they had it in the previous round as Eco Pistols out for Big. Deagles still able to strike, though. Sin catches that first headshot. Reeling Slacks 1 off this time in Connector. Refresh back to take another challenge. The teams are backed away from the mid-contact.
And now over towards the B side, they can start that prod again. Stair just jump spacing, allowing Longs to be able to rotate in. Big. It might be another one of these fakes, because again, you've got the bomb outside of A, plenty of time to work with.
Shots ringing out, nice nade. Tabs and Sid and Crimbo all getting tagged down. Tabs in the center of mass. 30 HP for him. So you have to see a pit back here from the CT side, but they are getting closer to finding them.
HE placement out there towards ramp, comes in closer. And now look at the reposition. You've got Refresh out towards Connector. Zyphon back here from CT, just spotting for info.
Yeah, Farven tagged. Dropping in towards the site. Zyphon leaning forward to that M4 refresh. His own M4 finds a kill at Con. Sees where Sin is, gets the revenge frag for Slacks' death and makes it a triple. An easy one against the Pistols. Farven gets 1 more to return, make it somewhat expensive for the CT side, but with 3 players still alive, it's all Gucci in the hoochie for the CT forces.
Here's something you might like, Jay. The last time that Sprout were in a grand final in an international LAN was 3 years and 2 days ago, with a very different looking lineup. Speedy, Farfen, Cirrus and Keto and Dennis, 2 players that are now on Big. They'd love that opportunity to get to a final again.
What event was that?
DreamHack Open Atlanta.
Wow. Again, Sprout wouldn't have counted on the idea that they would have gone so deep in this tournament. They are evening up the board, but Tabson is finding a cheeky kill against Slacks. A leg shot game for that AWP on short, and the AK can win the fight back. Zyphon's now seen them exiting out of the ramp control. Molotov sent to his position as Refresh tries to challenge lineup potential, gets away with a peek ahead. Farman does get that kill in the end, but now Zyphon charges forward for the first. Unawares of the players close on the bomb site. The Molotov's getting in the way of the contact from Sin. Sprays awkward. Farman gets that kill anyway. It's a 4-on-2 for Big.
Esther's gonna have to fight, try and make some space happen, and Sin gets dropping. There's a player behind him too.
That's 1 pick. Needs 3 more, trying to deny that bomb, but runs out of ammo on the wallbang. The AWP now smokes in Vestair, getting up on top of the ticket booth as well. Might provide some cover for them.
And Longs is hoping for an overface, but look at the patience. Big just aren't peeking, are they?
Not moving at all, don't have to. Time is on their side. Burst forward, the M4 tap in, trying to bait them forward. Oh, the shoulder! The slightest of angles. A pixel gap for Longs to take. And now it's a 2-on-2. Crimbo rotating back and Tabson looking in. Doesn't see him on the defuse back. The spray through on a smoke. Kill found. He lines it up so perfect. Tabson has been pretty much perfect this entire series long, and it's no different for that round.
And we saw Tabson out of the group stage be the 6th highest rated player. Ended up dropping 50 kills in that best of 3 against 500 yesterday. 28 kills on Nuke and 22 on Inferno. We've now seen that consistency again. Just stepping up in the post plant, making sure there's no denial of a round steal.
just knows where those positions are, exactly where that bomb was planted. Rebuy back in for Sprout. Han invested the double orbs back in play for them. Just a little bit of cash in reserve for a couple players. Big whittling down the HP and the money line here for Slacks. The kill gets found. Sin able to follow suit with the trade back. Zyphon can't get it responsive, so it remains at a 4-on-4.
Zyphon still looking out in case there's a walk forward from Palace. It's all a matter of timing on when Farfan starts to act. He might have to wait for tabseN to start creating some space in con.
So what he's doing, leaning forward. They think they're safe. Zyphon hides, though. Does not take the challenge towards the ramp control or connector for the time being. Refresh and Incendiary down instead.
I like this position coming through from tabseN, just holding the sight line towards top of connector. Try and see if you can bait a reaction. Is anyone going to get re-aggressive towards the stairs? Is anyone going to fight back in just to try and make an info play towards mid? Now, while that's happening, you've got two players that can come in from underpass or at least show presence to the apartments.
Stair jump facing again, the HE in hand. The crack angle can get gained. He sees it, puts it up. That's very nice, but doesn't get Sin still.
And tabseN's going to try and get him in market late round. He's going to try and get in behind them.
Smokes in, trying to indicate they hit. Two players remain on the site, but two stay back towards the A play, thinking there might be a rotation, there might be something more going on here. Molotov sent on short indicates so, but tabseN's already found Lorg's position, and now they make their way up. Refresh, up high, spray lines up, 2 and a 3K in fact. With the low HP of Sin providing the second kill, it's tabseN now alone. 17 seconds to get the clutch in on the site. It's Zyphon creeping around to catch his frag and catch the 5th for Sprouts.
And when it looked like tabseN had actually made the right call, you have the idea of faking the B site, bringing that bomb back down towards underpass. He's trying to mimic the over rotations, cut them off from market, and he does that with a kill. What he doesn't do, though, is open up A. Refresh, height advantage towards the top of CT ticket, and then the unknown entity is Zyphon from default. Big taking a tactical. This is 5 out of the past 6 rounds being won by Sprout.
Big have contested every single one, though. And their T side is rocking.
The issue is the plants, though, Jay. Even though the rounds are competitive, if your plants aren't coming through, it's buy eco, buy eco, buy eco.
Bit of a float in the cash amounts, though, Dwayne. What do you make of this money line? Is this a buy or an eco?
I think it's maybe a hero, actually. You maybe get someone like Keto down towards an AK armor, upgrade a couple of pistols around it. It shouldn't be a buy.
Looks like it's just going to be mostly pistols out for them. Farvan has bought a scout, though. There's a little something to work with there. But surely nothing major for the T-side line. They will work their way into an eco basis. And for Sprout, they have lost a number of picks to the Deagle, so I'm not counting Big out of this round just yet. Scout involved here for Farvan. Oh, and that's the point I'm proving. tabseN opens it up.
And this could be pacey. Try and recover that weapon, get themselves out towards connector. Now you've got the M4 to play with from tabseN. He keeps jiggling down in case the orb's repositioned out.
Now they've got an automatic. Sprout have HGs, using 1 on Farvan to 19 HP he'll go. tabseN will continue to charge up 1 of 2 players with Kevlar. The right man is set up with the M4, and he sees a second player, but Zyphon wins the fight.
Now Slacks is aggressive out to the apartments, and he's not seeing anything. He might be able to catch him out from underpass. Does get baited.
Oh, Sin swings forward, though. That Deagle's still able to strike. So many of these hand cannons in play for the T side. Lorg's on site, tagged up, trying to get towards the diffuser, but ultimately loses his fight towards Sin. Crimbo comes up good with the orb, and Zyphon is left alone. Indeed, this deco works out well enough here for the T-side line. Zyphon such low HP, Farvan cleans it up, and that is a steal for Big.
An incredible steal that keeps it back and forth. You think about what the investment came down, how important that first drive-by was from tabseN at top mid into connector, and then even the likes of Slacks, he's actually quite aggressive in that position.
Deagle's just too good here. Rifles recovered, and now Big are back in control. A reinvestment from Sprout will still come out here. They prod their way towards mid, and initial smokes come down towards connector position. HE sent, tabseN looking for the engagement, spotted one of the gap in a smoke there, but unable to capitalize upon the full-on kill. Meanwhile, Zyphon waits for contact, Slacks his orb, picks up 1. Crimbo and Sin get involved, but Zyphon hesitates no longer, gets the kill back to a 3-on-3, needs to win the next against Keto, but he can't quite seem to do it.
His consistency has been up there. That AWP on this T side has been clinical in these trades, and now for this round, there should be nothing. This should be an instant save, not even looking for exits.
SMG and M4, though, it's not a lot to save in, especially for Stair. Try and look for an exit frag back here at the mid window. The Backstab also inbound from Long, so they are setting up something.
That wrap stab. tabseN, doesn't even see it. Why would you expect him there?
Couldn't react in time for Lorks. The stare. Left alone, let's try grab another rifle. M4 saved in for certainty this time. And Big will grab 8 to turn over their T side. T side is something we discussed a little bit over on that nuke Dwayne, and I have to wonder, with the half now going the way of Big, are Sprout's chances going down the toilet here?
And there might be. They really might be. Because I look at Big, and so far in this event, Jay, the maximum amount of rounds that they have won on a T side is 7. Whether that be in the group stage, whether that be in the playoffs, whether that be in this series already. So the idea that you might be looking at double digits on the T side, that's got to be the best performance yet.
100%. Sprout might need something a little bit special here. M4, of course, safe for Stare, the hero weapon in the eco basis. Does find one pick, that's a start. tabseN down. Significant players to remove in this round for the Big side. They make their way towards the A site anyway. Harsh stat back of the rotations, and Stare is still looking for picks for that M4. Flashed in against him, refresh will fall.
And now Farfen makes it a couple. Starts continuing that pace out towards the jungle control, even spotting the player out to Ninja. And that's just the reaction for Big. You lose a pick out in mid, you start getting aggressive, you start executing that tempo towards A. Stare with the M4 still finds another. This could still be on.
Oh, Long's Deagle strikes as well. Keto's all picked back. Oh! He gets his own Deagle shots and closes a fantastic hole on the A site itself. You thought a spanner was thrown in there by Sprout, but Big continued to hold solid.
Oh, Keto's putting on a show, mate. He is putting on a very good effort here in map number 3. Just when Lorks, the spin around.
Keto has been on fire in this series, and not even at the top of the board. Some of the stuff he's done for Big has certainly been impactful, and now he charges forward to the AK. Prodding out towards the A site for a quick rush to close the half. Big looking to end on a quick and confident note. Refresh, looking for some sort of trade back, looking to open up this round in the midst of the fire. Gets that first kill. tabseN and Sin with a responsive.
So much pace down here towards A. Now Lorks has got a gap in the smoke, and Zyphon's got a backstab.
M4 leans in, being checked out. Not entirely. tabseN caught a reload. That's a 3-on-3.
And they know exactly what's going on. Boost up towards CT. No chance of the bomb being planted just yet.
Can't see anything above that smoke either. Lorks making some noise. Leans in, sandwich, did not see the player that's out there. Zyphon now leans forward, but Zin is ready for him. Stare now up, can catch the bomb carrier. Farben with a trade back though. It's all Lorks again. 10 kills so far in this map up. And he rotates away to find a different angle of play.
He's got to try and reposition, play out from jungle, out towards connector. He's got to give himself a chance of isolating these individual jewels. And even for Farfen, he's got another smoke. He can use this on the post plant to waste time.
It was a risky plant there, down over towards the open position. You can see it open up there for connector. Lorks leaning forward, M4. AWP covers it, and Crimbo closes out the half. 10-5 up for Big.
And it just shows that opening start, how much that meant, Jay, to give themselves that sort of security and a 10-5 half. I don't know if any team can come back here like that against Big.
Well, leaning into the T side, Sprout have got some worries. Will they bottle it at the last hurdle? We'll find out after the break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Big are only 6 rounds away from the grand finals of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022 at 10-5 up on our final map on Mirage Dweg. Man alive, what a performance it would be for them, especially considering what Sprout were able to do on the second map, their own map pick, bringing it back on the T-side basis. There's a lot of work to do still. They've done it once before, but Big, man, you can feel the hunger in their side.
And you can, and it's been a while since they've been in a grand final, on LAN, in an international event. It dates back to January of 2020 at DreamHack Open Leipzig, with Xantara still on the lineup. 2 years coming up to 3 since they've been in a grand final. This is their chance now.
This is the pistol round, our final pistol of this series. Refresh. First man up, smokes in the ready for Crimbo. HG sent towards Apps, perfectly placed. That's a ton of damage with Sin support as well. USP looking for the taps, can't quite find that opening kill. He's being chipped away. Finally, it comes forward for Tabson to open up the half against Longs as Crimbo holds towards the backside. Sin is picked up, Keto will drop. Crimbo can't hit a bullet, caught out of ammo, and drops towards Zyphon's double. Father now alone. And Sprout will look to pick up the pistol. 1-on-4 for the lone CT. No kit in for him either. Surely this does not happen.
And an impressive return coming in there from Sprout, being naded down to such little amounts there in the apartments. They come through and start ripping with the entries. And Faffen's got no hope. 1v4 is not presenting Sprout a lifeline to start off the second half.
And the T side that they need to mount up on the comeback. These Farmer get the one pick back, returning some damage again, looking for heads, looking to try and take this Kevlar away if possible. Not a mass amount of the excess, eventually he does fall back to save his own Kevlar, as it will be Sprout with the 6th round now on the T-side basis. And T-sides were a bit of a talking point in the second half of Nuke as well. Blake, we mentioned how it's only a tiny average there for Sprout, still able to bring it back and turn that map towards the 3rd. So the question is it a similar story here for Mirage?
It's 1 round to get started, but I think the rifle round will give us a big picture. That will give us a tell of exactly where he sit. From Farfen's point of view, Jay, he ended the group stage as the 47th highest rated player, and now he's turned it around in the playoffs. We saw a decent performance against 500. We're seeing an even better performance here against Sprout, and out on Mirage, he's leading by example.
Forced back in, but Bing, meanwhile, scouts in. Farfen trying to engage that first contact, did not see the player pass stack, dives out of the way, holds position at the edge of the sniper's nest.
And just for Big, it's all about being able to start off on the right foot, opening kill, opening information, anything in a round like this. Now they've smoked off, it shows that they want to get aggressive with a nade stack to top mid.
2 of them sent up, and they do catch Stair. Stair caught Farfen on the way out of it though. So even standing is Big, well, with Crimbo the same.
Now Longs could have had a timing of trying to walk out to the apartments, he opts against it. May have heard some of these footsteps rotating away outside to the marker control. There's actually only 1 on B to defend for Big.
5-7 standing for Crimbo. Molotov sent, smokes go down. Man tucks himself in as the Molotovs do go over. They make their way forward. Launch the first contact individual of Sprout. Refresh gets the kill on Keto and actually forces the rotation back from the T side.
And this is a smart call. Now you still got Sin out towards CT spawn that can try and deny that bomb for going down from Connector. And now even Tabson are looking for the scout.
Oh, what a shot towards Longs. The Eagle comes out as well. And the 5-7 waits and baits, waiting for the T's to get closer to the bomb site. Can they see him? Can they read him? At long range, they can deal with him, certainly. Advantage now for Sprout as they gain the bomb site.
Sin just had to fight, and so does Tabson out towards jungle. He gets connected. Zyphon drops him, and Crimbo, and this 5-7 wouldn't be able to do it. Might have to opt even for the save.
Try to take a fight at least, catch that scout. Get out of the way, 19 HP for him against Zyphon's 4, and was a close enough kill. But the other 2 are the big concern in that one. So it will be a 7th for Sprout to follow up against the force buy of Big.
And think about what this would mean for someone like Sprout, not only to beat the side of Big, but to get into the grand final, because they've had to make some changes. Parting ways with Speedy, I mean, he's your rock of your team. He's your experience factor. Parting ways with Rouse as well. And signing Zyphon and Refresh back in August. Only a few months from where we are here today. And this would be the event to say, right, it's worth it. That change was for the better. You've made the major. You're now here in Elisa, and a chance to try and press you all the way to the grand finals.
Still early doors, only 2 rounds deep in this half, both of them going the way of Sprout. 3 more needed to catch up towards Big. You'll get one of them for free right here. Be a harsh eco around this scout, maybe an upgrade or 2. but nothing major from the CT side.
And just knowing for Big, they've got the security of this 3-round buffer. And it should only be 2 after this one, but even tabs with the scout, some upgraded pistols. You're hoping that you can save in a rifle, try and get some damage down.
And that scout leans forward. Dork's about to give him a fight. Evades the shot. Just barely, though. That was a risky play.
That's what Big need in this sort of round, though. Bit of risk. Even Sin up towards the top of connector. Could get hunted down. That back 10 wants to fly.
Gets the kill for it. Tagged up to 23 HP, though. Leaning back in for more. Double up found. Triple in the round. Not quite allowed by Farben. The refresh does the trade on Keto. Knows where the last player is as well towards that jungle position. Crimbo catches one out towards the side. But A is completely open, so the bomb will cross and will get planted.
And now you just look for exit frags. Try and see if anything presents itself in the round. That scout comes in close to denying the bomb.
Couldn't stand in the fight for too long, though, so Farben backs off. The plant should be secure by Zyphon. Protected from CT. The CTs are backed up. Galil and Scout going into the next round for Big. It will be 8 for Sprouts. They make it 3-0 to start off the half. Pistol and conversions truly going their way.
And it's good to see the step up from Zyphon because I think he was fairly quiet in map 1, didn't show us everything in map number 2. He's normally a highlight individual, and I think in the third map he's actually grinded very hard. Him and Stare have been consistent. They've been the 2 front runners and maybe the difference makers to bring this comeback even further towards him.
Escaping with 3 players alive for Sprout. Money can build. Not in the most confident fashion in the world, of course, but still building nonetheless to build up the basis. That should enable their map up here, enable their T-side half. But the big challenge is the gun round. You mentioned it off the back of the pistol, Dwayne. That's where we start to get an indication of how far Sprout can go here.
And this is where you've got to imagine for Big, what have they got up their sleeve? Is it a nade stack? Isn't it aggressive duel? Because I think about the city side of Nuke, think about what Tabson was doing outside, getting on top of credit, getting out to T-Red, getting outside. It might be actually something high tempo where they get full frontal. Even Farfen's decided to pick up the AWP this time.
Flash is sent up. Farben tagged up quite heavily to a nade, I believe. Damage return on towards launch here as the flashes come over and Tabson tries to swing. Farben catches one. Tabson with one of his own. Can't double up and Slacks returns 2 back into 3-on-3. And behind the plume of the HG also finds Crimbo. Flashed off for Farben. Gets away. That AWP is known here though.
Now Farfen's just got to try and hope that it doesn't get spammed up in the process. Get some assistance from Keto back out from spawn towards Ticket. Zyphon, if Farfen stays here and this smoke starts to clear, all the advantages here for the AK.
Only they had a HE, then Farven would fall easily. AWP still hunting for them, the gun barrel sticking out, but not spotted there by the player at bottom mid. Zyphon is trying to one out for him though. There's an inkling that player might be there. I think he's seen him now.
Molly, oh, he's gone up. Nothing that Farfen could do, has to fight. And straight to the hands of Zyphon.
Smart call. A pixel was all he needed. And a kill is what he'll find. Keto, 1-on-3. Just got to hope they play towards the A-side and he has one of those magical 1v3s that we've seen from Big so far in this series.
And this is very familiar to what we saw on Nuke in that second half, Jay.
Yep.
We know that Sprout averaged 4 rounds on the T-side of Nuke. It's 6 on the T-side of Mirage. It's not many.
Keto going to try and make sure they stop at 3. 27 seconds, bomb on site. Denied. Keto swings in, catches Zyphon. Slacks goes dropping. Maybe it's not going to be so easy for Sprout, but Stare still gets his headshot, climbs the stairs, and climbs his way up to 9 for Sprout.
That's a good effort coming through from Keto. Good patience for him to be out there towards CT spawn. Thinks about the idea of him being able to aggress out towards triple.
I love that. Did his best to try to adjust so much that he left his mouse fall on the floor. Always go with wired mouse, kids. How close did this get for him? Frustration on his face, I'd imagine, at certain points.
What a flick.
Stare, the adjustment so perfect. And had he missed that, I imagine that kill goes the way of Keto. I imagine he'll be sitting at 11-8. Instead, it's 10-9 for the big side.
And just think about Stare, too. Has less than 70 maps played on LAN. He's here in a semi-final against Big, and he's putting on such a showing in map 1 and in map 2. You're right about the frustration there from Keto. Not happy about losing that one at all. But it's about responding because they still have the lead.
Broken half by Hero Scout on M4. Tabson Battering his teammate in, the 5-7 looking for close quarters combat against Lorgs, and he wins it against Stare as well. Keto caught with a smoking hand, but Refresh is so tagged. Taps and finishes him, tries to double up, but Zyphon holds the trays. Still a 3-on-2 for Big here, as Sprout try and make their way into the A site.
Rotates coming quickly. Even Farfan gets mollied out in the open, has to start retreating. Now he's got a crossfire being locked out towards Connector. They're going to have to start fighting and getting map control just to get the bomb down.
Slacks his eyes, set to Stairs. And the Siegers go attack from that primary angle. Molotov's in towards jungle, will force one back. CT is the big concern though for Sin. Scouts involved, shots ringing out, and now the Deagle looks to strike for Sin. Tagged up a little bit, forcing them to try and challenge their own right. They're both tagged up. The Deagle spams. Zyphon just about wins out one fight, but needs to get two more, and he knows that they're watching this cross.
What does he do? Get up.
The similarities between this and Nuke are just so prominent here. Mirage, the final map of the best of three, and Sprout are fighting hard to deny Big their glory in the finals. Within one of the leads, just one to go to equalize. KW even better. Nade sent, evaded by Lonks. Zyphon still rocking the deagle, and Big are slowing things down, happy to play with pace. Keto leaning forward, Zyphon's gonna get caught for it. Lonks now, left alone versus 3. Doesn't even get past the first. Map match in semi-final point for Big now. One more to go to beat Sprout out of the playoffs and make their way into the grand finals.
And again, Jay, nearly 3 years since we've seen Big on LAN make a final. It has been a long time coming for them. Had to work hard in the group stage, coming out with 3 wins and 2 losses, having an overtime win against Harvu on Mirage, in fact. And now at 15-10, it's about closing. 5 rounds to do it in.
Double ops in from Farther and Keto. Bomb plant enabling the buyback from Slax's AWP himself. It's all in the gun buys here. Sprout turned round 26 into 5 in a row. And they know it. They know that they are pushed up with their backs against the wall. All they've got to do is fight forward. It's easier said than done, though. They play a passive default.
They're going to have to deal with Sin. They're going to have to put a molly down here towards Underbout because he's been clinical.
What they'll do for Refresh. Smoke can get in the way. A second one does come out. The HG sent towards Slax doing the damage, and Refresh tries to escape. Retreat away as Sin gets to the center of the site.
Look at what's happening on B, though. A lot of distraction towards A. Now the walkout, but the CTs are rotating back in. Keto with the orb.
Set in as well. Seeing at least one player crossing. I'm not sure if he caught the second man. Smoke back on the site. Lonks, Molotov also sent down, or tries to press the T's at this stage, get that bomb in for the bomb plant.
And Zyphon's still going to lurk towards A. They're going to try and set themselves up. They're going to put all the counter utility involved to try and deny the bomb.
Haven't got much time stalling. Big can force the issue. Plant down in the midst of that Molotov down at default. Second Incendiary comes up. Refresh will just sneak it in. The HG comes up to get the kill though. Lonks needs to step up. That's what he does. Farven caught 2 picks though. Stairs dropping a Sin. Backs a turn. Lonks goes in with 2. And that backstab for Zyphon. Now all important. Lonks is out of HP. The smokes are about to clear. And he's seen 2! Zyphon lines it up! And Sin's now all alone in his own clutch. He wins that first fight. And it's on the default position. The tap of the bomb once. There's no kit. Zyphon, he's found his angle. He holds his nerve. And Sprout stay alive.
One more chance. One more round for survival here for Sprout. And it comes down to that backstab and its timing. Lonks wasting the time on the bomb site. The wraparound coming through from Zyphon. And Sprout hold on.
Only just though. Once again in the dying stages of these games here on the big stage. The back foot team do all they can to keep pace, to bring back some miracle here. Big nearly had it, and Sprout will let that simmer, take their 4th and final tactical. Buyback will be rough though. Orphan AK's in for 3, Galil's on 2 others.
And even from Big's perspective, they want to close it now, Jay. Look at the way that rather than just having a single AWP and M4s to have money in the bank, they're going double AWPs. They realize, let's close it now. Let's give ourselves the best chance possible.
AWP set in for Farben. Taking shots. Flashes forward as they quickly storm that mid-control. Refresh trying to look for the man. Farben did get caught up with some damage. The shot ringing out from the AWP, certainly going to aid that factor. 2 HE sent down, ton of damage done, but Zyphon gets away with the kill. Tabson gets away with the trade.
That nade damage in towards mid, just compounding. Refresh is hoping for an overswing. Another repeat back in. Now notice the way that Big have got a lot of influence towards that short control. Lonks is going to stay out here towards Chair, and Crimbo's making an info play. He is going to find so much space.
Slow but sure. Ever so careful, creeping forwards. Thompson right behind him. And the bomb could get caught off. No one's watching this backstab position.
It's just knowing, underpass, TV, set up the crossfire. I don't know if Refresh has got an idea for it.
He's thinking about it. Backs turn, hitting Cubby. Sees his man and wins that fight. Crimbo drops the advantage, sits with Sprout now.
It could still be misdirection though. Only one individual was seen. They don't know about Tabson, but they're still watching it.
Slax is ready for a peek forward, expecting there to be something out of it. The scope has been heard, and Tabson leans in closer. Their backs are turned. Zyphon could drop. 2 to line up. This is massive. 3 players seen. The trade there from Lawnix keeps them alive. They've got to hit the B site now.
Smoke off connector, try and get into B. Even Refresh trying to work up Con.
Working against them all. Farthen hit the collateral, and that's all it takes to end things off and send Big to the grand finals of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022.
What a way to close it down there from Big. Farfen with the big green connects the all-important blow, and it's one more best of 3 to add to the winning tally.
To think it was one bullet, one single bullet that closed things out for the Big side when Sprout fought all their way back into it. Farben, tip your hat to you, sir, and Big, despite the incredible comeback for Sprout that they set up, despite all that they did on Nuke and damn near did on Mirage, it is a result for the German team as they find themselves in the grand finals of another big tournament here on LAN. And credit to Sprout, man. Look, again, walking into this tournament, we didn't see them as a playoff team. With the standing situation for Berry on that first map as well, having Longs coming back in on the second, man alive, they did some real work to try and make this competitive.
Yeah, they did. They put in a valiant effort, but I think it just showed that slow start on the first map and the slow start that they had even in the first half. Think about Mirage, 5-10 down, Jay.
Result for Big, grand finals for them, grand finals for that man tabseN down on the stage with Parla.
tabseN. Look at the turnout here in Espoo, Finland. Look at the reception. Hear the reception. What's that like?
Feels amazing to play in front of the crowd. It's a really nice tournament to be here. Thank you so much, guys.
What a scene. All right, I don't want to bore you with the details, but we have to go over them a bit. Let's go back to map number 1. So Overpass, you did win it, but it was odd considering that Sprout had Berry standing in, playing for Lounks. Was that hard to adjust to?
To be fair, we didn't really pay attention on that. It's a really unfortunate situation for them that Lounks didn't feel it good. But overall, we just focused on ourselves. We just played our game, and Overpass is a hard map to play for sure.
Now, Nuke, unfortunately, it did not go your way. Any thoughts on what went wrong?
I think they played good Counter-Strike. We didn't hit our shots. We were missing a lot of shots. Stair was finding a lot of holes in our play, and it was hard to play. They had nice pops, and it was hard to handle the situation.
Third and final map, Mirage. tabseN, how did you and the big boys bounce back?
Feels good. Playing Mirage was a rough game against ENCE on Mirage. It was a tough game mentally wise because it was always up and down, losing eco, winning eco. But feels amazing to just win a game and be in the final again. And again, to be honest, it's an amazing crowd, a nice tournament to play here and to be in the moment here. Thank you, guys.
As you just mentioned, tabseN, you're in the grand final. You'll be playing either Fnatic or Astralis. Who do you think that you'll be playing and why?
I think it will be a really tense game for them both. I expect, to be honest, Astralis to win the game. They have maybe now momentum. They had a really good comeback against ENCE. It was a really hard overtime game, but I believe it will be a really close game. Looking forward to play both teams. Just looking forward to play the grand final.
All right, tabseN, thank you so much for your time. If there's anything you'd like to say to the fans at home, yours and Big's fans, and of course, the many, many fans that we have in the arena, now is the time.
Of course, I just want to say thank you guys from obviously everyone here coming, cheering for us, cheering for ENCE, the home teams. Obviously everyone from home, thank you so much for supporting us. Probably the last tournament for us this year. We just want to make it worth, make it count, and we will do our best to make it work. So thank you again for the support, and let's enjoy Counter-Strike, guys, for the rest of the year.
Let's enjoy some Counter-Strike together for the rest of the year. Words from tabseN himself, and it's tabseN and Big that are our first grand finalists here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Everybody in here make some noise! Desk, back to you.
Thank you very much, Parla. That's right, Big, they've made it all the way. They've done it with the standings, with the situation they faced. It was a unique game, right? They got up against the coach, Lounge comes back in, there's a fight the whole way through. But one thing, boys, that was exciting.
Yeah, it was good Counter-Strike. It was back and forth all the time. It felt like Sprout got the control, and they had like 1-2 M4s, tabseN makes some some ridiculous entries on pretty much every map.
Yeah.
In those plays, they had like two rifles, a couple of pistols. They made like a boost on Nuke. He got a pick. They got a boost like on pretty much every map to get like that tap, 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 tap. They got an entry, tried to force, Sprout into these super uncomfortable situations. They got to pick up weapons, got the money control back when Sprout seemed to have all the advantages. So it was an action-packed game back and forth all the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think we also got to see some individuals shine very, very bright. Obviously, commiserations to Sprout for being knocked out. But you can't brush off players like Siphon, Stair, and Longs and the rest of them. Really, they played fantastic pretty much from start to finish. And it's really, really exciting to see that the Sprout team that's as fresh as they are, as new as they are, and as inexperienced as they are, can actually, bring it all the way versus a team like Big. That requires a lot of skill.
Yeah, there's a lot of credit to be given out to those players, right? And I think you can always question mark it of what would happen if they had Lounge from the beginning, but they fought back as best they could. They got him back for the second map. That was a last-minute substitution, a rush in to try and get the job done. But there's a lot of positives to take away from this from Big, because you have stand-ins all year. You bring another one in last minute for this event. You see how much it means to Tabson there, and that's just the story. This is Tabson who wears his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, no, I would even say there's positives for Sprout, considering how they go out, they still make it a fight. It's always hard to change and interchange like that, but like you say, Tabson, he is that superstar, as we mentioned. He's not flashy, but he gets the pick. He makes sure the opponents are in a super awkward position where the other players on his team can capitalize. Yeah. And he does it so well. And he's an in-game leader.
Yes,
we kind of forget that when we see Big playing all the time, because he always posts these like superstar numbers.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely an anomaly. And also, we had more positive signs, right? Yesterday we praised Big for being able to adapt, overcome, and then actually just show us a variety of ways of playing and actually overcoming the obstacle of not having Searson here. And today we're actually getting to see some of the expected, potential future stars from this Big side also show up. And I think Faven deserves a special shout out for that as well. He was fantastic, especially in the last two maps when it got really, really close.
Considering everything he's gone through, throughout the year, getting sick, not practicing with the team, having a little bit of a rough group
having
stage.
To lose Rio, right?
And that's like the dream. To miss a tournament like that, it must be heartbreaking for him.
Absolutely.
But he really stepped up in this game, and he got that final collateral. Obviously, Tabs
lovely
in here.
moments.
Sharing with the fans, making sure they feel appreciated as well. But yeah.
But while we're talking about Tabson, should we see some Tabson magic from the game?
I'd be very happy to, especially because he played such a vital role in actually allowing Big to have such an insane T side as they did. And part of it is through what you mentioned, Jonathan, the fact that Big seemed to be able to get a lot out of little consistently throughout the best of three, whether it's pistol or whether it's like one or two saved rifles, all that kind of stuff. He was the linchpin for it. And throughout that entire T side, he was the only Big player to find an opening kill. And they still get 10 rounds. And that means that obviously he's opening up rounds that they are converting, but he's also leading the team from 4v5s into winning scenarios, which is insanely hard while you're maintaining that kind of fragging output as he's doing. So hats off to Tabson, played a fantastic game, fantastic series overall, and deserves all the plaudits and praise.
Now, overall, we're highlighting across this, right, what Tabson was able to do on Mirage, but you got to say, like, Faven, the fact that the storyline you've been talking about coming back in, not being practicing with the team, I think, what did they say, he had 2 days or something like that to get yourself ready, and then you're still able to warm up into it, We talked about Louts warming up into the series, Faven's warms up into the event.
There's very few players that can do that. The only reference I really have is Crims one time. He had 0 hours played because he was sick and just went to a Star Ladder event and was like the absolute MVP of the event, like crushing everyone with like a 140 rating.
Yeah,
and there's very few people that can do that.
And extremely few. And Faven probably would be the MVP for Big in this series. Again, considering where he came from, considering the lack of preparation time, just lack of play time, really, in a professional setting, right? Like, he missed out on stage performances because of his illness, etc. And the fact that he was able to bounce back from a pretty poor group stage as well and actually show up when it matters, that's when you see the Faven that was brought into Big. Like, this is what he was meant to do. He's meant to be basically right on the heels of Tabson frag it out like crazy, and he did that, and was essential on the T side of Overpass. He was essential pretty much throughout the entire series, and I think it showcased also once we got into the second half, or actually throughout all of Mirage as well.
72 kills, 49 deaths in there, and a 1.38 rating. Tapson just below him on the 137 as well. Again, we're pointing out the IGL side of things and how it all can work out. But positive signs for Big, handling all of these problems, making it to the grand final. An interesting point I just want to touch on, though, that interview, he was like, oh, I think Astralis might win this next game. He thinks Astralis
I was surprised by that.
I was like, okay.
But, I mean, this is kind of something that you talked about, Double Walk, earlier on, the fact that, yeah, group stages are group stages. But kind of the tried and true, they kind of have, we got through the group stages. Now we're in playoffs. Now it's like game time. And, I mean, that's what we've seen from Big, right? Looked impressive in the quarterfinals, looked impressive in the semifinals. Now they find themselves in the grand finals. I mean, we can't really brush it off that Astralis looked much, much better in their quarterfinals match versus ENCE. So who knows what really is to come in the next matchup.
Well, let's have a little update on where we're at throughout the tournament and see how things are going, because there is just one more semi-final game to go, and that'll be closing out the day, and the grand final will be taking place tomorrow. Big have already booked their slot towards it, and next we'll discover who will be joining them. Fnatic taking on Astralis. Tapson gave us his thoughts. We will soon be giving you their thoughts. And we got a lovely. Oh, we can't see it just yet on the camera. Hopefully, my man can stand there. I like this. This is a very angry face behind us, though.
Face of a cutout of Ariel.
No, stay with us. I want that. I want it back up, mate. The cameras are going to come back on. Give us a wide shot again, please, Mr. Producer. I love this. Oh, he's smiling on this one. Where is it?
A little bit higher.
Come on, jump, mate, jump. Go.
There we go.
There we go. The Ariel's still in the building.
Ariel is still around, having some fun out here. The Finnish fans are actually awesome. They're super nice.
Atmosphere has been fantastic through and through.
Now, we do need to kind of say a send-off to Sprout, and Heku was able to catch up with Refresh. Is he got any more funny quotes for us, or is it going to be a bit more somber this time? Let's have a listen.
Unfortunately, Refresh, this is where it ends for Sprout. You are out of the race for the title. But to me, it kind of feels like you are being like sabotaged by like your own success. Like already like 2 events in a row. Like you do so good in the beginning that you kind of like skipped a phase and then like you come in cold. Do you feel like that's kind of like the reason like why it was kind of like not that easy today like on the stage?
Of course, you know, playing more matches on the stage is going to make you more comfortable. But I think today it was just a weird day, to be honest. First playing with the coach, not before the game, we didn't know who we were like playing with, and I felt like really bad for Longs because he was like really sick. But I would say in the crucial rounds and the crucial moments, it was like mostly on me that I couldn't like control the boys and set them up for success. The CT Mirage and also the T side is really dependent on me, and I didn't do a good enough job of controlling them and setting up the game because it just became weird because I didn't did what I used to do because Mirage is one of our better maps. So overall, I'm happy for the performance coming top 4 here. It's still something that we can learn from, and we know that we have the potential of winning big games, even with our coach.
Winning big games against Big, but the thing is, we've seen you play against Big so many times, and it kind of feels like they are sort of your kryptonite. And one of the reasons is the veto, because they permaban your best map, and then you're kind of forced okay, Dasu or Nuke. But with the recent patch, Dasu is gonna go out. Do you think finally you'll be okay, boys, now we can fight?
I mean, of course, it's going to be an advantage on the veto side, but I think it's more of a mental thing because when you lose to the same team over and over again, you might overthink things in your head, and it's also giving them more confidence. But we really need to learn how to reset more and just take one game at a time and not think of something special just because it's Big or another team, right? So that's something we have to learn. It's something that they probably have more of, more experience of playing the bigger tournaments. So hopefully we're gonna learn from this. I would say we have had good success on lane, the 3 lanes we have been to. I mean, qualifying for the legend stage, winning against NIP at the major, and doing top 4 here is not bad results, even with unfortunate circumstances with longs. So I would say I'm proud of the boys, but I know we can do more.
All right, then. Looking forward to see that more next tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Katsokaa kuinka silvankuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hopi hopi!
Hyvä tempo päällä pojilla.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin saavuista. Body otaisi kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
Katsokaa kuinka silvankuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdellaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi, hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, poika.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntähtynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otaisi ottaa todella eteellä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
We're back and going into our second semi-final to discover who will be making it to that grand final. It's Astralis they're up against Fnatic. And Astralis, they certainly showed us a better game than we expected. They found their way in the semi-spot. While Fnatic have been waiting, had a bit of time off to get themselves ready for this game. And maybe they were even unexpectedly looking at Astralis at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they finally got, you know, we speak about it and you look at every tournament they played, it's always, you know, blame F. Can someone actually, you know, help him in this fragging department, bringing some impact?
Yeah.
And we finally see they actually all got activated yesterday against ENS, but especially Sypnix, who had a absolutely, like, crazy good series. I did not expect that, you know, because he was hitting shot and it didn't look at all bad. Like, he was clean, crisp, he was clutching, he was taking space, and it was a little bit like that old clutch minister back again.
Definitely, like, I guess, turning a new leaf or turning back to an old leaf in that sense, I guess, for Sypnix. But regardless of what it is, it was definitely what Astralis needed. And we've got to see some decent production out of the two youngsters as well, both Mr. and Christo showing up when they needed to, and again, being productive parts of this unit. And for Astralis, you know, they're trying to basically mimic what Big have done because they barely scraped through the group stages. Consider the fact that they beat Complexity and OT off the back of a Blame F40 romp. Like, that's why they're here. But to be fair, Big also made it through the group stage in third place. And now they're sitting in a grand final. So might have history repeating itself.
I've got to give a lot of credit to Fnatic, right? Because you made the deepest run in the major of all the teams we've got here. You come into this situation, you've gone straight back for another tournament. I was speaking to Mezzi and he was saying, like, it's been very just get going, wash some clothes, come back out and come straight to an event. And now they're here with potentially a shot at the grand final. It's big.
Yeah, and with the Pepser who's been performing, it doesn't really feel like they're missing anything here. They've been firing on all cylinders and then playing some good Counter-Strike. Obviously, they've been on a little bit of a break now because they topped the group. They haven't really had the feeling of being on a stage. There was some team we were speaking to who actually
said
that,
was
Gobi that said that it was kind of an advantage to get that kind of stage warm-up, feel the presence and atmosphere of the crowd. So
understand it at the earlier stage and rather jump into a semis where potentially tougher opposition, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Then, yeah, again, just to continue on with your point about Pepser, it's not often, you don't say it lightly, like you're not missing Crims.
Yeah.
but the way he's been playing through the group stages up to this point, yeah, no, it really does feel like Pepser has been able to kind of fill that role that Crims usually occupies in a pretty decent manner. Question is obviously if he's going to be able to do it in a playoff stage.
while talking about Pep, so I'll give you a little another tidbit as well. He was following the team around the whole time in Brazil, just in case they needed a stand-in. So he was there. He's been part of it. He's been watching it all go down. So it's probably why he's a bit easier to fit in. That's a huge benefit, right?
Yeah, I've seen him in the past, even being in practice.
Yeah, same here.
So he definitely, you know, has gone through a lot of experience, even though you might not think of it. He knows the strategy, he knows how they work, how everything is set up in the organization, how they want to, you know, develop rounds and study and prep and everything. So it's a seamless transition so far.
Well, let's discover what Fnatic thought so far of their tournament and how they're feeling going into this one, because we've got Fasher standing by.
It's up to the offense. It's going to be either one of these players vying for the time.
The way we prepared for this tournament was a little bit together with the IEM Rio Major, because we made it that far in the Major. We really didn't have time for Elisa to prep, so we used the prep we used for Rio. We're going to play with a stand-in now, so it's a little bit different. We didn't really have time with him, but yeah, we have to do the best.
The angle, what is he watching here? He's not watching the right angle, and Messi, he's going to put the advantage in.
The rework we had and the roles now, it's going to be like 50-50, because we feel like we're not there yet at all. Even though we had a great run at the Major, I feel like we all need to work hard, and it takes time for us to become a top team.
And even the aim is on point. What can you do to stop a Fnatic team looking like this, man? I'm not too sure, but they've given up a lot of map control again.
I think for me to win the Elisa Masters tournament, it's going to be a great achievement. It's a big LAN, and yeah, we need the experience on stage. So for all of us, it would be a great tournament to win.
Teams to potentially confirm? That'd be nuts. Absurd. We still have to get that far, man. The Pistol's putting in overtime right now as Royce P250's clapped off the head of two of them on the mid crunch. It looks like this.
Because we reached the playoffs in the Major, I think people will expect us to win this tournament, but I don't think we see it that way. Obviously our goal is to make the playoffs, and with a stand-in, I think that should be our goal. We shouldn't put too much pressure on ourselves, but yeah, I can see why people think we're the favorites for this tournament.
And good expectation setting there, right? Because yes, they may have made playoffs of the Major, but when you come in and you lose someone like Crims, it is going to affect you. We spoke positively about Pepsor, but I'm very glad with like how they're doing this, right? Because at the moment, we keep hearing from many teams and players. Anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah, I think it's the right approach to have when you have Pepsor. Obviously, they kind of feel maybe behind those words a little bit that they could grab that, but they don't want to put that extra pressure on them, you know, and see where it goes. But I definitely see them as the favorites coming into this. They should feel as well. Because Astralis have been shaky, and it's about seeing if they can find that consistency throughout multiple series in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, for how positively surprised we were by Astralis last time around, I mean, we don't have to go too far back to where we had some shocking results, right? Group stages, obviously losing 16-1 versus 500. Blamemuth did kind of allude to that as well, like in the interview, the fact that, yeah, that's the first time we were actually playing that map in an official setting with the standards and everything, so everything just kind of went the way it is. Same thing with Overpass as well.
We've all experienced that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just chaotic days and just can't mentally reset in those scenarios.
And it's also a different format for them, right? That many games, that many best of ones in one day. It's not something normally that the likes of Astralis are playing. You're not grinding it out as much.
Yeah, and like kind of, if you start off on a bad foot, it's really difficult to actually turn that around when you just have game. Okay, you're done. Okay, set up for next one, set up for next one, set up for next one. It kind of feels like that's a bit of an avalanche effect where it started off, so you're going to be a little bit iffy the entire day.
Now, one thing I want to look at here with Astralis is Blamemuth, highest rated player of the tournament. Everything's looking good for him. Zip pulled off the performance you guys spoke about, but is that likely that we can see this again? Because like you mentioned, it got close. It's going to be very tight.
I mean, Blamemuth, I have no doubt, will pull the numbers. He's so consistent, and it's ridiculous how consistent he is in pulling these numbers off. For me, it's about if Mistar or Sipnix can get those kind of like clutch rounds, get some individual prowess from someone else than Blamemuth, so that the whole team can kind of get fired up. Like we saw against that ENCE, it was Mistar that started those kind of clutches, 1v3s after 1v3s, that eventually kind of kick-started Astralis to... They looked like a different team after that.
Yeah, definitely did. Now, one thing when we look at, though, is this, the situation they went up against ENCE. They were able to grind out rounds. They were able to pull themselves back, kicking and screaming into games like that. If it gets scrappy, do you start to give the edge to a team like Astralis against Fnatic?
I have a little bit of a reservation towards that, because if you go back to the series yesterday, one of the things that was, I guess, well, not expected actually, but you've seen it before, and what actually happened was ENCE having monstrous issues with their T sides. Again, kind of getting stuck in that rut where they're running through the same kind of options every single time, and they're not really finding any sort of openings, but they keep going back to it because it should work in theory. And if everybody just does what they're meant to do, this should be fine. And to be fair, that's a fine mindset to have, again, and it's probably true to a certain extent as well. But the fact that they didn't change it up made the job a whole lot easier for Astralis. And I have a hard time seeing just how without dynamic of the type of players that they have on Fnatic, that's going to be a reoccurring theme for Astralis. So they're not going to have as easy of a time to kind of just shut out the T side of the Fnatic side.
And that's a classic scenario, the tunnel vision as an IGL. You know, you time your call maybe one round too late, and then it's like people adapt and kind of counter it, and you're forcing this like one solution instead of thinking of multiple ways to end the round, and sometimes you just go towards it instantly when CTs have high utility and stuff like that, and you kind of just walk into a grind blender or something, like you just all die in a multi-frag. And it's really difficult to adapt to those situations when you get stuck in that thought process.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful of that for sure. And another thing we haven't touched on much during this, right, is that Astralis' coaching changes happen as well, right? That'll add a different element to it. But do you think he has much say in what's going on here in terms of, because you look at Glaive, you say, well, he can do that. It must be hard to come into a system like that.
Oh, no, definitely. Again, I think we've seen that not just with Astralis, obviously, but kind of any established team, right? Like, it's hard to come in as a new entity and shake things up in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
Like, usually it just, I guess, comes as far as like PR answers, right? Like, oh yeah, no, he's totally giving us a new worldview, right?
Hate those.
Exactly, right? But we've actually seen significant changes with Astralis entirely. The fact that Blame is getting entry frags, and a whole lot of them too. And I think Simnix had a HLTV interview just yesterday, or it might have been earlier today, where he's talking about how the fact that he's in new roles and like new scenarios now that he's actually more comfortable with. So whether or not that comes from cosplay, not really sure, but it could very well be, because we have seen a little bit of a one-dimensional or monotone kind of version of Astralis for quite some time, where they've kind of been like, well, if all the, I guess, usual suspects are in the same positions, then we just plop in the right players at the right spots. We should go back to greatness again. But that hasn't been the case. So I'm kind of glad that we're seeing a bit of a change-up. And yeah, I think it's fair to kind of give Costa some credit for that.
Okay, some positive influence from the coach there, but let's see what positive words we're going to get out of Glaive, who was able to catch up with Heku.
We're gonna start the second semi-finals of the tournament, but obviously right now I'm joined by one of the greatest IGLs. Glaive, right now you have quite a lot of young guys on your team, and I actually got to talk to Gobi, and he said like that they feel they kind of have an advantage by the fact that they got to play already on the stage. Do you feel this is actually something that will help you today?
No, that would be really nice if that would help us. Then we could have a little bit of an advantage. I mean, Fnatic has been showing that they're a great team, so we know that it will be a tough match. So every advantage we can get, we will take it.
Well, Fnatic kind of had like the time off, and like you finished at 1 a.m., so you didn't really have much time for preparations. Did you like manage to maybe like cover a little bit like the T sides, like where you maybe like were lacking a little bit of things?
We try to look up at them and see how they play, and we always do that. But I think they're a strong team. Pretty hard to read, but still I believe we can win.
Well, the last time that you played against them was in the groups, and it was a best of one. And I know you are not a huge fan of best of ones, but do you think you have like a really good chance in the best of three?
I mean, I believe that we have a chance at least. I don't think our chances are like extremely good, but I mean, if we can beat ENCE, who also did really good at the major, we can also beat Fnatic because, yeah, I mean, as you see right now, CSGO, everyone can beat everyone, and let's try to do it today.
All right, then let's see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Oh, I don't think I've heard Glaive say something like that before. Yeah, that
lowered expectations.
He's lowered expectations for sure, but I'm used to the confident, fired up Glaive. This maybe comes back to what you guys were saying yesterday about like there's only so much you can take before it starts to build up. Like you just keep getting knocked down and put down.
Yeah.
But no, it's a hard situation. They know that they are inconsistent. They've shown it, and obviously they probably feel these issues even more. You know, with the comms, what happens, what kind of scenarios, kind of engages that mindset and these troubles. So it's going to be interesting to see if maybe some of these like problems they kind of go away, wash away when you get like a really big victory, like they did yesterday against ENCE. So let's hope we get the best Astralis possible going into this game.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily all bad for them to kind of have a bit of a, I guess, moderate expectations going into a matchup like this. Simply because, like, again, if you get hard stuck thinking about your glory days and what used to be and what used to work and all that kind of thing, you're not necessarily going to be that, open to actually improving and trying new things. But I think you get to a certain point where potentially, you might have been broken. You've just completely been broken, shattered, and now you build back better. Like, you really just build anew. And if they've gotten to that point where it's like, yeah, we're understanding that now we're actually in a rebuild period, and this is something that actually is going to take time. So we can't expect the same kind of, win percentage that we used to have. This is the way to move forward. So yeah, maybe Fnatic is a bit of a too tall order today, but, check back in 1 month's time.
Let's see for sure. But right now, they have to face what's in front of them. And right now, we need to get our teams onto the stage with Parla.
Espoo Metro Arena. What is going on tonight? Hello, hello, hello. I enjoy every moment I am out on the stage in front of you. And look how many of you there are. Once again, please do give it up for yourselves. All right, so let's reflect on the semi-final that we just saw. We saw all 3 maps. It was Big versus Sprout, and Big came out on top. They are our first grand finalists. Once again, give it up for Sprout and Big. And what does that mean now? It means it's time to find out who they will be playing. So, let me introduce our first competitor in our final semi-final. On one side of the stage, we will have one of the oldest, most storied and successful organizations in all of esports. However, arguably their most legendary player is having to stand out. And in his place, we have a young, fiery new blood, hopefully ready to step up. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena, put your hands together for Fnatic! Ready and raring to go. But who will their opponents be now? If in 2018 I told you that this organization could be underdogs, you would have all been confused. You would have been aghast. But that is where they have been, and that is where they are now. And currently, they are also going to be playing with a stand-in. Will they be a team that can rise to this momentous occasion? And will they be the ones that move on to the grand final? Give a warm, warm welcome to one of the most successful organizations in Counter-Strike history. They are legends of the game. Raise the roof for Astralis! Fantastic. All right, let me get Mezzi from Fnatic and Kessler, the latest coach in addition to Astralis. Now, I'm going to start with you, Mezzi. Interesting story here. We've got the young Pepsor standing in for Crims, who I described as your most legendary player. How could that affect this matchup, if at all?
Not at all. Pepsor's a legend, so you know he's always been stepping up for us when he's standing in. So I'm sure he'll do fine as well.
Okay, and Castley, how do you as coach factor in Pepsor standing in? But considering you guys also have Christo standing in, some interesting dynamics here.
Yeah, I mean, just watch out for Christo in the pistol round.
Oh, Christo in the pistol. Are you guys ready? I like that rhyme. All right, couple more questions. This Astralis, this latest Astralis that's been here at the Elisa Masters, they've been quite unpredictable. Are you guys as ready as possible for that unpredictability?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't ever underestimate any team, and they've shown they deserve to be here. So we're not underestimating them. We just need to do our thing, and we're very confident in it. So we'll just take it from there.
And Kessler, are you and the boys on Astralis as ready as possible for this semi-final?
Yeah, we couldn't be more prepared. So the Veto went as we thought. So all good.
Okay, guys. Final thing. This crowd, this arena has been alight with passion and noise. Is there anything you'd like to say to them, to the fans at home? Anything, say it now.
Just thank you and hope you can support us through this and give us that extra push to take it over the line.
Are you ready to see Astralis in the fucking final?
Hey! Everybody, this one is going to be absolute fire. We've got Fnatic, we've got Astralis. One final time before we get it live. Raise the roof!
I am loving this. We went from PR, so sensitive Astralis, you know, everything was always perfect. Then you had a bit of blame F and config into the mix, and now we've got even the F-bombs dropped by the coach. Loving it. Let's go. Why not?
Yeah, why not? I mean, hyping up the crowd, everyone seemed to love it, so why not?
I mean, yeah, you want to get the crowd on your side, right?
Yeah.
Like, again, I'm pretty sure they're going to be clapping for just about everything that's worth clapping for, but it's kind of nice to feel like you've taken over that home, I guess, home sweet home advantage. In that sense, and you know, maybe that's what new look Astralis are playing into. Could very well be the case.
Yeah, and this is it, right? We're talking about the new look Astralis and what they can do, but at least in their eyes, right? And obviously we spoke about the expectations being set lower here, with what Glaive was saying in the interview. The pressure's certainly going to be more on Fnatic, given the recent form.
No, definitely. But I personally am a huge fan of Fnatic and their approach, the players.
no doubts there, Major boy.
No bias, though.
Maybe. But I'm a big fanboy of Roy, Nikodos, and the build they've done here in this team. Like, I think it makes sense. I think they're building for long term. You can see that from every approach they're adding. They're not looking for short-term success. You can see that every approach on the map is very, stable, consistent. And it's good brand of Counter-Strike to watch, and Roy with that creepy, sneaky kind of entry style, it's so fun to watch.
Oh, it really is, for sure. Now, when it comes to looking at what you're expecting from this matchup before we get into the veto as well, is there an angle where Astralis have a significant advantage here? Because even when we went into the Ents game, we're talking about all the flaws in it. Where are the positives here for me, boys?
I mean, I'll say that there's a couple of obvious choices, really, for Astralis to go. I would say a couple. One of them is going to get banned out probably immediately, and that's Dust 2. So I'm not expecting that to be in the series. That's a map that Fnatic have tried to shy away from as long as possible, as they've been together, so that's not going to be an opportunity for the Danes, but that will open up both Inferno and Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I expect Astralis to go for that Mirage again, and then Fnatic maybe picking into an overpass. The only loss they have is a 16-1 against outsiders, which we all know is the major champion. So
yeah, we can excuse that.
We'll take that.
We'll excuse it. Otherwise, very, very stable performances. I'm also a huge fan of how Fasher has been growing into the lineup. I see more and more impact from him. So it's a team where I feel like every player is included and has impact in the server. It's not just 2 stars, 3 people that making all the impact with 2 kind of like old school support roles. Everyone has their impact in different timings and different moments on the game.
Now, when we're looking at our player comparison here, we're looking at the 2 IGLs to see what they can take over the line. Similar ratings. There's a lot more text around Glaive. He's even got over his head, where Mezzi's still building his career.
Yeah, he very much still is. And to be fair, he's been rather impressive considering the fact that he's gone into an IGL role. Like, it's not necessarily something that he did when he first got onto the pro scene, but he ended up taking the reins here in Fnatic, and I was kind of expecting it to either be, well, I mean, you could potentially crumble. That's kind of what I was halfway expecting, because it's not your typical kind of build for a team. It's not 5 players from the same nation or at least the same region. You don't necessarily come from the same kind of background and play style of Counter-Strike. So for him, that's obviously a massive task to take on as your first like big project as an in-game leader. But I think he's done a really, really good job of it. I think obviously the run in Rio kind of shows that and proves that. So he's on the right track as of right now. We know, obviously from before he took that IGL mantle, that he is a very, very, very strong individual player.
No, definitely, and we're heading into the Veto right now. Vertigo banned out, Dust 2.
All makes sense.
Yeah, no shockers there. We'll see if our Mirage pick comes in. It does from Astralis.
And then maybe Overpass to follow up. Again, Fnatic, yeah, I mean, this is where they won 14-1, right, in the group stages versus Astralis, so that kind of makes sense.
Now, the third map is a little bit more interesting.
It is, and I'm, like, in the previous matchup that we saw Astralis play versus ENCE, they actually vetoed Nuke, and they're going to do that again, and I think that's a smart thing, because Fnatic, even though their only loss in the tournament is versus Complexity on Nuke, regularly and on average, Fnatic have looked fantastic on that map. So that feels like you've dodged a bullet.
As well.
Yeah. So we're actually going to end up on Inferno. That is kind of, that is probably the weirder side to it, especially because if you go to a third map, it's not like you're giving the CT side away potentially, but I guess they don't want to leave it up to chance. You've had some thoughts on that, obviously off camera, in terms of like choosing sides or what you leave as a third, you know, depending on the rule sets and so on. But I guess they just don't want to risk potentially losing a knife and then starting on the T side, having a bit of an issue and losing semifinals in that way. So Inferno, I guess, at least you know that both sides are going to be able to play and potentially win, you know, or come back on either
team
TNT
will win
side.
that map. Let's just put it that way. It's not going to be just on a CT side shutting you out. Everyone is going to have their chance to play, basically.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to ask, boys, is what are the key points going into this one? Because this is a matchup that's so vital, so important for both of them. And again, I don't think we can just write Astralis off.
No, for me, it's all about how Fnatic, can they handle the pressure of being the favorites, expected to win against a struggling Astralis that's just regained some form. So that, for me, is a big point.
Yeah, absolutely, because they're used to coming into most of the series as underdogs. So this is a new take for them, a new challenge, and we'll see how they face that. For me, I'm looking to more of how Astralis' roles are finally starting to settle. And again, might be that I'm a little bit early in that sense. But from what we've seen from BlameF, obviously impeccable. The fact that Sipnix seems to be more alive right now, that's a great sign as well. So if the roles are starting to get into a comfortable spot for Astralis, maybe we get a repeat performance of what we saw versus ENCE, which would be a great sign for Astralis.
And finally, our third point is basically Roy's consistency and Fasher's growing impact on the server. Because when he joined, he had a little bit trouble. I'm talking about Fasher now. To kind of find his footing, he had a difficult role. It's not easy playing that kind of supportive rifler. But I've seen more and more of Fnatic, and I see him getting more and more impact and more room and space to actually make that impact the longer they've built in this team. Yeah, and again, just to kind of add on to what you were mentioning about Roy, I mean, we both as coaches have had nightmares about Roy and having to play and kind of game plan for him, especially on a map like Overpass, etc., but just on any given map, because he lives in a different time zone from anybody else on the server, so he just has these off timings. He knows how to find space where nobody else really does, which is super frustrating to play against and is really hard to deal with on the spot as well. And he never gives away information. Yeah. That's a key point about Roy. He's always in the silent, always sneaking, lurking in the shadows, but in an entry role, which is an unusual combination.
Well, it's a combination that seems to be working so far for them. Let's see if it can work on Mirage. It's time for us to get into our second semi-final. It's time to see how Fnatic versus Astralis is going to go down with Jay and Dwayne.
Well, there was once a time where Astralis and Fnatic would scream the best of the best in Counter-Strike, and whilst those days might be over, the semi-final run is nothing to scoff at for both these teams, but only one can make it to the grand finals. Dweg, who are you backing on this one?
I'm going to go Fnatic. We're very familiar with Mezzy, maybe not in this sort of an environment. One best of three to get you into the grand final with this sort of crowd. This is new territory for both of the rebuilds.
You look towards the matchup yesterday in the quarterfinals against Ents, right? And the prospects that Astralis almost lost that in 2-0 fashion. For my money, I reckon that should have been the result that we saw down there. So the idea that this position has been held by Astralis still has been a bit more of a, not a lucky run, but they've held their own against an Ents side that capitulated to a certain extent. I don't think Fnatic are going to capitulate at this stage, in spite of the standing situation. As we're ready to get into our semi-final, our second one of the night. It's Mirage to start things off between Astralis and Fnatic with our pistol rounds.
And Astralis back to the home turf. Mirage, we've seen it a few times in this event already. Overtime against B&E and picked against Ents yesterday. They're looking for a better result. They're looking to try and strengthen up that T side. You've got quite a few players out of the gate kind of fly through from the Palace Park.
You remember that Ents took that map over the Astralis side to Fnatic. If they have anything to use, it would be right here and now to try and secure it. In the pistol basis, the taps come through the USPs. Roy trying to hold one against the player out towards Firebox. They will drop Mr. First casualty. 5-on-3 being held by Fnatic. Zipex does find one trade. Fasher is also low HP. So Fnatic now stacking towards the A side. Might try to deny the bomb plant from here as Fasher does get overwhelmed.
And now getting that bomb down, open towards CT. It's all about the wraparound in from stairs.
And there's Lionel Mezzy in with a shot against Blame F. Zipex comes up good. Mezzy with the Brit repping the best of UK CS at this moment. 2 kills to his name. And a third against Zipex, so effectively a start out in the pistol for his own part. Fnatic held the nerve. Did concede that bomb plant though, so you can see Blame F is already buying into that Galil. But an early pause here, technical in nature for the Fnatic side.
And while this isn't Fnatic's map pick, we actually do see them play quite a bit of Mirage. 5 wins and 6 losses in the last 3 months. It's up there tied with the second highest played map in the pool in the last 3 months. Forward.
I wish he was here right now.
Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, what's nice is to get the match back underway with our second round of the game. Fnatic and Astralis. Gonna go blow for blow in this one, and do not be shocked if this one gets very messy.
And just knowing that the force-up coming in, this allows Astralis to try and put the pace right back on in that second round. Look to respond instantly. Notice the idea that there's no SMGs for Fnatic in the second round.
So Roy charging straight into mid-control. Got potentially 2 players to receive. One close, one back at TV. But with no utility support as of right now, he's going to wait for his teammates to form up. Meanwhile, there is another play from Astralis that could capitulate. The whole mid-defensive is being watched by Famas. Roy tempting phase, seeing ahead, getting blamed, following suit with a double up. Now turning back towards that underpass. Does not get much more than the kills, but Nikos has his line. Holds those trades, brings 3 players alive into the next round for Fnatic, 2-0.
Yeah, Roy is currently the 6th highest rated player in the event, Jay. He had a stellar performance in the group stage. Best of one after best of one. A rock-solid rifler who later on in his career has been able to get to his prime. We saw him back on Mad Lions. We've now seen him here on Fnatic. Copenhagen Flames as well, of course, where the run came from and how Nikodos and Roy was a combo package.
Have their experience on the biggest of the stages for them too. Astralis have 2 players that also have the best experience. Again, when I talk about the history that these 2 teams have, Astralis being the best of the best, Zipex and Glaive. So many majors between those 2. Nikodos, however, try to put some of his own talent on the board. No majors on his part, but still appearances. And of course here in the Elisa Masters could still be the trophy winner. Fnatic keep this up. 3-0 on the board. Eco dealt with effective. But now the guns are inbound for Astralis.
And I think it was a long time coming that Fasher was going to get the call up to the next level. Now, we saw him having a very successful last couple of years. I think back to when he was on Lingby Vikings in Ecstatic with, of course, God from Sky, giving himself that little extra edge and proved himself to be one of the best riflers in Tier 2 and had the opportunity for the call-up to Fnatic.
So has an experience with the Danish playstyle, having been on Fnatic and having been on Ecstatic in the past, I should say.
Yes.
So he'll understand a little bit, maybe not the details and the intricacies of Astralis, but the general flow of how this game will go. Keep your eyes on him and how he'll adjust, but Roy is the man to take the forward face, get the kill against BlameF, start things off, and fall back.
This is looking very positive from Fnatic. Look at how many times Roy's charged out a connector up towards top mid, looking for a fight. Pepsor's going to get baited with an early incendiary, but it's Fnatic again to respond with an opening man advantage.
That incendiary forces the T's to rethink the strategy here for Astralis. We're backing away from apartments. Follow-up HGs are also in to keep him at bay, not doing any damage there. But Roy and Pepsor hold their nerve. Nikodos gets the kill on towards Mistar.
And now for Pepsor, has to put the smoke down, try and get some cover. Out towards the B-pop it comes.
Smoking a little bit late to the marker, though. They're going to make their way forward. Famar still gets a kill. Roy follows suit, does get picked up by Christo. So now the 1-on-4 for him as the bomb goes down.
That gives him a chance of buying in the next round. Try and get another rifle round forward. Christo to do his best to isolate the individuals. Player out towards the short control already.
Eyes on, looking for a second pick. An idea of where that player might end up being. Spotted, however, by Mezzi's part. Puts him away in an instant. Headshot gained by the M4, and it is 4 for Fnatic.
Well, if you're familiar with the last best of 3, we saw a lot of early starts. We saw some early streaks, 5-0s, 6-0s. And here we go. All players from Fnatic have played in Elisa Invitationals under different teams. Mezzi on Endpoint, Nikodos and Roy back on Copenhagen Flames, Fasher on Lingby Vikings, and the likes of Ecstatic and Pepsor. Fnatic rising.
Kind of ironic that the one Academy call-up is now here in the Grand Finals of Masters. But all these players having to prove themselves in that online environment here in the offline play. Already finding their form, of course, during the major. Here with a chance to win it all in the Elisa Masters. Smokes being set up. Roy leaning forward with his M4, trying to hunt for Glaive, and he gets the kill. The openings are constantly going the way of Fnatic here.
And it's all Roy. Again, it is out towards his main position this time. Now he can put some counter utility, try and cancel any quick pop, any quick reaction towards an AXE.
AK's on Fasher watching. Zipex hiding behind the smoke, just going to wait for it to clear up. He's got the bomb on his back. And Astralis will wait for the exit to come through.
Now, similar signs to Big and 500 with the opening few rounds of what we're seeing here. Fnatic outclassing right now with these opening picks. Nikodos back towards the AWP at Ticket.
And those smokes, flashes over, Nikodos, shots on, not quite connecting. Fasher barely away from the Molotov here at Dark, gets his kill and doubles up for it. Escape scene amongst the fire, now trying to hunt for BlameF next, who does get a trade back, but it's a 4-on-2 for Fnatic here. Nikodos, smoke ahead of him at the Ticket booth, free smokes on towards the site itself. They'll try to get the bomb down here. Christo leads the charge, does find a pick, that's all important.
And Roy's going to try and do exactly the same. Bomb could get denied, but no, BlameF's there for the security.
It's a massive frag for him, 2-on-2 now being found by Astralis, Pepsor and Mezzi. Catching a headshot in from Ticket, still as the smoke starts to clear, the headshot is found, and BlameF now on for the Quadra. Smokes in towards the side, going to try to cover him off as the bomb now gets tapped and stuck by Mezzi. BlameF will not go for the swing, being challenged by Pepsor. Kept away, burst fire, kill comes through, but Mezzi held the whole defuse, did not move for a moment, didn't even have much breathing. It was down behind default, so from ramp he couldn't even deny.
It can't do anything, can ya? And look at what that is from Pepsor. Because he jiggles, it gives the info. It tells Mezzi, okay, well, he's not up there at Palace. He's maybe not here towards Connect or whatever it may be. As soon as he realizes he's towards ramp Ticket, instantly get on the bomb, instantly get that defuse forward. And just that pressure being applied onto Christo too. And BlameF doing his best to recover the round, but not enough.
It's a solid start for Fnatic. Astralis only really showing resistance in that last round. You see them making their way in. The buyback forced up by the bomb plant, of course, onto the site. They'll look to go. Fasher jump facing it. Ticket smokes down ahead of it. Blocking off CT spawn from the T side. Aya, the M4 swing from Roy does not quite get a kill against Christo, but he's done his damage. He gets the headshot through the smoke anyway.
And Christo with the spam. Now the smoke going to come through up towards top of connector. Mezzi's got to try and respond from CT, but it's all behind the util. The bomb's still not yet planted for Astralis.
Minute and 15. And stall things a little bit here on Fnatic's post-plant positions. The retake's on with the bomb going down. Christo is low and now dead to the hands of Mezzi, finally finishing off the job that Roy had started. Took 2 players with him though, and Fnatic are still very far away from the bomb site.
I think just look for exits here. The money's not in the best of states to just send it forward in a 3v4. It's not worth it either. You think about the idea that you've got an AWP, you've got an AK, look in to see if anyone over-aggresses you, but give that respect forward to Astralis.
Yeah, Fasher can buy, and Nikolos can drop Roy. Pepsol save onto the M4, and that should be a buy up here for Fnatic in the next round. So yeah, exits make sense. Astralis will get there first on the board. Blind kills from Christo, though I don't think that can be replicated.
No, probably not. That was a nice little double for him. And for Astralis, it's breathing room. You get your first round up, you're able to end the streak, and now it's about building. Can you give yourself some leverage? I think back to that game against ENCE, 4 rounds on the T side of Mirage was all that was gained from them.
Where's their start at last? Watch Christo and how he did it. Oh, wow, last bullet on the spray, catching Fasher. How unlucky is that for him?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you got to put it by you, don't you? You got to think about the next round, because another rifle round's coming, and a double orb setup. Mezzy on the big green, in fact.
Alongside Nikolos. Mezzy looking to prod in towards Palace. Nade setting against BlameF and Christo, doing very minimal damage. It looked like a lot more there. 79 and 87, it's not terrible.
Yeah, don't often see Mezzy on the big green. Don't often see double orping setup coming through from Fnatic, so something a bit different. Zip, trying to see if he can use that util, apply a little bit more assistance, try and bait some further counter utility out to B.
Smoke to suppress for the time being. They will force the T-side players to back off. Gain the mid-control from underpass if possible here for Glaive. Astralis, though, down to a slow style.
Smoke off window, try and force Nikolos to reposition, get himself out either to B or back in towards a juggle take. Astralis can put more emphasis forward to connector. That's where Roy's standing.
Molotov's in towards him, forcing him back away from connector. AWP is watching the entryway, so if he re-peeks it, he might go down. Flash to support the position. Take back control and look towards the underpass entrance.
Roy has to try and catch a timing, and there it is. Glaive to drop. Can he find any more? In fact, he multi-frags. Looking in for 3 and dropping the bomb.
Maybe Christo next up. Flashbang ahead of it. He takes that shot. Roy gonna dip in aggressive for it. Not quite get the quadra, but get halfway there. Oh, Christo switches to the AK and now gets Nikolos. Now it's a 3-on-2 for Fnatic.
And try and put some pressure back down towards that connector stance. They don't know what's going on. Pepsol to peek out from short.
Suddenly, Mistar's all alone. Bomb in the open. Trying to take a flight back towards jungle. But 20 seconds remaining for him. Fnatic have the crossfire lock. They know exactly where he is now with the footsteps heard. Pepsol swings, gets his kill. And Fnatic bounce back immediately.
And Roy was the top fragger in the server versus Astralis in the group stage. 29 kills, 13 deaths, 131.5 ADR and a 1.91 rating in that best of one. And Roy is putting on another great show.
Beautiful triple. Isolating every player around that corner. Christo at least good enough to lock onto that shot and make sure it was not a quadra. It could have easily been there with his confidence. Tactical called in by Astralis here. Moment to think things through. But similar story for Keita on the back lines of Fnatic. Given the motivation, given the game plan going forward, trying to stop whatever Astralis have up their sleeve.
We've seen slow starts across T-sides in this entire event when it comes to Astralis. The best that they've been able to gain is 7 rounds, and that was against Complexity in a best of 1. Other than that, we've actually never seen a T-side half have a positive lead.
Guns brought back, of course, for Astralis. The Deagle in for Mistar, still being the limiting factor of the T-side. M4s, AWP, AK still sitting for Mezzy. Zipex. The underpass player to gain mid for Astralis.
And for Astralis, it's all about trying to set up the likes of BlameF. Pepsol making an info play, getting very far aggressive, front forward, out there towards the apartments. Roy spotted 2.
Incendiary thrown down as well. Throwing Zipex, scattering him and Glaive. Smokes in from the T side as well to block off top con, allow Glaive a little bit of a position forward. Zipex still going to get caught by Pepsol in underpass. 2 more players to find though. He's low HP, he won't last long.
He spots that bomb, that's good information, and now Mezzy's going to have to try and slow down this B play, and because that counter smoke comes through, they have to cancel, and now Fash is making an info play to Ram.
They're aware of this. Glaive has got a pick back on Nikolos, so now advantage sits with Astralis. Fasher maybe on to catch the bomb carrier if he's not careful. Lean in, BlameF 4 inches away, looking up towards the stairs. The adjustment's right there. Smoke back down. Second T-side player to deal with. He's thinking of swinging the same.
It's all about timing, trying to get on the other side of the smoke. Cristo on the other side finally catches him.
Advantage back to Astralis. A site also being gained. Mezzi and Roy are so far away from the bomb site. We'll look for challenges outside of Connector. But ultimately, a safer plant can come through for Astralis, and they should be set to win this round.
And Mezzi's got to try and pull some distraction, set up this backstab from Roy. It depends if anyone's actually watching out for it.
He's coming in slowly but surely. One player in the open, Mezzi picks him up. Looks in from Connector as well, where Glaive is holding from. M4 leans in, spots him now, bursts through, barely gets the frag back. Fnatic are clawing this round from the brink, as Roy wins the double and wins the round for Fnatic again.
Mezzi hasn't died. He hasn't died yet, Jay. He keeps alive, and he keeps it going. Roy in with the mix to come forward from that ramp control. Allows him just to siphon off the crossfire. Know that Mistar's out there towards Palace, but it starts off with Fashar, the way that he slows it down. And then, of course, the combination of Roy and Mezzi.
What a pick to find the taps on Mezzi. Roy, you thought you almost bottled that frag, but came up with two in the end. Fnatic, this CT half is looking stellar.
They're putting everything right, and now Astralis might be going in quick.
Very fast indeed from Fasher as well. Out towards ramp. Glaive going to give up the fight. That's a kill. AWP also spotted by Roy. The crossfire that they're not expecting for Astralis running into the meat grinder, and Fnatic grinding them up in whole.
And it's a disrespectful playstyle that Fnatic are bringing. It's on the front foot. It's taking map control away. It's engaging into fights within the first 10, 15 seconds of the round. And what that's doing to Astralis is making them uncomfortable, Jay. They're not getting that respect. They're not getting the room to take map control, to slow the round down. Instead, they just find they're just having to take duels all the time.
Mistar and Zepex now just left to try and pick up the pieces. 2v5 for them. Flashed in to try and get Zepex a bit of an angle. But seeing nothing of the aggression of Fnatic. They have the bomb on their back at least, so they could rotate to the B side. That's a good call to make as well.
And Fnatic are going to have that internal time up, because look at what Mezzi's going to be able to do. Get aggressive, try and hold that crack angle up towards their top mid. So as soon as they get into TV, he's going to spot it.
Takes the shot. Trying to stall for time at this stage. Incendiary thrown down. And there's his first death of the game. Mistar, however, revealing positions alongside Zipex. That bomb backed up 40 seconds. And they're stalled.
And the only way they win this round is if they keep baiting mistakes. Zip and Mistar to play off one another. They're hoping to keep driving Fnatic forward. Can you bait them to get hungry?
The problem is they're not. They're backed up on the sites, playing defensive, knowing that they just have to lock it down. And they'll win the round. Maybe the B site would be the most exposed position, but the Astralis are not leaning there, having seen some resistance in mid, thinking there might be a rotation involved. Counteracted by Fnatic in the end, and now 13 seconds to go for the execution. Mistar flashing in ahead of jungle. Zepek's going to drop in towards Dark, dealt with by Roy. Fasher follows suit with the crossfire. And in the first 9 rounds of the game, Fnatic will win the first half.
And it's a very similar signs to what we saw previously in that matchup against Fnatic and 500. And Keita, very familiar with BlameF. Once upon a time, he actually used to coach him back in Epsilon towards the tail end of 2018 on the international roster. BlameF, before he took his route to go over to Heroic, we saw Keita coaching him at the helm.
There's one player or one man who could really formulate a strategy to shut BlameF down. It would be him. That familiarity can be so impactful for them. Right now, Blame is only on the 3 kills so far in this one.
And you think about what he's done. You think about this event, the highest rated player, the impact man in literally every best of 1, every best of 3. He dropped 41 kills in the last map yesterday. We haven't seen him today, though.
He was slow to start yesterday, though.
That's a good point.
If Astralis can drag this one out, you could still see him mobilize in maps 2 and 3 if we have to go there. And remember as well, against Ensel Mirage yesterday, that first map also went down to Ence's incredible CT side. Astralis nearly brought that back. It's all down to the second half, of course, for them. For now, they've got to suffer with a broken buy. Hero AK here for the T side.
Yeah, it's going to be the BXE. Try and get themselves out of the gate. Roy spotted nothing towards the mid control. Mezzi out towards the archers. He's got Pepsor with him towards the short control.
Flash is coming in for Glaive. 2 of them out and about. Mezzi going to get caught by at least one of them. Pepsor turns away, and both players still get the kills anyway. Christo, Zipex, Mistar down. AK dropped out of the round. Glaive, last man standing. All 5 alive for Fnatic. We called them favourites for good reason, and this is a demonstration of exactly why.
And they're looking good. Fnatic are putting on a very good performance right now in the first half. And it's just showing similarity, those signs of what we saw in the best of 1. The one on overpass, the 114 T-side half that Astralis had. Can they get more? Can they start getting at least a few more rounds in this first half?
Have the gun by properly this time. blameF rocking the Galil thanks to his force invest, as you would expect. AWP in for Cristo, though, trying to look for that first pick in mid, invading the vision on towards the AWP player of the CT side. Oh, blameF, a slight gap in that smoke to play with. Catches Nikodos, kicks things off.
Finally, an opening man advantage. They haven't come easy. Mezzi, though, looking to try and respond, put some more pressure up towards top mid, make it uncomfortable for blameF to get out of this one alive.
Good nade read, but Blame escapes the same. Decent effort there for Fnatic, but down by a man here. Astralis, as is typical, slow things down.
And look at the way that the AKs are just pinned here from Fnatic. Both of them in towards mid. You've got one in window, one out towards short for Mezzi. They are looking to duel on a dry player towards that mid stance.
Minute to play with. Still they creep, still they're slow, still they look for mid-control, which Roy is going to take back from blameF. Cristo, however, his AWP pick in, and smokes down to give Glaive cover.
And Mezzi's got a lot of info to work with now, knowing that there's presence towards mid, knowing that the bomb is up there too from Cristo. Even a slight reposition from Pepsor. They've got to start sending players back over to A.
Incendiary's on. What an adjustment for Fasha. Back to a 3-on-3 will go. Looking up towards Tetris, looking for a headshot. Sprays a little bit awkward, so he tanks a lot of damage. Right now, need that backup to come in Pepsor and Mezzi.
Pepsor loses the fight onto Glaive, and now things are getting set up in favor for Astralis.
Yeah, Mezzi suppressed back here towards Connector. Leaning in as Fasha tries to get out towards the site, but Cristo lands the frag. Low HP against him. Glaive gives up the first kill in the 1-on-3. Mezzi needs 2 more, but he doesn't have the info of where Zipex and Cristo are. Smoke to buy some cover to the cross. A little bit deep, though. Still got an angle that they can abuse.
He's hoping for a reface. He's hoping that they get aggressive, and there should be no way back here. Mezzi just looking for an exit frag.
Cristo will cut him down. Easy pickings for him. Astralis in with their second round at last.
What a performance from the stand-in of Cristo too. Now, I look back at Overpass that we saw yesterday against Ents in that quarterfinal. That first half on CT side, he was quite comfortable. We were seeing some really good sequences out of the big green, and that was probably his best performance yet. Now, I look out at Mirage. He's been the impact player. He's been winning AWP duels. He's been closing rounds down, and he might be a difference maker to finding more rounds in this first half on Mirage.
Castle was saying, watch out for Cristo. 12 kills to his board. Top of the board for Astralis. Tactical coming in for Fnatic. Facing some key resistance at this moment, and maybe blameF might have to be the player to focus on now.
And no player here from Fnatic has more than 200 maps played on LAN. Again, the rebuild has brought in a lot of the youth, a lot of the players that have proved themselves in Tier 2 and the online atmospheres to now be transitioned into the LAN and studio and even stadium environments. Cristo with a good spawn in to try and get a mid-pick.
Shot ringing out, but not quite connecting to Roy, who puts Incendiary ahead of the stack. AWP for Mezzi, meanwhile, Chaucer very far forward, and they're going to get caught for it. Mistar tagged, but not dead yet.
And they don't commit off of the back of it. Mezzi has breathing room now to reposition, get out towards market, think about a wallbang. Overall, even Pepsor can focus his attention back towards short now, knowing that there's no follow-up in the apartments.
And Astralis thinking there might be an aggressive play in towards the ramp control. Meanwhile, Mistar's going to creep up towards it. Nor do they know it's not Ram that sees the aggression, it's actually Palace.
Glaive, got to try and think about a way of where Astralis can start bridging holes in this defense. Fasha to make an info play out here in Palace. Something that we saw Roy doing a lot in Connector and the likes of A main.
Minute on the clock. Cristo to lean in with that AWP, backed up alongside Zipex and Glaive.
Unorthodox set up towards B2 and even the AWP strikes.
Smoke on to suppress them as well. Incendiary ahead of it. Nades also down towards the center of mass. That'll be pretty chunky onto Blame and Glaive. None awares of the player that's also sitting back towards ramp. Might still get flanked in by Fasha here.
You can see the way that Roy's even repositioning, getting out towards CT spawn from market. He might actually read this from blameF.
30 seconds to make that move now. Astralis losing players and losing time. Pepsor and Nikodos get those kills. There's 2 left on the T side. blameF and Mistar leaning forward as Mistar falls and Blame's in a 1-on-5. Might not even get any damage here for Astralis. They do get a little bit, but no player falls on Fnatic. Reinstating confidence. This is 10-2. A little bit of revenge for the Ents boys, perhaps.
And you look at that round from Fnatic's point of view, they're actually at the disadvantage. They had 3 on B, they had Fasha aggressive in Palace, and they had Nikodos looking towards connecting with the AWP. Everything about that setup is screaming Astralis to get success, to be able to brute force open that connector stance, just continue splitting into A, and instead that AWP just looks comfortable.
Gonna reforce back in for Astralis, getting desperate here. Double hero sets up with upgrade pistols around it. Fnatic. Double AWPs meanwhile for Mezi and Nikados. They have not skipped much of a beat at all so far. For Astralis, you start to wonder how much they have left in it. There's one AK falls already.
Nikados already spotted what's going out. No one checking the likes of sandwich. And Fasher makes it a couple. And BlameF and Christo, the last couple, trapped towards that ramp control. AWP does get baited.
Doesn't quite land the second shot either. HE sent back towards ramp though. Nikados down to 12 HP. Is back up ahead of him though. And surely it shouldn't be much more here from the T side line, especially with that Galil still holding. BlameF taking damage. Christo's been tagged. Both players should be found out soon. Flash forward, there's one Deagle shot. Rotations are inbound.
And Christo's just hoping for a repeat, hoping that there's a slight adjustment forward. Even that Galil to look out towards jungle.
Roy responds. BlameF now known, but has breathing room on rotation. The bomb's on his back. He's on his way to B.
And you start wondering here for Fnatic, when do they start to move? Who's going to be the first player? Is it a Pepsor? Is it a Roy? And BlameF going back in towards mid stance. And if you wanted something out of him, this is the round to do it.
Burst through, gets a kill, okay. Pepsor down and out. Roy's also low, but he's going to get towards that B-side defensive from passive. Could still be a fight that Blame wins, 20 seconds to go.
It's all about this first pick, knowing that Roy's down low.
Not looking the right way, seeing him now. Calling him for backup, Roy can't afford to take the challenge. BlameF still lands it. This clutch is on, he's isolated every fight. It's Mezi versus Blame.
And Mezi repositioning out towards market. Blame's going to get in front, the NWP on the other side.
Ideal for a retake, AK seen him as well. Shoulder peeking out to the right-hand side, and Blame now hugs the corner. Mezi, so tunnel vision in this circumstance, so he'll lean around the corner ever so carefully, ever so slightly. Kit is at least in play, but no utility to try to force the fight out. Makes his way in from market doorway, swings, and BlameF lands the hit for the Quadra. What a clutch that is. Momentum boost for Astralis as they claim 3.
And that's a specialty. That's what we know and love that BlameF can do. And here we go. Look at some of the maps on LAN. Over 1,000 for someone like Zip. Nearly 2,000 from him and Glaive combined. And then the youngsters too, Jay. We talk about the youth.
The veterans coaching up the new blood. But right now, that new blood is outshining them again. Christo still leading the charge on the Astralis side, but BlameF still showing that he's got a little bit left in him. Monstrous here. 8 kills so far with that clutch involved. The Fnatic still not willing to go down so easily here. The buy-ups will be received. They've got a lot of cash left in the bank account. Has been whittled down by that previous round, though. For Marcin, for Mezi, and nothing in the savings.
And Fnatic averaged 7 rounds on their CT side in the last 3 months of Mirage. They're up to 10, it could be more.
Orbs up close. Ready in the mid stance. Nikados looks for a swing, does not quite get a shot. Pepsor, meanwhile, going to lead a charge out towards the apartment. Zipex unawares of it. Nikados gets his kill, but Zipex gets 2 to return. B-side under siege, and Roy in the corner, now going to hold his lonesome. Flash against him, still gets a kill. Looks up towards that for a bit more, but Christo and Mistar get 2 on the turn. And Fasher is now alone in from market. Flashed off, AWP pick for Christo, lands him. And Astralis will find 4.
You can just feel the punishment there. Fnatic with the CT-sided aggression and think about, okay, let's take a charge forward. And it's a slight mistiming. You can see the way that Pepsor's not even clearing that right-hand side. Thought as if he'd beat them to the punch. And instead, both of them get punished. What a double kill that is from Zip to open up B.
Caught off guard by one aggressive T-side player, and now Fnatic have nothing to work with. Finally, Astralis have broken them to lean into a 5th round to close out their T-side. Fnatic will still hold a dominant advantage, but it's not as dominant as it was looking earlier on. AK in for Blame, challenging Nikados. Damage done to less than half. Burst through against the pistol players. Damage is being done across the board for Astralis. Vasher's backstab though. SMG bursting through. Roy's going to go down. He needs to get that backstab in relatively soon. Vasher engaging against 1 and 2. Looking for the burst through as Mezi gets 1. And Vasher mans with a triple. Mows down everyone from Astralis. It's now a 1-man in the clutch scenario. And surely he won't win this out.
Not again. not another unreal clutch to come through from BlameF. 10 points of health on the other side of the short smoke, and there's just so many players on B.
Just when Astralis had all the confidence in the world, Fnatic find the counterplay. They sneak one in behind them. A gap in the fence of the T-side line. The bomb in the crossfire. Got to challenge the B site. Gets that first kill. That's decent. Second one needs to come through, and it's not going to happen. HP advantage 2 Staunch from Mezzi. 11-4 for Fnatic to close out the CT side.
It's the exact same scoreline we saw against ENCE yesterday, Jay. They weren't able to come back. Will it be different this time?
We'll find out if it's a repeat of the quarterfinals after the break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, I had my fears that this might end up like this, Dweg. 11-4 for Fnatic at this moment. These parallels to yesterday's performance against ENCE, however, are palpable. Remember, it was the exact same scoreline. Astralis nearly brought it back, but ENCE were able to take that map pick, and Astralis had to rely on maps 2 and 3, the opposing picks in the closing, to try and get this one back under their control. For Fnatic, surely it's theirs to close it. And if they can do it one-sidedly as well, if they can get the pistol and the rifle, it might be lights out for Astralis early.
And it's knowing that they haven't even had to rely on Pepsor that massively in the first half. I think Roy's been able to strike at another crazy level. Fasher was very impactful. Even Mezzi was being able to provide a lot of assistance with the calling. And for Astralis, they have to get started out on this pistol. Fnatic bringing the bodies forward towards A.
They did manage to get it pretty damn close again. They had the comeback on the CT side yesterday. So 7 rounds on that CT basis. Might need something similar to try and do something against Fnatic. Mistart strikes first, but the nade stacks, coordinated by Mezzi, capped him off. Nikolos also finds Christo. 4 on 3 for Fnatic. They're in the A bomb site. Gap for Glaive to play with, though, trying to get a decent kill in. Zipex has caught Fasher back at CT.
And Blame's hoping for some more aggression, hoping that the T's continue pressing.
Decent nades down, damage done to both sides. More so to Astralis with Glaive and Zip being so low. BlameF, however, combines with Zipex to get those 2 kills. Mezzi suddenly alone in his own clutch, aware where these last 2 players are at 100 HP as well. They're coming in. Zipex core, last man to play. What a ticket booth! He holds his clutch and holds the pistol for Astralis.
It's BlameF again, because of course it is, Jay. Coming through when it's required. A necessary clutch. Mezzi coming in close, positioning himself out towards that bench angle on the right-hand side. Tries to isolate the individual jewels, but just doesn't come down to the last one. But look at it from Fnatic's POV. 4 kills, bomb plant. You buy it up, you're confident.
Big stuff for Astralis. Meanwhile, mentioned before, pistol conversions, rifle, that's map done for Fnatic. So you've evaded that potential outcome. Now you walk into the force fire, as you mentioned for Fnatic. They could do even more damage right here, though.
And for Fnatic, this is the perfect turning point in their second half to respond in instantly, to not have to wait till the next rifle round. Working their way down towards underpass, players up in top mid. Christo just trying to spot for info.
Scout trying to take face, does do a little bit of damage towards Mezzi. Good shot to 31 HP. Start for Astralis.
BlameF just jiggling down towards the top of connector. In there with the assistance of the Scout striking off.
Roy falling for it. Headshot gain in the mid position. 5-on-4 for Astralis. Fnatic being cautious about this, backing away from the mid control.
Yeah, this is a very uncomfortable round for Fnatic. You've lost your first player, Mezzi's down low, you don't have the best of nades in the world. You can think about smoking off the archers or maybe out there towards market window and just get yourselves into B. The issue is Zip. Zip's very aggressive here in the apartments, and it could be an angle that gets overlooked.
Fasher and Peps will be the first two players. That was a bit more advanced here from the M4. But they do overlook it anyway. Kills found against 2. Nikodos trades it back. That's a 3-for-1 that favors Astralis quite heavily here. Glaive now waiting on players to rotate to the market control. The SMG's still looking for a close-range fight, and that's what he'll get. Bomb dropped, Mezzi alone. Now seen, and will look to fall soon here.
Glaive, what a perfect bait. And what I love in that sequence is the idea that he jump spots Van, because Fnatic know it's a contact play. We're going to keep walking forward until we see a single individual. And as soon as that jump phase comes through, they just end up going. And because of that, they're just tunnel visioned. They're just driven towards Van, maybe out towards bench. And what it means is no one's looking to that right-hand side. Of course, the first time that we've seen Astralis in an Elisa event, what it would mean for them to take their map pick to give themselves a chance in the series with 2 stand-ins to make the final.
What it's meant already to get to the semi-finals here. In the rebuild, stand-ins across the board. Their star AWPer now missing from the team today. Positions held in the pistols here for Fnatic. Burst through from BlameF as Roy gets tagged up. 42 HP in his basic eco. Deagle's in for them, try to do some damage. Oh, but those HEs doing mass amount of work there.
And now BlameF can just start to strike. Everyone can get aggressive out here towards connector and short. Pepsor and Fasher have got nothing left for them at all. And these upgraded pistols might just get 1 kill and that's it.
Does find one more. Glaive also picking up the one through the smoke. Pistol conversions found by Astralis, starting to get back into this game. But now the guns come in for Fnatic here. Rifles across their board.
Now BlameF, we know how important he can be with opening man advantages, something that we've seen all tournaments so far. And this is his chance for him to get some confidence going. Play out towards connector, always try and be very flawless towards that top mid angle. And one thing that we can say here from Astralis is we can criticize the T sides, but we do have to give praise to the CTs. Think about some of those comebacks. Think about some of those results in the best of ones, even in that series against ENCE yesterday. A lot of the time being on the back foot and a lot of time being driven by strong CT sides.
Concerning factors, of course, the attacking halves, as they mentioned on the desk in previous segments. Discussed that possible problem for Astralis. If they get the win on the CT side, it won't matter, and Fnatic have shown us no signs of getting much in terms of the T side basis. Again, it is the first gun round here, so a chance now to turn that around. Get there first in the half. Got full AKs out this time. Into the mid control, they'll dive.
Oh, Playboy starts off the Pepsor, and so does BlameF.
Roy down at the hand of the M4. 5-on-3, Zipex now looking to hunt forward of his own right. Spray blinded, catches Mezzi and looks for the next man of Fasher. He knows he's back there somewhere, but where specifically? Ahead had the entryway. AK gets the kill and the bomb can go down at least.
Now they're going to need something special here, Jay. Set themselves up for a 2v4 post plant. They're going to have to start taking duels pretty much instantly.
Nikodos bursting forwards. Molotov sent as well towards the market window. Smokes back onto the site. Oh, Christo catches Fasher, so it's out to be a full-on 4K. 1-on-4 for Nikodos. Backed up, trying to play for time, trying to catch a gap or an angle to play with. Hearing footsteps, players coming up close here. Onto the bomb site. Wrapping in, Christo checks it, no scopes him. 4 on the trot for Astralis, now the CT side's coming together.
And what a performance coming through from Christo. You think back to Mirage yesterday, 12 kills and 22 deaths. He was the lowest player on the server when it comes to frags. But right here on Mirage, it's been fresh. It's been looking all that more towards what we expect from him. To step into this role, to give us the goods. And Christo's proved it in map number 1 in both the first half and the second. His form's only stayed.
T-sides for Fnatic. Now going to become the new concern when it comes to this attacking half. They've had some pretty dire moments when it comes to their T rounds. Scored 2 against Outsiders in the Major, 2 against Heroic during the Major. Took Outsiders the distance during the Challenger stage to be a credit. Even against Tier 2 teams, those T-sides have looked pretty dry from them at times, so maybe this could be another thing that could give Astralis the edge.
It's all about riding that momentum. 3 rounds the difference now. Another rifle round to come in. No AWP for Nikodos, so it's going to have to be AKs across the board. And for Astralis, you can see slowly but surely these last handful of rounds, they're farming up more cash. They're giving themselves more security of having a rifle round, even if they lose one.
Nade's a little bit off kilter for Astralis this time in the mid control. Roy going to evade the majority of that damage, only 98 points of health. Sitting pretty nicely for his own part, Astralis. Again, just looking to play the suppression game against Fnatic.
HE placement down there towards underpass a little bit early, so it doesn't do mass damage. Astralis have got 2 out towards B, jump spotter over at Van. Even Blame F trying to peer over the bottom of that con smoke, not seeing anything.
M4 holding still. Waiting for it to clear, thinking there might be something on the T side down there, but so far so little has been seen. Fnatic continuing to press forward with further utility support, flash and smokes in. They concede con from Fnatic.
And this current streak's the longest one that we've seen from Astralis all game so far. Blame F out towards the top of the stairs. Nikodos trying to work with Mezi out in the mid stance, but knowing that even Apartments has been taken, it does leave short open.
43 seconds, the M4 of Glaive. Not aware where Mezi could be. Nikodos does strike onto Blame, that's one pick back. Meanwhile, the CTs walk downstairs at the underpass position. Vipex is going to hear them coming in towards that short control. One player announced might get picked up, but a bomb site should get gained here.
And while Fasher drops, that's info. Glaive going to try and work out, and now the AWP even finds a pick.
Advantage Astralis, they're deep in the site now. Roy's got to get that one strike in, unable to connect the shot though. Christo falls towards Mezi instead, who creeps around Marky to get Glaive the same. Bomb is now on site, should get planted. Zipex, is he going to try to swing out? No, he won't. He'll let it go down.
And look at the player out towards Connector 2 from Pepsor. He's going to try and cut the rotate.
Successful at that with a tap to the head. And Zip now to save his AK because he's got no chance of this retake, not in the 1-on-3. It'll be the 12th of Fnatic finally getting their T-side starts.
And that was a hero play coming through from Mezi. You think about that round being set up, they want to XE out towards B. You've got Fasher out the apartments, gets caught, sees Zip in the back. They end up moving towards a short control. They leave Pepsor as a late lurking connector, but Mezi has to make something happen. He gets aggressive towards that market window, and he comes through with 2 kills that change the tide of the rounds.
Important 12 for Fnatic now, starting off for the second half for them. Astralis have been allowed to close this gap for now. The money should still be okay for the Danes. We should still be seeing an investment from them to follow suit against this previous loss. And Zipex as well got so much on the backstab as well. It was one sneaky backstab from Mezi. They did everything right here for the T-side line.
It just shows that second kill, even on the drop down onto Glaive. And then Pepsor, that's a sitter. Any day of the week, you're going to be able to connect that one. 4 to the difference. Fnatic all about closing it down on map number 1, giving their chances to be so much higher of taking the series.
All pin for Nikodos. Bane and the nades being posted up there. Zipex flashes in against the AWP's position, will of course clear out the apartments. Smokes can also come down. He's looking for a jump face though, and the AWP is hoping he catches one of them. So far not to be.
You got Blame F and Co trying to push very far aggressive up towards top mid. Glaive clearing out as much as possible.
Pressing in initially, but Roy backs off. Thinking there might be something going on there for Astralis. They've got a lot of apartments present, so a B hit doesn't seem to be on the cards.
Now remember, Zib got baited with quite a bit of that counter utility, so all he has to work with is a smoke. He's got nothing else to hold down the defense.
Does suppress them, but still they charge ahead of it. Zipex spray through, captures Mezi. That's one pick and a second on Pepsor with Glaive's assistance. He doubles up on the Fasher as well. Nikodos with the AWP pick now. One trade back. Meanwhile in mid, Roy can strike. Zipex is catching the headshot though, and the bomb's been dropped on the B site. 45 seconds for Roy to clutch this. Engaging that first player, loses a ton of HP.
Now thinks about a different direction. Try and get out towards market, get in from behind. Is anyone going to be watching this?
I think somebody is there on the site. Yeah, Zipex. at the market window position, watching his eyes set. Molotov sent in as well. Roy's going to get force forward ahead of it. So Zipex lands the shot first and foremost. 12-9, 3 to the good. Astralis still catching up here.
The two vets establish a very strong crossfire out of B. Both Zip and Glaive to work off one another towards those short archers in there at default. And Fnatic are having a tough time on this T side.
An intense crowd here in Espoo. Who they're rooting for is not clear. Perhaps it's Astralis beating their hometown heroes yesterday. They could also be the villains of Fnatic. The overdogs in this series. Aww, isn't that cute? 12-9. It's a cute lead that Fnatic once had. Not anymore though.
And this is now Fnatic being tested. You think back to the last 3 months, yeah, Jay, you mentioned a few of their results not being able to get a lot of T rounds, but as an overall markup, 45% is typically the round win percentage. 4 to go. Astralis on the comeback. 3 on A to start things off. We've seen a lot of influence outside of the apartments from Fnatic on these T defaults.
1 round on the T side is definitely below 45%. Below par for Fnatic at this moment in time. Deagle's in for Mezzy, limitations on the buy, also setting with the Galil on Pepzor. It's not great for them. Astralis doing a ton of damage to Fnatic here. Exploiting whole.
And they know that Blame F plays around connector. The peak comes down dry, even a jiggle onto Pepzor, that's been seen.
Player does get tagged up a bit more by the Deagle face though. Mezzy as a Molotov, he could post that up into connector control. Glaive still hunting for a headshot. Finds his man, or does he? Mezzy flicks to the head. Advantage Fnatic now.
And now they've just got to peek together, make sure that they fight out towards this connector control. Now Mezzy's been able to jump up in towards window now.
50 seconds. Mezzy has his eyes set. His Deagle backed up here. The smoke's in the way of him looking onto the jungle position. 40 seconds left on the clock. Nico's going to set up the hit towards B.
Comes down to Zip, out towards his jail position. Rotates are going to be slow. It's pretty much him or nothing.
Mezzy going to have to cut those rotations off as well. Molotov's in, flashes over, dive in for Pepzor, caught off by Zipex, who can't quite hold on to Roy. The flash support's in to keep him blind. Mezzy finds Blame F in mid. Meanwhile, Fnatic up by 2 players, B site gained, and well, Astralis are out of there.
And what I actually really like of what Mezzy's trying to bring when it comes to the creativity on T side is lurking before the bomb goes down. Think about how many of these site hits we've always seen someone in connector, or someone in window, or someone flanking in palace. It comes down to Fnatic having a lot of reassurance that that site's going to get taken, and they can set themselves up for those late kills.
As Zipex got 2, maybe it could have been a different story. As it stands, it's 13-9 now for Fnatic. Only 3 more to go before they have this map, and Astralis will lose another Mirage here in the Masters event. CT comeback with a patch of ice. We are in Finland after all. Are they as good as Finnish drivers, Dweg?
Well, Fnatic, one thing that they might be very good at is reading the veto. Remember, we saw Mirage being played against BNE. We saw Mirage being played in that playoff game yesterday against ENCE. I'm sure Mezzy and Keita are coming together expecting Mirage to come out again.
It certainly came prepared in that first half. The second half is starting to come together as well. Astralis starting to fall apart. Money base is completely wrecked. Christo and Mr. the only weapons in play here. A couple P250s for Zipex and Blame F as well. Already one of those taken out. Assume that was a jump face in from Van. One player up towards the B site, stacking towards A. Fnatic going to realize that quickly here. Bombs on its way, will go down. Nothing they can do to resist it here.
And this is still okay for Astralis. Yes, okay, it's not the gamble stack you're hoping for, but look at what it does allow you to do. Save your weapons. Allow both of those rifles to be held back into the next round. So, yes, you lose the B site. Yes, you give a 14th over to Fnatic, but you're not losing those upgrades, so you're going to be happy about that moving into the next rifle rounds.
Yeah, the AWP can't be bought with this money state, even with the loss bonus flowing in. So keeping Christo alive is going to be important. Mistar certainly in his own position in a similar stance for the M4 is going to be valuable for them. It might be worth it for the hunt on Fnatic as a result. Their own money line is a little bit dicey, so they'll opt to go for the save, hold on to their weapons, claim number 14. Close the gap even further to the win. Astralis might have to rest on this next buy here to try and close it down, stop Fnatic from winning the series, winning the map rather.
It might be the series, to be honest with you, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing map 1 comes in like this, I know we do get best of 3s where you do win each other's map picks. It does happen.
Hence yesterday.
Yep. Oh, there he is again.
Ariel.
Come tomorrow, he'll be there.
A lot of love for the Finnish pros here. Still got the Ents fan section as well. Save a beer for me, lads. 14-9. Save a beer for Astralis. Be left out of this series if they can't get this back together. Again, you mentioned the situation that we had yesterday, the situation we have on our hands today. Fnatic are slowly closing in. They've allowed Astralis to close the gap a bit, but only 5 rounds so far on the CT side. And look at how aggressive they're going to get.
And Pepsor just waiting to see, is there an info play? Is there someone to come out towards ramp? The smoke off the front side of jungle, they're going to go.
Oh, there's Mezzy with the kill on towards Glaive. The HG's doing damage, but Mezzy gets a double. Mistar in the corner, though. 2 to line up, only gets one of them. Roy with an important frag, barely alive at 9 HP. Left the bomb back there, he's going to go back for it. Try and get the bomb down. Look at the HP bars on Fnatic as a whole. The trace can be so good as the kills come in. Mezzy aggresses and gets his triple in. Hopefully for the Quadra. As the bomb goes down safe here. The AWP posted as well for Nikolos. And that'll be map point on Astralis' map pick for Fnatic.
And just to give you an idea of the complexion of this team, Pepsor has not played Mirage standing in with Fnatic, knowing that this is new territory for him. We didn't see it in the group stage at all. And Mezzy, what a performance that we're seeing out from him. Averages only a 1.02 rating in the last 3 months of Mirage. He's up there at the top. He's up there very close with Roy with the impact. He's had some impeccable rounds.
We saw Mezzy come up for the tier 2 scene on Gamer Legion, who went out earlier on in this group stage. Make a name for himself on Cloud9 here on Fnatic, leading the charge in both the tactics and the scoreline on his own kill counts. Doing work for his side as Astralis take a ton of damage. Fnatic already working in. Blame F is going to get caught first.
A missed up, just working in and around this ramp control. They've got to try and find a response in this sort of one. You're down by 1 already. There's a lot of pacing from Fnatic. Zip seeing nothing with the wrap coming through towards Connector.
Mistar tagged a little bit. Be nice if Glaive can grab the rifle that Blame F dropped. Assuming he had one. AK in for Roy, however. Caught by a quick stack in. Crossfire for Fnatic leads to a 4-on-4.
And now it could be quick. In with the dive. That AWP is being posted out towards the stairs.
Orcs ringing out for Nikolos. Smoked off here at Palace. The M4 still watching the ramp take. Burst through against Mezzy will do some damage. Count nades will come back. Meanwhile, Pepsor taps his way into victory in mid. Christo and Mistar down. Glaive now isolated back at the stairs. Should be detected, should be found here. There's the triple. The Quadra maybe even for Pepsor. Either way, for CFX, it's a 1-on-4 Quadra that he needs to win to try and hold presence and survival for Astralis here. Smokes in against him. The bomb is down.
And what a performance in map number 1 from Fnatic. And it all drives down, Jay. It all drills from that first half and just how much of a lead they got themselves with an 11-4. Zip, been involved with so many of these nice comeback rounds, but this is not going to be it. 16-9 in from Fnatic. That's a statement to not even allow the Danes to get to double digits.
16-9 today, 16-11 yesterday. Even more confident from Fnatic than what Ents showed up in the quarterfinals. And for Astralis, it's another Mirage loss in the playoffs. And the confidence being shown by Fnatic at times. I want to say they played a far better game from Ents, not even just from the scoreline basis, even the confidence. We saw it over the course of those first few rounds, that initial streak that Fnatic had gotten, and then when they came together on the T side, it just looked stellar.
It did indeed. I mean, anytime you're 9-1 up, you're showing by example. I like the way that they had the disrespectful style at the beginning of the game, being aggressive, being on the front foot, always looking for fights, and Roy and Mezzy, they were class.
Key thing as well, right? Like you mentioned, Mezzy topping the board towards the penultimate round. In the last round, Roy usurped him. 24 kills for him, 23 for Mezzy. Those two guys man alive. They really dominated that map up, and for Astralis, it is not a good sign because Overpass are next, and they've already conceded a one-sided affair to Fnatic in the group stage.
And Mezzi was the 51st highest rated player in the group stage. He was at the bottom of the board for the majority of players, but come in the playoffs, come in the stage, the in-game leader leads by example.
I love how Mezzi took the IGL role as a reason to support his supporting element, and now he's still not only being a great IGL, but even the star player at times for Fnatic. A stellar element, and one that should get this series now. Again, we're talking about the 2-0 for Astralis here.
And knowing that we saw Overpass yesterday, even that was a tough one. It was a 14-4 that went to overtime for Fnatic. This is all in their favor.
It's a big victory for them. We head to Overpass after the break, but for now, it's Echo.
So, Mezzi, the first map secured. Yesterday, I got to talk to some players, and they were actually surprised by the fact that Astralis picked Mirage. Did you expect this pick?
Yeah, I think we've been pretty well prepared for all the teams here, and even for this veto, we've done really well, and we were pretty prepared for Mirage coming up and doing well there, so I think we were ready for it.
Well, you're not playing here with a full lineup, and I know that your team has like a full academy roster, so you could have brought in anyone, but you decided to bring in Pepsor, a guy that you already got to play like maybe a few like EPLs before. Is he here because he's like the best there is, or it's because you already have like experience of playing with him?
I think there's obviously a lot of talent in our academy roster. All of them are very much capable of coming in, stepping in and doing a really good job for us. But yeah, it's very much the experience we've had with Pepsor in the past. And even leading up to the major, obviously, Crim's had the hand injury then and was struggling to practice with us then. So we even had some practice days with Pepsor then. And just coming in here just made the most sense playing with him because we had a bit more time and were able to actually have some practices with him, and he knew kind of how we wanted to play and how I liked to call, so it definitely just made the most sense fitting him into the team.
And how does he feel that he's now playing on a big stage in front of a big crowd?
I think he's loving it, to be honest. I think he's obviously, first for him, he's probably a little bit nervous, but nerves are always good for players, and I think as he's shown there, he's playing super well, and even in the best of one stage, he played really well, and you can see incredible like improvements from the last time we played with him. He's a much better player now, and he's shown that he can really perform at this level.
All right, thank you very much for the interview, and good luck on Overpass.
Thank you.
Not the start that Astralis would have wanted. Again here on Mirage, their pick, and they struggle to get it done. Things were looking great for Fnatic for sure, though. And I want to just touch on Mezzi there, even in interviews. Great at his answers. You know, you think coming from the UK, IGLing a legendary like organization within Counter-Strike, this guy is still proving that he can take a team to success despite what's happened to him in the past. And just there, look at how well this team's playing.
Yeah, no, again, he deserves a ton of credit, really, for being able to kind of take on that challenge, because it's not a small one, especially because you have to kind of reform yourself. You never came into the pro scene as an IGL, so that you know, it requires a lot of respect, or demands a lot of respect, really, from people watching. And I think he's showcasing that as well. Again, Fnatic seem to be going from strength to strength.
Yeah, massively there. And one thing we got to touch on, right, when we're praising him so highly, highest rated player in the tournament, playing Meth, when he's not on, when he's not having a game here, you can see the struggles and the holes in Astralis.
Yeah, but they actually had a few of the key elements that I thought they would need to actually bring out a victory in this. Christo was on. I thought that he, honestly, if he starts hitting those shots like he did this game, he had a really strong start that kept him in the game. Yeah, BlameF didn't show up to the normal standard. Yeah. He didn't play like a terrible game or anything at all. There's no disrespect there. You know, it's a hard team to play against Fnatic, especially when they're popping on these cylinders. Roy he was amazing throughout, constantly a thorn in the side of that Astralis. So he's always a danger to deal with. And when players like Messi can come up with equal performances, it's really hard to stop them.
Yeah, and, you know, it's nice that we touched on Roy, obviously leading into the game as well, because this is kind of what we're expecting. This is what we know him, or know him for, you know, from whether it was Mad Lions or Copenhagen Flames, obviously, as a more recent thing. The fact that he's able to do this in Fnatic as well, like he always finds a way to play his style of Counter-Strike, which is his true strength. It's not necessarily that he's the most mechanical beast, etc. Even though he has fantastic jump mechanics and like all that kind of stuff, seems like to be a Danish thing, but but he always finds his way to have an imprint on a match in a significant way.
Yeah.
And I think that's
awareness.
You
know, it's awareness. It's so aware of where the next player will come. It's almost like predicts the pattern of his opponent, so it doesn't have to do that much of a job when he gets the duels. Basically, just keep your hand calm and press -1 because of that crosshair placement is really, really good, and his positioning and repositioning especially to make it annoying for them to re-clear the positions that he has been in. That's what makes him so good. He announces himself, he makes it difficult. The opponents need to sometimes use utility to draw him out. He's not there. You know their intention, and you can refocus and try to find a gap in those clears again. And that's what makes him so good.
Yeah, solid stuff from him for sure. And Mezzi is another one we have to touch on, right? Because not only was he IGLing, but he had a good individual level that helped them get this win.
Yeah, and I think obviously it was mentioned there in the tail end of the cast as well that he didn't have the greatest of the group stage. Like what 51st highest I think was the phrasing, which is a nice
way of saying.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice way of putting it. Absolutely. But we know that Mezzi has been again an excellent individual player. There was a reason why he was brought into Cloud9 as just a player, not an IGL, not anything like that. And we saw that he was one of the few bright spots in that Cloud9 team in terms of performance, right? So there's no, I guess, big secret that he knows how to play and that it can actually be a vital part and actually win out games just by his fragging ability, even at this level. And it's cool to see that comes to fruition because that adds, a whole nother element to Fnatic, and not just off of the fact that he's becoming a pretty competent IGL.
He certainly is. Now we're going over to Overpass. This Fnatic's pick, and it's one they hope to close it out on. But we do know Astralis can at least play that to a decent enough level. So we'll be diving into that as soon as we get back from the break. Don't go anywhere.
Katsokaa kuinka silvankuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdellaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otaisiko ottaa todella eteeltä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarjotavat fragit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
We're moving on in to Overpass, and while Astralis can certainly play it, they showed us yesterday against ENCE, this is by far the best map for Fnatic. We're ignoring that 16-1 loss to Outsiders back at the Major, because that was an anomaly when it comes to how this team play it. And now they'll be looking at the 2-0, but I still have this feeling in my mind, and I don't know what you guys think, that Astralis can always pull a win out of the bag somewhere, and they're certainly going to want to be able to battle back in some way.
I mean, the key thing is that they will start CT side. They will have that strong side, and we've seen they've had really, really good CT sides. The T side they've been struggling with, but Fnatic, I know they are very, very good on this map on the T side. They have that kind of system where they take that short control, they try to clear underground, force that player back, which will be blameF in this case. So there's going to be some trouble there. And hopefully we see the best out of blameF and make some trouble for Fnatic there on the... Because they want to utilize that kind of con space so that Roy can make his move towards A and kind of snuff out what the defense and how the defense is set up for the opponents.
Yeah, and what it feels like is that Fnatic probably has one of the best understandings of pacing when it comes to Overpass in general, and that's obviously with, you know, as you lead up to the fact that they initially want to take short water control, they want to maintain that area. Obviously, Connector is a pretty vital part to have those quick rotations available to you at some point, but they don't rush anything. They allow Roy to kind of go at his own pace. And when you allow Roy to have his space over towards that 8 side, it doesn't matter if he's alone or if he has 4 players behind him, he's going to mess you up in a big way. He's going to make it so difficult for you to actually get understanding of how many players are moving towards that area of the map without potentially, you know, losing out 1 to 2 players. He's so good at denying information from the CT side that Fnatic probably feel like they have way more map control than what they realistically have, which is a massive, massive luxury.
And in terms of looking at the AWP battle in here, right, is this where Nikodos can have a field day?
Yeah, but we saw Christo popping off, so I don't think it's just going to be an easy shooting for Nikodos. If Christo continues this form that he had on Mirage, he can definitely make it difficult, because it is a map where you can gain a lot of confidence as an AWPer with all these small angles. And hopefully, you know, for Christo, it's going to be more than just Roy going towards A on the back of it, because, you know, it's never fun to be an AWPer in Overpass and feel like cold and have to retake B all the time.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the most horrible things. It's kind of like B player on Mirage when they just continuously execute on A. And
here I go, just running around again.
It's like, okay, well, 41, I'll go back save.
You need to do like some step counter, you know?
Yeah, basically. Just move towards that window and then move back. And you don't want that as an AWPer. You want to have some free pickings and not only through forcing it above that smoke in mid, because it's such an obvious play at this point. It's so hard to get something out of it at this point, because the underground creep kind of forces you away from that position after a short while, so it's very easily countered, so to speak.
Yeah, one thing that's going to be interesting to see, and something that we did see Astralis do versus in the previous match versus ENCE, is that they will, you know, from time to time play with 3 players towards A, which gives them a little bit of leeway that might actually allow them to play a little bit more aggressive to try to actively hunt down Roy as well, which could provide, you know, some ample openings and some good chances to actually build a strong CT half. But I think that is essential for Astralis. They need to have success on their CT side.
And they need to win this map if they want to have a chance of getting to the grand finals. Otherwise, Fnatic are going to be ending it here and going up against Big tomorrow. We're about to watch it all go down and see who can be the victor with Jay and Dwayne.
I reckon Fnatic might be in full control of this situation, honestly. Banks, a very significant map-up victory for them, and Overpass not looking all that fantastic for Astralis themselves. Already seen it played out once over the course of this tournament, and of course it was during the group stage of 16-7 victory came through for Fnatic. And something tells me with how they played on that first map, it's going to be repeated the same.
Yeah, one thing I would give you, though, is that they started T-side in that best of 1. So knowing that now you're going to be able to be on the City side, they actually put up a very impressive performance in that half against ENCE yesterday. So it's all about being able to get as much out of the players as possible. I think blameF has to try and step up in this play, and they've got to try and deal with Roy. I think he has got to be a target going into Overpass of quietening down. Don't give that respect forward.
You know, we saw overtimes having to get forced out from Astralis to beat out ENCE, of course, in that previous one. But so, you just have to look at the confidence we've seen
out of the gate very quick into the B pop.
Julie's going to get back around harder cover. on the corner. He takes a fight back against two players, but missing the majority of his bullets until they line up for him. Fasher still comes up good with 2 trades. A 3-on-3 as they have the B sites.
Yeah, look at Nikodos. He's still out here towards T-Spawn. Should be able to catch off the first.
And they're not aware of it. Glaive does get caught tagged up. 22 HP, scraping back towards that short control. But Christo inbound from T-Spawn gets Nikodos. Now Fasher's low, and Mezzi might have to hold the clutch here. Needs to picks at the very least back in. Monster is overwhelmed. Gets that first headshot. Barely even a second. PlayMF takes him back, and it's all onto Fasher. Glaive, close range, up at short. Playing distractions. Playing gets the kill, and Astralis get the pistol.
You can just feel there that Zip gives them so much of an avenue when it comes to that just lurk hold out towards the short sandbags. You have Fasher then coming through with a couple himself, and then even that huge wraparound outside of T-Spawn only presents 1 kill there. Astralis coming quickly and just clap back onto Mezzi, and then eventually it's the likes of Fasher to fall.
Nice bait and switch there from the end of the round for Astralis. Fnatic did get the bomb plant though, and much like how they did get the bomb plant in the T side over on Mirage, they'll force buy in for the second round.
And this is just Fnatic trying to give themselves a little bit of a foothold. We look at Overpass. Pepsor's played it twice. He's been towards the higher end of the board. Roy and Nikodos are always good performers. Same for Fasher. Very consistent when it comes to Fnatic of star individuals on this map of Overpass.
Quick HE's in from BlameF, tagging Roy down to less than 70 HP here. Outside of that, nothing else being taken by either side. Careful predicaments. And Fnatic will slow things down.
Allow themselves just to get a tempo, a bit of a feel to the game on how they want to approach on the T side. Astralis only having a single SMG in for Mistar, so it is going to be lighter on the util standpoint. Playing anti-flash over towards that left-hand side of the monster wall. Fnatic, it's going to be the regroup towards the B hit.
Initial contact, being careful here for the Fnatic side. They are still playing as quietly and carefully as they possibly can. No casualties, no duels, no real advantages as of right now, minus a little bit of HP above Roy. Defects the challenge, and they put the smoke down ahead of it.
A 3 on B. Well, so far, a tidy setup to come through from Astralis, but it could be contact heavy.
Swing forward from Glaive, getting caught up at the double dinker. Pepsor straight to the wallbang. Swing back over the Zipex. He gets only 1 pick back, and Fasher finds Mistar the save. So here's a 4 versus 2, and Fnatic have gained the B site again.
And nothing that BlameF and Christo could do, just have to back off and save. And one thing that we can keep in mind too is actually the Academy team of Fnatic Rising. They actually play a lot of Overpass, so that probably helps the like of Pepsor that this map gets played so much in their map pool.
Well practiced and now involved in all the scrims you can imagine for Fnatic. Has been prepared to play the major. Now standing in for this particular tournament, becoming part of the furniture at this stage. Certainly part of the success of Fnatic here in this one. Back to evens at 1 all on the board. Astralis having no choice but to save off the back of that very fast execution. There's not much defensive posted up there in the back of the sites.
Now you've got to think here from Astralis. We saw a 12-3 half on the City side of Overpass yesterday against ENCE. And for the likes of Fnatic, we know that their T side's incredibly solid. So trying to get yourself in that ballpark of maybe 6 rounds at a minimum, that should be enough. That should be sort of the bridging gap where, okay, we hit 6, we get into that second half, and that's when we can steamroll.
Now 1 trade is all they gain there from Zipex's part. See a little bit more out of him. A little bit more from Astralis in general. Not much can be found in this particular round, though. They will try and force around the 2 weapons saved from Arson M4 in for Christo and BlameF respectively, and Deagles on everyone else.
And I am hoping that we get more out of Mistar. I think he was very impressive in that series against ENCE. Very quiet, though, in map number 1. 5 kills and 18 deaths. We'd like to see the youngster give us that X-Factor potential that we saw in that series against ENCE.
Burst and spray throughs of the M4. The HE's put back by Fasher. Christo going to evade that damage for the most part. I'll be backed up by 2 players in that short control. They'll try and take it back, and there's very little presence here on this side of the map from Fnatic.
Christo starting to hear the footsteps up towards the top of party. Got to be able to swing out to the open.
2 players to find. Only gets 1 of them. Mistar did catch Fasher, though, so it is a 2-for-1 that favours Fnatic.
Now, while that's happening, Pepsor can still try and gain some more map control out towards the short pipe. Mistar fighting out towards Connector. Has to try and get a bait and switch with Glaive.
Taps through on the 5-7s. Mezzi trying to fight things back. Try gain control. Try even up the stance against Astralis, who are now leaning in a little bit more aggressive here, for Mistar especially.
Yeah, Pepsor was hoping that Mistar was going to get aggressive towards the back end of Connector. They're going to try and sandwich him in.
Know that he must be there somewhere. Dive down, how quick will it be? How much support will it require? 35 seconds, they're taking their time with this. Fnatic need to make a move soon.
The flash comes through, and there it is. Finally misses the drop, but they've got to be able to counteract it. The bomb is shifting outside of Monster, which is telling us it's going to be a B hit.
Upgrade Galil to AK, jump at a 5-7 scene, at least one, perhaps two, maybe all three now. Stacks might be incoming, utility thrown over, 5-7 engagement does not go well for him. Pepzor wins the fight. The Deagle is Zipex unable to connect it as Pepzor forces forward the triple, and the bomb will go down to the B site again. Good effort for Astralis, but advantage was always with Fnatic.
And we saw Overpass being played quite a bit in best of one. Surprised that teams even allowed it to come through in a veto. They had a 16-11 against the Bulgarians, a 500, and a 16-7 against Astralis. One of the highest picked map in the pool when it comes to best of three, 6 times in the last 3 months being picked. Now make it a 7th. Pepzor, a recovery man of that round, because that was kind of awkward.
Made it happen with his 3K. You're right about it being awkward. Astralis' aggression in towards the short control and the constant information spots out towards the connected position obviously led to a lot of success in terms of the information game. If only those pistols had gotten those kills. That was the difference maker ultimately, the firepower advantage for Fnatic there. Pepzor, seeing him taking out Mistar and how that engagement went down towards underpass. Of course, him following suit with everything else.
Yeah, Pepzor, not having a massive amount of pro experience before joining Fnatic Rising, was playing on Fight Club and Little Mix, the 21-year-old. Trying to gain that experience with Fnatic Rising. It's actually his 3rd LAN standing in for Fnatic. EPL Season 15 and the Antwerp RMR. Now we've got here in Elisa Masters.
Or some decent top-level experience for him. Obviously not as massive amount as some of his teammates and some of the other players on the other side of the board. Roy will find Christo to kick things off. Bit of an eco basis around the M4. It's still going to be challenging back here over towards the water position. Zipex does find one alongside BlameF's kill, but Glaive goes dropping and Zipex is known. And dead to rights on Fnatic's part. Making it look easy for these last few eco conversion rounds, and now they look towards the gun buy on Astralis.
I like that pace changer there for Mezi, because that's going to bring a lot of confidence to the team. Yes, you know it's an anti-eco. You know that there's not going to be much outside of that single M4 from BlameF. So, okay, charge it in. Get it quite aggressive. You have Roy leading the charge with that Mac-10 straight up in the monster control and around the right side of the pillar. A 3-1, 3 in a row. Astralis get the big green out for Christo.
Up in his hands, but not so much here for Fnatic. Still rocking the automatic weapons across their board. Got enough cash to buy into it in the next round, though. Playing out with the standard setup. No need to upgrade at this stage. Backed up in at the monster position. Hoping for aggression from the CT side, but Astralis are going to play passive.
Zip just holding the slight angle. First flash comes through, doesn't get blinded at all.
M4 holds his nerve. Zipex does not quite get the kill. Pepzor forces it out again.
Nicely done for that opening man advantage. Even Glaive gets forced off of the angle. And now for Astralis, they could just slow this down. You've got Roy outside of Fountain. You've got Fasher into a connector. Just try and force an info play.
Mistar prodding forward, seeing one at the back of the underpass control. Gets away from it. Both sides able to escape pretty effectively with smoke coming down from the T-side basis. Meanwhile, in mid, Christo posts up with the orb and BlameF backs away from long.
He might have actually been seen on that timing for Nikodos. Start bringing their pace forward. AWP on the other side.
Blame again, caught looking the wrong way, allowing the T-side players to make their move up. He sprays down one, gets a ton of damage on the second, but Mezi ends up with the kill at the end of the day. So 4-on-3 for Fnatic again. The AWP also missing out a side post.
And Christo's got to try and retreat, get that smoke down for some more cover, try and get a help out from a teammate rotating up.
Looking from mid, top of dice, shoulders not quite spotted out, the flashbangs and utility being thrown over, he evades them. And there's the rotation indeed with that late lurk from Pepzor. Mistar's the only player to defend it.
He could still win this. He could multi-frag and try and drop the bomb.
20 seconds though, got to line him up. Gets away, does not look to challenge that short presence. Second CT now arising. Glaive will look to challenge it, certainly. Christo's Orb auto strikes. Pepzor with one to return, 2-on-2, 10 seconds. They need to get that bomb back real quick. The AWP watching in the M4, lets him escape. The plant will come down. But Astralis are on for the retake here.
Pepzor putting more of that damage up towards the heaven control.
Oh, a shoulder being spotted by Christo though, a small pixel gap. Found at the edge of the pillar, and now the last man will fall towards Glaive, who creeps around Nikodos, not looking the right way at the right time. And it will be a second for Astralis.
Now pose this to you, Jay. Was that a little bit too gimmicky there from Fnatic? Had man advantage, had a lot of A presence. They dealt with the likes of BlameF. Should they have just committed? They had all of the attributes to go in for it. They end up mid-rounding. They end up changing the offensive over to B, and it cost them.
Perhaps it was. Pepzor, of course, suffering as a result of that. Did great work to get the B entry so far in this one. Of course, playing towards Crim's roles and standing in for him as a result. He's done well on the group stage. And so far in this map, it is translating over to the big stage. But only for this map so far. Again, as you mentioned, bottom of the board for Fnatic on that side of things. Still 14 picks though, so he was decent.
At the same time, he was a B anchor on Mirage on the CT side, so thinking of the position, we might get more out of him when he's in more of a high impact zone. And think about replacing someone like Crim's, like standing in for him, someone that's been a part of the organization for 6 years with Fnatic.
Era-defining he was. So big shoes to fill for Pepsor, to say the least. If he pulls it off, then congratulations, sir. You deserve a place in history for your own right. Mistart and Blame, again, going to try and force forward here at the short control for Astralis. Pepsor is trying to see if he can receive something. Did escape the ire of the CT forces, though they did fire back against him.
So we're seeing a lot of aggressive maneuvers in from Pepsor on the T side, trying to see if he can work out towards the short sandbags in there at Monster. Try to see if he can lurk his way out of trouble. Astralis back in with the buy, have an MP9 up for Mr. and of course the big green from Christo. Now we saw from him a lot of success between Divider, Banana and Bathrooms and Dice. That was kind of his impact area when I think back to the Ents game.
Spray's doing damage towards Fasha, 80 points of health for him. Slight chips away at the HP, but nothing major for Astralis. Similar story for Fnatic, not a lick of damage done to the CT side outside of 1 point against Blame F. Christo's all posted, ready for a kill. The Fnatic as slow as ever.
They still got a lurk out towards that short pipe in from Pepsor. And it seems like it is just going to be the single player of Roy. Everybody else is going to end up on B.
Glaive, the M4. Caught off, tagged up. Incendiary's throwing the try-suppress the T side. Force Pepsor forward, isolate that kill. That's successful.
And now they just get cancelled in with that Incendiary. Even the resmoke off to Monster.
Zipex captures Mezzy before the smoke. Blooms Fasher just find the trade back through the smoke. The SMG unknown. The bomb gets dropped for it. Astralis now up by 2 players. Fnatic down on the advantage and down on the timer. 12 seconds to get the retake and get back on the site. Not going to happen for them. They're going to back off and save the AWP and the AK.
And it just feels here for Fnatic, they're not baiting enough nades off of the B-side players of Astralis. We're not seeing a double pump. We're not seeing a walkout Monster out towards short pipe. Mr. not quite extending all the way to try and get that kill after time. Instead, just holding onto the AK, falling back. But you could just feel there for Astralis, as soon as that B pop comes against them, Incendiary goes down towards short sandbags. Smoke goes off towards Monster. There's so much counter utility that Fnatic are just trapped.
Bang on the money with that one. With an awkward stance for Fnatic in these last few rounds. Astralis starting to use that CT basis to their perfection. Mentioned it being respectable on their own CT side, but we'll come to Fnatic CT half in the second half, because that might just negate everything from Astralis here. AWP in for Christo, trying to find something down towards T-Con. The smokes are in the way, though.
It just gets forced back immediately. Even Blame F out towards Connector. We know how much of a highlight player he can be in these sort of areas. We haven't seen much from him, and that kind of comes down to the playstyle of Fnatic in Con. It's always very deep. It's always very jiggle-heavy from Fasha. Working around the corner, Blame F on the other side.
M4 sitting back and trying to receive any contact in from Con. It's not happening at the moment, though. Fasha being passive about his stance, knowing he's got to be the man to get the bomb down. They decide to commit towards the A side, which looks like what they will do here for Fnatic. 3 players up on long, pressing forward, and Christo does not have the info yet.
Now resmoke off towards Monster to come through from Christo, help out the B-side players. Now you've got Pepsor just out here waiting for a reaction, trying to see if the CTs will get aggressive towards short sandbags at all. A boost up for the AWP to look into A.
Catching one for it, wins the AWP battle. Christo to 4, reface in, the flashes to counteract though, keeping them blinded, making sure the Glaive is protected. Blame and Mr. go back and forth out towards the short control, getting Pepsor to a 3-on-3.
And look at the bomb though, Fasha's outside of B, so this is just going to be an A fake with him ending up at the B side.
Smokes inbound, there's still got that player on short control though. The rotation's got to get cut off by Roy, or will he get the pick of his own right? Looks for the headshot, sees his man. Both sides miss out their bullets as Fasha slow creeps in. Zipex gets the kill. Roy gets the trade back onto Mr. and now they'll put the bomb down.
They get it out safe, don't try and plant out towards a heaven control at all. Rotate coming in quickly from Zip.
M4 spots him, does not quite connect the shot, so Fasha's going to get back to a different position. Meanwhile, Glaive inbound from Con. Mentioned those rotations in from Astralis. Fasha backed up, HG's being sent to support.
And Roy just has to not overpeak here, play the time. Glaive coming through from the short sandbags.
Knows what's going on. Check position, Roy loses the fight. Now they can hold down the defuse because Fasher has not got an angle. Tap up one, look for the second, and Glaive gives up the fight. Little bit too far out wide, could have just held that defuse, but opted against it.
Dutchman does it. What a round coming through from Fasher. And you're right about it, the bomb's not planted for you at all, so you've got to hope to catch a good timing. And that's exactly what he's able to find. Not an easy round there from Fnatic at all. Again, a lot of A influence, the bomb outside of B. Roy even absolutely needed that pick towards short just to get them into B. Astralis are testing them here in the first half. The crowd saw it.
I did. Not happy with that knife. Pepzor down at 70 HP already. Fnatic facing resistance already from Blame Air. Part of a half by here with the SMG. 2 to line up, only 1 to go down.
It's a decent effort because there's more behind it. Christo's going to go next.
T250 only a pistol, though. He's going to let them escape, try and reface back. Will he grab a rifle for it? No, he'll continue with a very quick backstab. This could work wonders for the CT side.
I actually really like this, but look at the timing. Fasher might be able to backstab him.
Is he ready for it? No, he's not. Christo escapes the ire of the T side and still undetected. Fasher making his way forward. Perfect chance to get a kill. And he's not even looking the right way. Doesn't adjust towards it. AK picks up for the second, but Nikolos deals with him. Messi gets the entries towards the sides.
And now they can slow it down, but they've still given up a lot of information. You've got a minute on the clock. You've got some util. You know that Mr. and Glaive are going to be stacking up B. You 100% know that.
2-on-2 scenario. Messi and Nikolos knowing that they're tagged up, knowing that Astralis must have Deagles, will fall back. Back into T-Con, regress towards the A site.
And this is shaping up to be a massive steal from Astralis. Now, that condor has not been opened up, so if they get towards it, they're going to have to make noise. They're going to split. You're going to have Glaive to slowly maneuver back over towards A and leave Mistar here in the short water presence.
Meanwhile, Fnatic are just full sending up towards long. That bomb is on the way. Messi rocking a pistol now, setting up some smokes. Bit of cover towards that mid position, and now Glaive knows what's up. Molotov sent towards him, will try peek forward. Oh, they look for a shot back, and he catches Nikolos. Messi gets the kill back, 1-on-1.
Out towards the truck control. We saw how strong Messi was in the first map. Can he step up again?
Mistar's going all the way around, the wraparound coming in. No kit for him as well, so time is with Messi. How long can he stall for? Mistar creeping up slowly, carefully, revealing nothing of his hand towards the T side. Low HP for both sides though, but one Deagle bullet will do it. AK needs one good headshot. Has he been seen? I think he might have been. Mistar checking the corners. Messi hasn't seen him yet. AK watching the wrong way. And that's the headshot gains. One back for Astralis. They equalise.
And that's the mister that we saw against Ents. Think about the Deagle rounds. Think about the clutches. That was really his preference of how he found so much. And for Fnatic, that's not a round that they would have liked to have gone down. An anti-eco steal.
Let's go Fnatic.
Should we keep calling them that?
Yes. I like that idea. Like you mentioned, Dwayne, the steal coming in for Astralis, setting themselves back up. Even stances. And a tactical needs to come in for Fnatic. The right call to make here. Keeping pace on this T side. You have to wonder if that's going to be enough, though.
Keita, the coaching method, Epsilon, chaos, and of course complexity. 30 years old, a lot of experience. Coaching in the UK scene and also coaching at the international and tier 1 level. Try and get some words of wisdom from him, how he's going to be able to approach the T side, because from the perspective of Fnatic, the more competitive the scoreline is at the turn of the half, the better it is from them. But also, you consider what Astralis have done in the last 4 rounds. They won 3 of them.
Forcing best for Fnatic here. Go whole hog into round 9, double AKs, Tech 9, 2 Deagles also. How do they make this work? How do they counter-steal Astralis?
And it seems to be fairly quick out of the gate, at least for the util standpoint. Now the double AKs are outside of B. Glaive is being boosted up to look down towards that short pipe. You've got both Roy and Nikolos to try and siphon off some map control towards T-Con. Astralis have got a very heavy buddy system in both Con and out at B.
M4 leaning forward for Glaive. Trying to spot them. Mistar comes up with the AK meanwhile. Nice Vox stickers on there as well, by the way. Roy Deagle trying to spot the one in Con. Missed him out, though. Leans back in towards this bathroom's control, seeing where Glaive is. Tap once. Does not catch the man.
It's all distraction. Roy knows that he can't continue facing. And while that's happening, Fasha's walking out B.
Zipex has caught the first kill onto Roy. Bomb on the back of Pepzor as well, trying to get towards the side. Fasha's leaning all the way around towards water. Caught off towards heaven, though. Glaive catches Pepzor. Bomb getting picked back up by Fasha, but he's not focusing upon the main threat here in this round. A boost up now for Zipex. We're going to become a new threat for this retake. 5 on 3, but Fasha catches him.
Knows there's another player out towards that short control. Going to get it out towards default, not just fake it.
BlameF about to swing, but Mezzi has him covered. Second player seen. He's seen the foot as well. Knows that Mistar is behind those sandbags, even upstanding, and he's going to wait for him to peek.
It's all about a matter of timing and getting that assistance from Mezzi with the other AK.
Meanwhile, CT is in from water. Mistar will drop. Perfect patience from Fasha. Christo's orb comes up. Spray back from Glaive. Comes up good. Nikodos now left to clutch it of his own right. 1 on 2. Caught by Christo on the other side of the site. Astralis reclaim the lead.
A couple of overpeaks there from Fnatic on the post plant. Just trying to see if they can get on top of it. Instead, they end up being punished. Puts himself in a stance where the retake comes in. And for Astralis, they are testing them. Knowing that this isn't their map pick, knowing that this is one of the best in the pool from Fnatic, this is a good sign.
Still a struggle from both sides. Astralis have not had it easy, neither have Fnatic. One is a back and forth affair with the streaks and bases. We've actually been back and forth for the last couple rounds here. Of course, 2 on the streak for Astralis starting to break. Comes up, Nikodos gets his deagle shot. Zipex in the back of the site at Toxic, drops that bomb, gets a 2K, reduces it to a triple, and BlameF provides support. Decent damage done by Fnatic there, but no bomb plant. Still could find a reset against Astralis.
And that came in very close, very quick with the acceleration there from Fnatic, and just could not deal with that last player out to the Toxic barrels. That would have opened up the B side, that would have made that round winnable. Zip, what a triple. Just stays so calm in that situation.
2 rounds now up for Astralis as their guns start to face them on a Fnatic. AKs cross all 5, Zipex in with the incendiary counter molotovs, of course, sent in by the CT side. Smokes in initial contact, very passive on the defaults.
And Glaive getting boosted up to look straight towards Connector, knowing that Fasha's always deep. Fnatic just trying to work that map presence, even smoke down now that the HE's blown the door open, allow themselves more control.
Meanwhile, Zipex receiving fire. Glaive does get tagged up on his exchange. Zipex does nothing to return, though. Got close, but no cigar.
And knowing that Roy has got to try and create some space out here towards the top of Connector, Pepzor's retaking short water.
Christo's AWP ready to receive. Fire back from Party. Adjustment towards Roy does damage. Christo is forced off angle into the clutches of one more T-side player. Pepzor combines with Roy's Molotov and gets that kill in the end.
And BlameF's hearing these footsteps coming in quickly from Banana, but he's got to try and tail him.
Might also get sandwiched by Nikodos as Pepzor does fall back to the trade. They're on the bomb site. Glaive holds his nerve back and truck, gets 1, not quite 2. Fashion should get the plant in, but still got that player in the bathrooms. Not quite able to see what it's going down for, and Fasha should get caught in the end.
And now Nikodos has got to go. He's got to start wrapping in.
Roy deep in a bank, dealt with by Mistar, and Nikodos dealt with by BlameF. Stepping up when they need him most. Astralis starting to extend here on CT side.
And how frustrating must that be from Fnatic?
The boys events. Disappointed to go out yesterday. Marty was taking it out against James Banks backstage. Could have been them in the semi-final as well. How hyped would that have been?
How close that series was.
Yeah. Part of it was down to overpass again, 22-20. Result for Astralis, barely by the skin of their teeth. When Ents had 2 match points in that overtime. Tacticals called in by Fnatic here.
And we've just seen from Astralis, just a great timing there from BlameF to be able to get in from behind. I think from Fnatic, everything was set up there for Nikodos to cut rotates from Connector, but just misses that window ever so slightly. 4 rounds on T side. Fnatic need a little bit more. A slight little extension towards the tail end of the half. This has been a good streak, though, from Astralis. Like, yes, there's been bomb plants coming in, and it's helping out the buy states. It's still 4 in a row.
It's 3 rounds to the good. Guns to return, the Galil's out, the AKs, only on 2 players for Fnatic, so this buy, rough. Christo's AWP does not quite find the first pick, though, so Fnatic get a little bit of a lifeline with map control, quick pacing inbounds. That long control, but it's something to consider from BlameF, as one player's going to challenge him and lose it.
And Messi gone immediately, and knowing that no one's even there to try and trade off, Roy out from the bathrooms, does catch BlameF eventually.
4-on-4, HP pretty similar across the board. Christo down to 52, Roy down to 42.
Astralis are getting aggressive towards Long and Monster.
They'll press forward towards that monster position. Mistar will lead the charge. Two players might be about to face him here. Do Fnatic get complacent? They might just do. Charging forward, Zipex. Here's the footsteps. Knows that it's slowed down. Fights on one. Fasher still wins it. Meanwhile, Mistar comes decent shot. Flashbang back in for Christo. Trying to go for some sort of wall bang, some sort of lucky shot against the bomb planter. Nikodos, aware that he might be opened up towards Glaive's position, but opened up towards Graffiti. It's either one of those entry positions. Glaive comes up, caught by Roy. Christo now alone, looking towards sight, wrapping over with that AWP. Needs two good bullets, two good shots. Unawares of where the second player is. Does catch Roy in the end. Nikodos up close. The AK can win the spray. Fnatic break the streak and find 5.
And there's that dynamic duo. The Danes over from Copenhagen Flames working together in the 2vx. And I love the way they settle. You smoke off towards heaven, don't get the bomb down immediately, and Roy is just pinned to look down towards the sandbags in case there's a swing, waiting for the follow-up. And then Nikodos is the one that closes it down. Perfect crosshair placement onto Glaive, and then just the tradability. Another round being gained from Fnatic. That puts him up to 5. And look at what that does to the economy state.
Up to 5, Astralis down to Eco. M4 also in for BlameF, a little bit of savings in his own account to get a bit of a hero setup in from the Astralis side. The Eagles and Zipex, USP is in from everybody else. Tough graph for them to bring this round back. Fnatic can start to close the distance.
And they have lost one of these rounds previously, though. That's something we have to consider. You've got the hero M4, you've got an upgrade. This is still a round that Astralis can work with.
BlameF with the M4 holding. Waiting in for mid-con. Down at bottom, Fasher. The man to try receiving, but so far so little. They are not looking to take face here.
Incredibly silent in this round from Fnatic. Slowly getting more map control forward out towards the front side of the bathrooms. Even the M4 being forced in the open.
Nikodos catches Glaive to kick things off. Blame tries to see if he can get a trade back. Low HP against the position, though. The trade should be easy enough for the T-side line. In fact, they peek together, and Nikodos lands the shot. Pistols all that remain here for the CT side. Fnatic looking towards the edge side.
They're just all about the charge now. Plenty of time still to get themselves forward. Astralis, the best that they can hope for is to try and get back out towards Connector and see if you can get that M4 picked up again.
And Christo and Zipex will fall. Mistar all alone. Smokes down. Sight gain. Bomb will get planted. I think they also picked up that M4 as well on Fasher. USP also with the Zeus. We've seen one Zeus kill today, Dweg. Something tells me we won't see another.
Probably not. Astralis, the last time that they were in a grand final on LAN was back in June this year, the Pinnacle Cup Championship, where it was the derby of an 0-2 loss against Heroic. Now to get into that position, they've got to come back on Fnatic's map pick of Overpass, send it to a third of Inferno to get into that stance again.
He's 6 to the board of Fnatic for now, so even though they hold a lead on this map up, it's not the most confident thing in the world. Mistar caught off guard. Khalil in his hand, dead to the hands of Pepzor. And that is that 6th locked in for the Fnatic side. Now within 1 of equalising to Astralis.
And there's that 6th that I was talking about from Fnatic. I can't get the sign up.
I like that. I like that a lot. 7 to 6, Astralis. Contention held amongst Fnatic with the gun by back in for Marcy's forward, SMGs for Glaive. AWP for Christo meanwhile. Glaive's going to take first face.
Oh, this is very quick in from Fasher. Very different to the approaches that we've seen from him previously in Connector. BlameF out in the open, but Christo's there to back him up.
And Messi to fall. Orb shot connecting. Pepzor meanwhile waiting for monster aggression. He might get it as well. You mentioned aggression from the CT side. And here they come, out and out. Pepzor will fall, 5 on 3. Fasher does get that trade though.
It just gets caught with util. Roy now trying to make a play up towards A, but he gets caught.
Fasher low HP, Nikodos. Orb in his hands, got a lot of work to do now for him in this round. Astralis try to take the half right here, put Fnatic on a back foot in the economy game. Fasher trying to lean forward with that M4. Could backstab against that CT player, or could find a backstab towards the B side.
And the issue is the bomb. Right back towards T-Con. Fasher could get an easy pick onto Christo, but he needs more.
Gets the shot. That's one to return. Nikodos gets Glaive and barely escapes outside a monster. Mistar was set for the trade. Now it's a 2-on-2 with Nikodos landing against him. Someone's got to go back for that bomb, though. It's all the way back in T-Con.
I can't believe they're actually making this work. Nikodos can get up towards the BEM territory, but the thing is, he doesn't know if blameF's just sitting on the bomb.
Paranoid about that. We'll go back for it. They've got to commit towards that site now. Inbound from Connector. blameF could still cut them off. The AK in his hands, coming in, making no noise. 20 seconds as he hears those footsteps. He must do now. AWP watching it. Cross-locked, but only for a moment, and blameF comes in for the backstab.
They might not expect this at all. It's all a matter of timing for blameF.
Slowly, steadily, surely, down to the last few seconds, Astralis about to receive it. Perfect timing, lets the bomb go down, gets Nikodos. Fashion now, Orb still locked out, needs one good bullet.
And blameF's got a molly, so as soon as that gives up the ghost, as soon as there's information, he can put it down.
Fashion's not scoped in either. Got to take that extra split second to scope and get the shot together, or risk a no-scope and lose his life, perhaps. Perfect time to blameF to get the one good shot that he needs. 6 HP on his Orber's position. Now he's been spotted. Looks in, tag up from the pistol instead. Molotov sent. Blame can stick the defuse, but he's only got a kit. He hasn't got a kit. 10 seconds left on it. Taps it once, sticks it. Fash has played it to perfection. He's won the round already. This will be 7 for Fnatic. Don't be a loser. Buy a diffuser. As it's evened up by the international squad.
What a recovery. I really don't know, Jay. I did not think that was possible. There should have been no way. You have a slight walk around forward going up towards the front side of the bathrooms. But a 2v4 coming out of pretty much nowhere. And Fasher and Nikodos, they just make it possible.
What a shot that was for Nikodos. It's the second one, however. What an angle. Cracked up against Mistar. blameF got so close to it. If only it was an extra second, he would have won that round. Denying that plant at the last moment. And we go into the last round of the half with Astralis. A broken buy, a forced buy, an M4 boosted up, making noise already. Trying to look on towards the one player at T-Con, but gets no damage.
You can see a little bit of a prod coming through from Zip, perhaps outside of B too, that monster angle. They just know with this sort of buy, they've got to be on the front foot. Glaive getting boosted up, catches off Pepsor, goner.
blameF also finds Roy. It's a 5-on-3. Astralis might be broken. They're not dead yet.
And now things have to slow down for Fnatic. Get themselves in a position that they can start work in the mid-round. And Fasher's hoping for a slight overpeak and maybe another one of those jump-ups to come through from the boost control just to get a return frag.
HE also sent to his position. Damage done to Glaive and a slight amount, 68 HP. The T's continue their campaign in short.
It's about these entries to end up on B. Ooh, Nikodos with the AWP again.
He's hitting some real good shots. If he brings us back again, Fnatic can give him potential MVP medals because blameF is falling towards Fasher. 3-on-3, the entry, the follow-up. The bomb's on its way towards the B site. 2 CTs to receive it.
And Zip might be able to deny the bomb, though. Think about the idea of the range with that MP9 out there towards the monster wall.
Meanwhile, the Deagle behind Pella. Mistar's going to wait for them to make their way close enough on the short control. Nikodos can't play entries. Flashes go over. Molotov sent towards the toxic barrels. Will they check this corner? Yes, they will. Dive in. The Fasher does go down. Mezzi with a trade back. Deagle spam. Mezzi gets him anyway. And Christo is all alone with a scout in hand against the AWP first. Nikodos puts him out of commission. And it's 8-7 for Fnatic to win the first half.
What a performance to come through from Astralis in the early get-go of this first half. But you've got to look at it from Fnatic's point of view, Jay. That is enough on the T side.
As close as you can get it in the first half of the game. Can it be as close for the second? We'll find out after the break.
We have a solution for you.
T sides have been questioned from Astralis throughout this entire tournament, and they were questioned yesterday against ENCE. They've been questioned today on Mirage against Fnatic. They might be questioned right here on Overpass as well, especially in the group stage where we saw a 14-1 CT side for Fnatic. So my question is, can that be replicated?
I don't know if it can be replicated, but I think the performance and success on CT side can be. They have a round win percentage in the last 3 months of 76.1. It is the highest CT round win percentage in any map in the pool from Fnatic. They showed it against 500. They showed it against Astralis in best of ones. That their CT side, it's rock solid.
With one map on record of Overpass between these two, I can imagine this being one-sided potentially. Astralis need a pistol to bolster themselves for my money. Already Nikodos is inbound for contact, seeing so many bullets flying, and they'll make an aggressive play in from mid and long.
And now it comes down to how quickly Nikodos can reposition. They've got to play it retake heavy.
Towards short, he sees nothing. Pepsor smoked off towards the heaven position, and Nikodos is going to wait for someone to wrap that corner. Got backup inbound as well. Bomb could be denied here. Boost, meanwhile, coming in towards heaven control for the T's. 5-on-5, unscathed for the retake.
I like this from BlameF. Try and take that contact immediately as soon as that smoke starts to clear.
He'll clear up now. Pepsor still gets his kill back, and Mezzi is hiding in the corner for BlameF. Mistar gets one back of Graffiti, gets back up as well. Nikodos engages Glaive. Mistar gets one to return. 3-on-2 still for Fnatic, and Zipex takes the high ground advantage. The bomb plant is open for him. They'll tap it. Need to get on that defuse pretty soon here. It's actually back at default, excuse me. Swing forward. No! Zipex does catch the headshot. Roy, a return frag. Zipex still watching. Headshots to gain, and one player plays covering fire. Body blocking. Headshot still not found by Zipex. And Roy will claim the pistol for Fnatic.
And it's the right idea there for Astralis. They plant open for heaven. They boost Blame up towards that heaven control. They want to get it for themselves. The factor is, though, the man advantage. The time, the sweatiness towards the tail end of that round. And Roy just realizes, if I get in front of my teammate and block him, we've got this. There's no way we lose it.
A little bit close on the timer there. The bomb nearly went up towards the end, but Fnatic do gain the pistol. Astralis gain the bomb plant, and they will find a force buy. Can they find the break round? They might have to here again. Fnatic have found the start that they need to just send it flying from the CT side.
Yeah, this could legitimately be do or die in this one round here. You've got to shut down the early momentum. You've got to answer back. And Mezzi out towards long.
From Arsene, spray through. Mezzi and Nikodos get their 2 kills. BlameF also tagged low and dead to the hands of the M4 the same. Zipex and Glaive, last 2 players remaining, wondering how they got ripped apart so easily and might still get ripped apart from here.
Zip's hoping for that response, even from Mezzi's point of view. Out to the right-hand side, Glaive's going to fall, and Zip only gets 1. What an excellent round coming through from Fnatic. That high tempo, that aggressive nature towards the Fountain stance. And the round streak only continues.
Fnatic stacking up their advantages, 10-7 now. And they made it look so easy against that Astralis force buy. Time to be concerned if you're an Astralis fan. Time to be concerned if you're Astralis yourselves.
They're just down to the basic eco. Not many upgrades at all. Try and get through some Zip. Allow themselves to stack up outside of B, but I'm looking at the MP9s, I'm looking at Pepsor, and I'm thinking this is perfect farm time.
Smokes in, SMG, health of Pepsor. Flashbang over, still mows down, damage not quite kills. SMG will swing for Fasher, does get one more blinded up here. From Spray from Mezzi, drops the bomb carrier, doubles up, makes it a triple with Fasher support, and Mistar is all alone.
And while it was strong utility and there was an early entry, there was no more after that fact. Nothing that they could break that crossfire apart. The 2 players, the rifle and the MP9, just play off one another. And now Mistar, while he's been performing better in this second map than he did on the first, they need more out of him and more out of Astralis.
Firing on that Glock, Roy will get the kill. It's 11-7. Fnatic. Early doors, yet to concede 1. Ecos and Force Buys now over. Astralis should have their investment here. AKs crossed 4 players are Krieging for Christo, wanting some sort of scoped weapon, can't afford the AWP. Something that's impressed me as well is that there's no true stars for either side. The kill spreads are so even for both Fnatic and Astralis.
Yeah, for Astralis, though, that's not what you want.
Yeah.
You want BlameF. You want the guy that's the highest rated player in the event, the one that dropped 41 kills against ENCE on Overpass. And this could be the time changer. Up onto the rifle round, Astralis looking to try and take some park control and have more of an influence towards A.
Vendetta and Devilwalk were calling him the one-man army yesterday, for good reason. Right now, he's just one man amongst the squad. The squad that are currently trailing behind Fnatic. 4 rounds to make up. They're going to try and prod forward. Already taking damage on Zipex though.
Now you've got 2 around this connector side, both Nikodos and Roy. A little bit of an off angle too.
Molly's sent ahead of the smokes. Nikodos finds one player, but not quite the kill found. It's Glaive instead with the kill back. Return from Roy, only finds the first. Spray back onto blameF, gets damage, but no kill.
Yeah, that was well handled from Astralis, just to be able to jiggle bait that first angle and then peek together, make sure that you come out on top. Now, they don't know about Mezzy in the bathroom, so that could be a return frag.
There's the spray back from Flame though. 2K to his name. Mezzy is picked up, detected, and dealt with. Suddenly, Pepsor is alone towards the A site. Fasher is also going to try and join in to stack up the play. B completely opened up, and unfortunately for Fnatic, that's where Astralis are going.
And this might just be an instant save from this point onwards. Hold on to the M4's buy around it in the next. Astralis give themselves a lot of breathing room out there towards Party. And it comes down to them claiming B and claiming their 8th.
AK set the blame. Cut rotations of Pepsor in particular. Be 1 man down in Con. Fashion now left alone in the M4 versus 4. Will try his hand at something towards the short position. He's got a little bit of cash. The concern is going to be Pepsor and Mezzy with the lack of investment really for them. No loss bonus for Fnatic, of course. So he will fall back, but get caught on the wall bangs. Just lucky to be alive there.
Yeah, we'll get out of this one. I think Fnatic just realized that there was room to look for exits to try and keep it more expensive. But from Astralis' point of view, you get into the second half, you come into the first real rifle, and that is an eye-opener.
It's an 8th on the board of Astralis, starting things off on the T side. You mentioned that Fnatic only conceded 1 of their CT side of rounds, rather. So is that just going to be the one and only?
It's difficult to be able to pull parallels when you have a scoreline like that. It really is. But from Fnatic's point of view, they've got another rifle round, so you can still go down that track.
Rebuy in with the AWP out for Nikodos. Still rocking the Krieg for Christo. Fnatic. Pushing themselves again towards the mid positions and trying to force Astralis away with the initial incendiaries. Roy going to hold back a birthday and not take a directive fight.
I do like this. You've got Nikodos very aggressive with the AWP. Same for Roy. AWP does not find the first.
Takes the second base though and does land on Glaive. It's a good pickup. Meanwhile, Roy swings and gets Christo to follow suit. 5 on 3 for Fnatic, and no damage taken back in return.
And that shows confidence, not just playing the percentage Counter-Strike. You win the first pick and there's a re-extension. Roy's looking for more.
Zipex walking forward. 1 player at Toxic. Not been seen. Now he has been. Headshot gained at the spray. Awkward. Flashbang against Zipex though. Missed follow suit. Mezzy with 2 to return. Trying to make it a triple and almost does. But blameF needs to clutch a 1 on 2 from here.
And we've seen some mad clutches from him already in the tournament. Just think back to Mirage. 1v2 on low HP.
Smoke rolled his way as well. He can try and smoke up the short or heaven control. He will go towards short. Plant down, pretty open just behind default.
Needs to try and win this duel onto the AWP. Backstabbing monster.
Roy coming in with that AK, the AWP creeping closer at Graffiti. blameF will have his back turned towards 1 CT. The question is who? Not towards the monster position. Saw that shadow. Counter flashback to stall him. Look towards Nikodos. Now we're seeing the shoulder bait. The spray goes awkward. Nikodos now makes a bit of progress up. And Roy closes in the pincers, but Blame still wins that fight. 1-on-1 now. Roy inbound. AK looking for the headshot, and he gains it with a tap. Oh my God! Astralis happy with that, and for right good reason.
blameF. Oh my goodness, what a round from him. And just the way that he isolates the individual duels, the way that he spots the info out to Monster, but then leans back into the AWP. And then the final reposition, the final tap to win the 1v2. Oh, that's excellent.
Watch it one more time. My God. Unreal, absolutely unreal. And Astralis or Fnatic starting to feel the heat from them. The Deagle's traveling back though. Fasher catching Christo. blameF finds Roy to return, trying to double up himself. The Deagle forcing away. The smokes come down. blameF trying to look for the challenge still. Try gain a second man advantage, and he'll grab it. Has every right to go for that aggression. He has been unlocked on overpass again.
And once you start fueling someone like blameF, you can start winning maps. You can start bringing series back in your favor. Pepsor and Mezzi on the force buy down in a 2v4. And for Fnatic, that could have been the ticket in the last round. The victory road to get it over from the 2-0. Now, we've got a challenge on our hands.
Had the HP advantage and all in that one-on-2, one-on-3 situation. Pepsor, 5-7, trying to catch one player off guard. Does not capitalize upon the kill against Zipex. So glaive follows suit, and Mezzi's Deagle is now alone, about to be surrounded by, well, maybe one player here. Certainly towards the B site. Backs up, trying to look towards A, try and hold some sort of contention, seeing nothing out here, but he's made the wrong timing, so this Deagle won't get anything out of this.
And this is going to test the in-game leader strength of someone like Mezzi. You're down here in a semi-final, you're a map up in the series already, the scoreline's tight, you're on your map pick, you are the favorites. You've got to come out. You've got to be able to pull through.
Mezzi picked up by Blame. 10 to play for Astralis. And now we start to question those CT statistics that we mentioned at the turn of the half. The 14-1 may well have been an anomaly. Astralis are doing everything they can to claw this back on the T side half. We talked about the comebacks to CT sides in the first map against ENCE yesterday. Now the half has been reversed, but the scenario is the same. First tactical called in by Astralis.
Have a chat with Castle. And previously the coach for Astralis, Talent and Masonic in Singularity.
Cheerleaders in the crowd. Espoo behind this match in full force. We've seen Astralis go the distance on Overpass in the past. Echoes of yesterday carrying on in the arena tonight. Fnatic, harsh eco now, will concede this pistol.
And this is a chance for Astralis to tie up the scoreline. Put yourself in the next rifle round on top. Look to try and strike with a round victory. Look to strike with a lead. A nade stack potential out to T-Con could be coming through from Fnatic. Might be able to get one kill.
Headshot not quite found. Nade stack set pretty well to do damage, but Blame F comes up with the opening. Christo, most tradable player as they stack their way back in from Con out towards Underpass, considering that there might be some sort of hit towards the A site. I think they've got some information back at the Toxic player. Zipex watching onto that short rotation, might catch a player or two, maybe even all three perhaps. Spray down 1 second, Mezzi does get the trade back, and Pepsor falls the same.
Glaive just maintain that position. Last thing you want to do is give over a free rifle. Allow yourself to keep the eyes locked, make there no way that Mezzi can get over to that. Blame on the other side, does take a lot of damage, but it's going to be Glaive to come out from Monster to seal off the deal. 11-11 now.
Low HP across the board for Astralis, could have damn well conceded a couple more picks back. Not to be on this occasion. Not like it matters though. That eco was always going to go the way of Astralis. 11 apiece. Fnatic only getting the pistol and the conversions on the CT side. Their own map pick and all. Astralis have got something about them here in this event. Similar story against ENCE yesterday, and here for Fnatic. The prospect that they could concede Overpass is just so untenable for us today.
Nikodos might be able to catch off this first player. Zip goes very aggressive into short water, escapes the timing, but Mezzi sees him on the jump.
Good kill, good start. Boosted up for the quick pick, and an advantage now for Fnatic. But seeing nothing else. They brought the entire CT force towards the B side. Astralis charging up towards long. They'll get a free bomb plant here.
Well, they'll be able to rotate over pretty quickly because they've cleared out all of short water. So Pepsor could be the first man to at least take the charge from either Bank or Dumpstar.
Astralis not quite kicking off on this case. M4 turning away, passing a smoke back to a teammate and holding in at the corner. Face in from Glaive. Picked up on the first, the second, and Roy holds the crossfire. Fnatic may have allowed Astralis to equalise, but they'll go no further than this. A 1-on-5 for Christo. He's got to save.
And I love that coming through from Fnatic with the call. The idea that they stack up towards Monster, they stack up towards a boost position. It allows Mezzi to get that first kill. And then what ends up happening is Roy starts leaning forward out of connector into short water. They see nothing. You rotate Pepsor up towards the A side, but you don't play defensive. You don't just be on the back foot. Instead, he gets up to Dumpstar, gets in towards that pizza angle, and that's when he can establish the crossfire between him and the likes of Roy. Christo just trying to save the AWP.
It's a decent exit on Nikodos at least. Fnatic also money in a bit of an awkward spot, so it's best for them to hold on to their rifles. So Astralis can be pretty confident in the fact that there will be no hunt. Bomb on the A site, Crystal all the way back at spawn. Nothing seen towards Long, so they should be aware of the fact that he's just not going to challenge him. Fnatic just hold on to the lead. Astralis, however, still coming in from the back lines. Still so close to catching up. Single step behind the Fnatic side, and they've got money that they can rebuy with as well here.
And that security, like you mentioned, of the money float, that'll be leaning forward for quite a few rounds. Astralis have shown us a good round streak of 4, but it does get ended. The question is, does their streak start again?
We're about to find out. Will there be a counter streak? Fnatic, 4 rounds on the CT side so far. Astralis, 4 on their T side. Dead set even. Similar differential to what we saw at the turn of the half. Mistar, his AK, engaged in the look for early contact in connector, and Nikodos has just boosted up, looking at a short pipe, holding out for contact.
It's the exact same setup from last round. What they're able to adjust now, this time, nothing does get presented. Mezzi doesn't see anything out the short pipe, so because of that, you start sending your con players back up towards the top. Nikodos can get back out towards Divider. You can set up a little bit of a crossfire between him and Roy.
Mistar still prodding in from underpass, but seeing nothing at all. Mezzi going to dismantle it. The boost that was looking on towards short water, not seeing anything of his own right, so happy with the fact that Astralis are not there in that position. Might be playing a mid default, and I'll be right to assume so.
You've got Nikodos playing a huge off angle right now towards the close right-hand side of Banana, and a teammate there of Roy to peek on the contact to Divider.
Nikodos will try hold contact. The smokes are inbound towards his position. Counter smoke back in the bathroom. He's going to try funnel them in towards this mid control. And Roy at Divider goes for a peek. Spots one, forces them back. No, they aren't that aggressive, so they can stall for time.
And it spots the bomb too. They know exactly what's going on. Flashed out again. This time he loses it.
A little bit too hungry for Roy for me. Cristo picks him up. Nikodos now be left alone there. Now backed up by Mezzi coming in from the site itself. He's also looking to prod forward. The AK will blame F right around the corner. Nikodos finds him. Rotations inbound, but Pepsor is going to let them all cross. He could have cut rotations back. We'll start the swing. We'll catch off the info. And now arrests on Fasher. 14 seconds. Gets picked up by Mistar's adjustment. And Astralis have the man advantage and the B sites.
And Messi's got to try and deal with these players right in front of him. Misses low.
Sprays back in the wall bank. Zipex catches the kill. Clay follows it up. And Nikodos is left to lick his wounds and run for the hills. Hold on to his one rifle. Fnatic, still nothing in the savings. Lost bonus, we knocked back by the earlier round win. I don't know if they'll buy here, Blake.
The money's very awkward, and I think Pepsor's probably kicking himself a little bit in that round because he thinks if I let them run, I might not get dropped. Because you could see Astralis, they were rounding that corner, they were looking back towards connector. So if he fights, he might go down there. He thinks, okay, if I let them run out, it will set up Fasher towards the bomb side, but instead, they're just not able to recover things. Now 2 players can buy. Roy can buy, Pepsor can buy, and Nikodos can drop. I think they go here. I think they buy it.
See what they make a decision for. Tech pause before we go any further, though. A moment to stop. Momentum break, perhaps. Try and get this issue resolved and get right back into the server, right back into the game. Obviously, at this stage, you don't want to let any sort of problems hinder your performance in this one because it has been as down to the wire as we thought Overpass could have gone. CT side coming up to the good. As our tech pause transitions into a tactical one for Fnatic.
And just start thinking to yourself, okay, we're being tested in this second half. How can we adapt? What can we change up on this CT side? How can we get more impact? We still haven't seen Nikodos AWPing, so that might have to be the first thing, but that's only applicable when you've got the money.
Last tactical for Fnatic used up there. Keita can have no further impact. What he has said to his team will now need to carry them forward 4 rounds at the least to get it past the finish line. More if Astralis can get to map point first and you go to the overtimes. Entirely possible as well here.
Fnatic have to try and get as much out of this round as possible. Now, we've seen a lot of these hero kind of buys, the half investments that have come up successful, not only today, but also in the quarterfinals. A single spotter set up to come through from Fnatic. A B-side stack with Roy in the M4.
Nikados' saved AK is going to help him out a bit. Roy swinging, spot sprays, finds Glaive, and takes very little damage to return. Seeing a second T-side player does not stick around for the fight.
A great repositioning there from Roy to be able to keep his eyes locked, but also get out of trouble. blameF on the other side, looking to get the duel. The AK gets the tap on a Roy.
Shoxy, hello. Taps for days on Blame, not the first time he's done that. Evens it up and takes a rifle away from Fnatic. That's the most important part of that kill.
It started shifting the defense elsewhere. Pepsor's been left alone outside of B. Everybody else is starting to move together, moving more aggressively in the bathrooms.
Nikados leaning in, Christo out. Trying to spot. Trying to see someone here, the CT side. They are making progress in mid, but not to his particular position. Got that AK also set him with a swing for Nikados. He's done one better. Bomb being dropped, Orb taken out. Mister spraying back here. Flashbang sent over, should be turned away by Fasher. In this corner, is he detected? No, he's not. He's tapped him up with the USP. Fnatic, again, from the brink of death. They're clawing this round back.
And look at the time. Astralis have to start acting. They're going to have to start moving into A.
And someone's got to go back for the bomb. That's going to waste even more precious seconds. Now 17 before the bomb can make its progress up towards the A side. blameF does find Nikados. Take the AK out. It's down to the Deagle. The USP on the site. Backline held. Smokes in. Zipex. Try plant in the middle of it. Will they go for a denial? No, they won't. They'll go for the retake.
Set it up with Pepsor. blameF is still repositioning out towards long.
Mezzy and Pepsor, the guys to watch out for. The hand cannons in this one. Moving in. blameF. The AK. Set on the fashion position, the jump face, gets the info out at APC. That's one player known. Second one, lesser so. And he's the impactful man with blameF to close it. Started this round with a bang. Closing it with a lead on Astralis.
Just the composure there for Astralis to work the 2v4. Not an easy round at all. You got to go back and get that bomb. Roy does so much. Nikados does the same. I think Fnatic will be a little bit disappointed in themselves. That could have been a steal. You had a lot going for ya.
Had a 4-on-2 at one point, but the firepower and the positional mistakes from Fnatic setting them back, allowing Astralis to get into the lead. Now map 3 starts to feel a bit more likely. Now Inferno feels like it could be our closing point. Will Astralis let it go that far?
Missed up, working that connector. You got a teammate of Christo a little bit further behind with that big green. Even Zip doesn't see any jump spot coming through out to the B side at all. Fnatic have finally got the AWP out for Nikados, but even with that in mind, what can they change with the adaptation? They've got to try and strike with an opening pick. They've got him out to long this round.
AWP in for Nikados. Leaning forward. Smoke's coming down here towards that mid control as well. Counter flash. blameF will not swing for it. Nikados sees nothing.
It could just all be a distraction. You still got Christo and Glaive to try and pincer through.
Quick up from Glaive as well. Nikos' AWP shot connects to Glaive and doubles up, not quite. Got damn close to the quick scope though. blameF stands at evens in a 4-on-4. He's becoming a major thorn on the side of Fnatic now.
Indeed he is. 3 kills away from his 30 bomb. Out here towards the front side of the bathrooms, you've got the bomb tailing and connector, and it's going to be a regroup.
AWP backed up, Christo. Flash support in for his teammate. Zipex will be the first man in the bomb site. Pepsor backed up at water. Fasher drawing attention towards Graffiti. Kill found. Zipex was spotted right there. Swing back as Pepsor tries to win this fight as Fasher provides support against blameF. It's a 4-on-2 for Fnatic once again, this time with rifles, and they use that to great effect as Christo can't hit his shot in the crucial moment. They will not allow Astralis to maintain a lead. It's 13 apiece again. No signs of this one letting up.
You can feel the nerves, you can feel the tension. And at 13-13, Pepsor, he stands up and delivers in a huge way down there in the pit angle. No bomb plant. Could that be a factor to a reset if they lose round 27?
Rifle buys in for both sides again, Astralis. Quick up for Mistar, blameF. From T-Con, the AWP of Christo tagged up initially, still trying to find a quick pick in from the short control. Incendiary's ahead of him, can't force forward of that. Still sees one, he's baited though.
And you've got the way that Mistar, with that in mind, is now starting to take a little bit more of a stance up here towards the top of connector. The long control's being taken from Astralis too. Now you've got Nikados over towards A with Roy. That AWP is very deep towards the signpost.
Warp standing. Ready to receive, holding that long control. Misstart. Positions held, Glaive in the bathrooms, Nikados not sure where to look here. Mid is uncovered until Roy gets here, which he will do soon. Flash evaded, shot still not facing. Second one knows exactly where the player is. But a re-smoke comes on, a gap not quite generated. He looks back into mid and Christo punishes him.
And rotates coming through from Mezzi. It's all about Roy to stall.
Backed up, flashed away. Smoke providing a bit of a gap there to work with on default plant position. As Mezzi gets involved in that position, gets a double up. Will lose Roy. Needs to hunt for the triple, but runs out of ammo. Reload game 3-on-3, and he gets another with Fasher following suit. Look at the spray back. Christo alone. Orp in his hands. Low HP versus 3. Mezzi not spotted. He's creeping around the back lines. He's escaped the ire of the CT forces and gets that one shot. One man behind him though. It's Mezzi still standing up like Lionel. Advantage Fnatic as they regain an important lead.
He might be the saviour of UK CSGO, but he might be the saviour here for Fnatic. What a performance we're seeing once again from Mezzi, out in map 1 dropping 23, here in map 2 going surpass that towards the truck control. Him and Fasher just work off one another after the likes of Roy goes down. And the in-game leader of Mezzi has another high impactful round.
25 kills for him now. Top of the board for Fnatic, still behind Blame at 27. You had to find that 30 bomb. And Fnatic can benefit from that. Look at the buy for Astralis.
And Blame F's worked so hard in this second half. He's given them so many chances to bring this back. It would be heartbreak if he doesn't completely deliver to a third map. At least he's got the AK. He's got the one of them.
Watching. Boosted up for Glaive. The Tech 9 leans in. Zipex hoping for a jump phase, hoping Fnatic makes some sort of slight mistake hunting for information, but they're just not biting here. They know they're at the advantage. They know Astralis are broken. And they know that they could win the map off the back of this round.
Now this is a very cautious and deep setup coming through from Fnatic. For Astralis, get a smoke up towards heaven and a perfect flashbang. They're gonna have to commit.
Pepzor and Fasher set to hold the line. Flashes in against them. Fasher does find one. The AK spray back not quite as successful, but Fasher makes it a double. Blame F trades it. Smokes in from Pepzor's line. Covers off one entry angle. He's looking towards the center of the site as Mezzi comes in with support. Glaive is down. One Mac 10 in this round, still trying to work his way forward. A decent trade for Blame, but now is the only man that remains to clutch it with an ace here. He's had 1v3 already on the B side, but 20 seconds with no bomb in his control, and Nikados not letting him concede. Map match and semi-final point to Fnatic. Astralis have given him a good run, but surely this is where it ends.
And Blame F needed the plant there, Jay. They needed that extra cash injection. The buy's going to be ruined for a second round in a row. And I think you could tell there from Fnatic, they didn't want to give him the respect, just hunt him down. Just get it over and done with. Don't give him the opportunity of getting the plant forward. There's one rifle, a Galil for Blame F.
Deagles on 3 others and a Tech 9 for Glaive. Smokes in initially. Roy with a HE. Not doing much damage at the early contact. Astralis needs some major miracles and not just one.
Christo trying to back up Glaive. Walking forward, they don't have the util to use a massive amount of it. Roy on the off angle again. Nikados looking over towards long with the ore.
Posted. Ready for the first contact. Does make his way back away with mid being covered off by Roy in the corner. Sprays one, Christo down. Orp can't provide support, but Roy still gets a double in. Nades and HE sent back with a smoke scene, but Zipex comes in from long, catches a 3-on-3, and the bomb site is now Astralis's.
And Mezzi might try and deny, at least pull up the distraction. There's a backstab from Pepzor.
Quick in, bomb plant does go down before he can get there to deny it, so it will be a retake. Spams up through the wallbang, doing damage to Mezzi. Pepzor, however, still sneaks forward. Blame is considering something out of here with the Galil, but his back is turned. Perfect chance for the M4 to strike. 2 more to go for Fnatic. Astralis still giving it their best shot. Glaive's Tech 9 up close. Zipex's AWP finds Pepzor. It's Mezzi alone. Low HP to clutch this. 1-on-2. Astralis, an important steal round for them to take us to round 30. And Mezzi's on the side, desperate to find something. But Zipex keeps us going. Round 30 on Overpass. Have you seen this before, Dweg? 2 match points, but still Astralis hanging in there for overtime. Sound of anything?
Yeah, sounds very familiar. Sounds like something I only saw yesterday. Zip and Glaive, though. What a post plant. Just when you had that backstab, just when it looked like Pepsor had done enough to get into the front side of the bathrooms, and now the buy's ruined, this time for Fnatic.
Overpass always delivers here. Precipice of overtime for Astralis and a survival map for overtime as well. blameF inbound, looking for Fasher first. Back is turned towards the man, back of Graffiti, they're going to concede that B site. Fnatic need to go for this retake.
Oh, even Mr. Mac 10 up close, gets that first.
Second man also inbound, he knows it. Bursts through the M4s, desperate to try catch him, and doesn't quite do so. Roy with a trade.
Comes out quickly towards that short water control. There's a player towards Monster of Bristow.
Charging straight in from that short position. The flash is over from Mezzi, going to call him off for a moment as he's smoked off. Can't provide support from that position. Free smokes on from the T side, suppressing that short entrance. Molotovs come back, Glaive gets a kill. Fasher with a deagle, 3-on-3, and Glaive knows that he's got HP to work with against the T side. Nikados tapping on, bursts through the AKs. Trying to get involved towards Graffiti, trying to look for one of these picks. Fasher does get one, but Glaive holds his own. Fasher picked up by the IGL, and Roy's all alone. USP pulled out, he knows the Glaive is low. He swings around that corner, but can't get the kill. And once again, Astralis hang in there. Skin of their teeth stuff. Fnatic had two chances to close this one in 2-0. But Astralis are not done. We're on to overtime again.
And this is the 3rd time in the event for Astralis that we've gone to OT. The 4th time that we've gone 30 rounds or more. And for Astralis, they're hanging in there.
Representing Danish pride. Last true Scandinavian team in this tournament. And Fnatic would like to put an end to that. MR3 12K for those of you unaware. Roy, HE sent down. Default setting for both sides.
Mezzi might get caught off guard. This is 2 on a dry swing out to connect up.
Lineup not there. Blame gets the kill. Roy able to respond back, looking in for more in mid, gets caught off by Glaive again. Stepping up on these last couple of rounds, but Pepsor has something to say. Mistar falls 3-on-3.
Now, Nikados has still been undetected here in the bathrooms. He's going to be able to retreat while blameF sits in con. Now, while that's happening, there's a bit of a long take coming through. Astralis have got so many options with the time remaining.
Minute on the clock. M4 for Pepsor holds his nerves. Ipex leaning forward, smokes down, coming in towards Monster, suppressing that bomb carrier's position. Zipex want to make his way ahead of it. Caught off by Pepsor. Important frag. Follow-ups there as well. I can tap 2, blameF. And Glaive now in his own clutch.
Oh, mate. The youngster, the stand-in from Pepsor. That's not an easy angle. That's not an easy adjustment. But he makes it look easy.
And pros like that, you can tell their talent from just how easy they make the hardest things look. That would be impactful difference for Fnatic. 16s, they claim the lead again against Astralis. But that's 1 round out of 4.
And they got double AKs, so consider that. Not only are they back in with a positive round, but they've also got rifles to pick up.
Molotovs in, look at Roy. Look at Roy here, progressing so far forward, but just stop short around the corner. Stop short of getting the kill. Christo's orb is posted, he's ready to receive him, and warbangs will come through from Mezzi.
He either needs a flash or hold and stick. Not going dry off of the back of that. Fasher's going to try and help him out to get in towards short water, or at least give more information. Roy spotting nothing.
He's prodding forward in short, leaning into short pipe, sees one. No damage done minimally. Fasher taking some of his own right. Pepsor looking for contact in at Monster. You saw how good he was with an AK. He can go better.
He can just put that incendiary down as soon as he gets the util contact. 3 on B, rotate the likes of Mezzi back up towards the A site. Pepsor getting more nades from a teammate.
Spotted one. See the second man as well, bursting through, trying to get that headshot. Fasher spray goes a bit better for Zipex. Pepsor, uncontested, gets only one kill. The spray up was not quite there, but Roy's double still holds the advantage for Fnatic. blameF, another clutch for him to win. Found his 30 bomb in the end. Unknown to the CT side, gets that first, knows that Roy is on short control, needs to isolate him, needs to force him out, but Nikolos comes in with AWP support. Claim 17 for Fnatic.
What a crossfire set coming through, and you could just feel there for Fasher. He helps his teammate out. Pepsor gets stuck out there towards the toxic barrels. He's being blinded, he's being pressured. Fasher swings out wide, and then that's when Roy from the sandbags is able to do the finishing blow.
2 on the trot for Fnatic. Chance to gain 3 map points and match points here in the semi-finals. If they just can claim one more, Astralis have to rest on their own CT side to make it up. They set up towards monster control.
Look at Roy. He's aggressed really far forward, out here towards Park and Playground. This means that they can play 3 very defensive players on B.
Pepsor will hold his defense for it as well. Execution attempted. Glaive with one trade, but blameF falls back in turn. Pepsor continues tapping. You just can't stop him. As Nikolos' AWP will close out the last 2. And it's a flawless half for Fnatic. 18-15. Map match and semi-final points again.
And I think Mezzi said it in the interview, why they've decided to go with Pepsor as the stand-in. Mate, he has been unleashed in overtime, on overpass. 2 incredibly impactful rounds to get them the 3-0 Def J, the 18-15.
Talk about Zonic's law. I'll give you Jay's law. 0-3 in overtime. That is an impossible scoreline to bring back. How do Astralis even think about this with Fnatic having posted a T-side they did in regulation? AWP's on the Glaive that strikes first. Well, that's the start. That's one element you need. Good AWPing skill and an opening kill.
Yeah, look at what they've done with the setup. Double AWPing on the CT side, not something that Astralis are known for at all. And try and look for something a bit different. And blameF even spamming down. A lot of damage done to Fasher.
Not dead yet, though. 42 HP. Fnatic only down by 1 man for the time being. A little over a minute to work with. Roy prodding forward back towards that mid control, but the CTs are backed up passive in that A site control. It's all about the B site play with Mistar aggressing on shore.
Now, Roy's clearing out a lot of space, gets close towards the smoke in the bathrooms. He can start leaning further forward when it clears. Astralis have got Glaive on the other side with a slight reposition with the big green. He got the likes of Christo there too, so both orbs are actually holding A together.
Standing by for Christo. Mezzi slowly creeping in, starting to establish that mid-presence for Fnatic. 35 seconds to go, and Glaive is ready and hungry for more, as is Christo, but he doesn't hit the shot here.
Gets baited, and now Glaive has to be able to perform.
Seen a gun barrel, knows there's a player in Divider, but is he going to re-peek it? Apparently not. A backstab could still work out for him, though. Paranoid about Roy. But success towards the site can get gained. Bomb plant won't be denied here. It's down towards Truck, but Glaive still involved in this one. Sees one player, catches Roy with his back turns.
And now there's a backstab coming through from Fasher, but while that happens, Pepsor gets dropped.
Suddenly, Mezzi feeling a little bit isolated. Fasher needs to come in relatively soon. Mezzi stands his ground, holds his own. Tap up spray back to the second, turns 180 as well. The AWP of Fasher slowly closing in. He doesn't get the shot, but Mezzi still gets it. And blameF holds it down for the clutch. Another 1v1 with the M4, with Fasher blind and all. Astralis just don't know when to quit. They don't know when to give it up.
It's blameF. It's again, Jay. It's a high-impact clutch. And just when Mezzi finds himself in the most uncomfortable of situations at Pizza Corner, he does so much to get out of this one, but not to be. The flash assist, the peek around the corner, and blameF clutches the 1v2.
Mezzi's going to be so mad. One missed bullet made the difference. And Astralis are somehow still in this game. Fnatic have caught Zipex. He burns alive to Pepsor. That's a bit disconcerting. That's one man down for the CT side, and Clave gets caught next. This could be the closing moment. Full send into B. Mistar's blind, and Mistar's dead. Blame and Christo 2v5. I think Astralis' time is up.
The entries just so rock solid, and even the post-planning position from Pepsor, he can cover rotate.
Orphan AK up against it. Pepsor closes. 4K for him in this round. How appropriate it would be to get the ace. This young gun standing in, but standing up for Fnatic. Now on for one more. Blame F. Seen, baited. AK now with support, and he lands it! Of course he does! Fnatic 2-0 over Astralis. They're in the grand finals of the Elisa Masters Espoo.
The last time Fnatic were in a grand final on land was back in December of 2019. What a return this is with Fnatic, with the European lineup. After 3 years, they're back in the grand final.
They had to fight for it, Dweg. Astralis gave them a good run for their money, especially on that second map, the overtimes on overpass again. And when they feel the pressure, this team can really shine. A lot of people have stuck their nose up at them. They've really given them a lot of crap in the last couple of months because of the situation with the rosters, because of where Astralis used to be. But this lineup, man, there is something special about it when they get up on that big stage, when the pressure is on you. As I said before, it can turn dust into diamonds, and these guys, they showed up diamonds at times.
And they've shown two incredible performances against Ents in the quarterfinal and against Fnatic today to keep it tight as the underdog. Blame F again putting on a good show, getting to see more out of the youngsters, the likes of Mistar, the likes of Christo with the big green. For Astralis, maybe it is the new generation.
Indeed, it could well be. Fnatic found new generation of their own right, though the stand-ins may not be stand-ins for much longer. A brilliant effort from the Academy side. Mezzi leading the charge, but Pepsor had the top frag position alongside him as well. Brilliant stuff from the entire team. And now it's down to Paula on the stage to discuss it all.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home, give it up for our second grand finalist here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. It is Fnatic! And I tell you what, it's tough to be a stand-in in Counter-Strike, but when you're having to fill the shoes of a legend like Crims, it becomes even tougher. But I've got a young man that did just that. Everybody give it up for Pepsor! How's that feel?
It feels great.
All right, Pepsor, let's forget about Mirage for a second and keep on topic with Overpass and what just transpired. Mate, you had a huge impact, I think, especially in the late game. Can you give me your overall thoughts on Overpass and also your own performance?
Yeah, I don't know, like, we just try to make our own, like, place and, yeah, like, I don't know, like, my team, like, I don't even have to do anything. I feel like they're just so good without me, so I can just feel as comfortable as I am and do my own thing, and we will just win anyways.
Pepsor, can I ask, when did you get the call to step in for Crims? How much time did you get to prepare and adjust? I know you were coming here to compete.
Well, it was like 2 days before, but I was there in the Rio with them like for 2 weeks, so I know them pretty well. So yeah, 2 days before, yeah.
Okay, so you weren't sort of too taken aback or unprepared?
No, I feel like we were prepared. I practiced with them like a bit before, so it was fine.
Okay, Pepsor, just, I know it was only 2 maps, and the first one, Mirage, was quite dominant, but overall thoughts on the series as a whole?
Super fun to play on the stage, super fun to win. It just feels great.
Everyone loves you. This is insane. So Pepsor, grand final. You guys are going to be going up against Big. Now, it wasn't you specifically, but Fnatic. Hello, Nikados, staring at us weirdly in the background. Yeah, Pepsor, the Fnatic boys beat out Big at the Rio Major. It was 2-0, and it got them into the playoffs. Do you and the boys think that you can repeat that tomorrow in our grand final against Big?
Yeah, of course.
All right, and with that being said, mate, a pleasure to chat. Once again, commendable performance by you, and of course, Fnatic. Everybody, Fnatic are our second grand finalists. Is there anything that you'd like to say to everybody in this arena and everybody watching at home?
Thank you all for coming.
Once again, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home, give it up for Pepsor and Fnatic. Tomorrow they're going up against Big in our grand final of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Make some noise! Okay, and with that being said, everybody, thank you so much for being here. What a day and what an event so far. And the action culminates tomorrow in our grand final. Right now, we are going to head back to the desk for a further breakdown. Much love and peace.
We are back and we are ready to just break down everything we saw here on Overpass. And great effort from Astralis. They did push Fnatic to their limits on their chosen map, but it wasn't meant to be. And once we got to overtime, we saw Fnatic come in full force. But this game was certainly not easy.
No, it was super back and forth. And again, as you said already, massive credit to Astralis. This was a significant step up from the level they played versus ENCE in the quarterfinals and Overpass. And this was actually a solid Astralis. This was a well-played Overpass game, both CT side and T side as well, which is promising to see. And obviously, BlameF yet again having a monster game. That was great to see. Sipnix yet again having a solid performance too. This is also things you like to see, just thinking about the continuation for the Danes as we move into the next year as well. But no, absolutely crazy match. One of the more entertaining Overpass matches I've seen in a while.
Oh my God, you spoke positively about Overpass.
It's been.
Is he okay?
I think something's happened.
I'm delirious at this point.
All the Counter-Strike flowing through your veins. And I know Pepsor gave us a great interview there as well, right? But you've got to touch on the fact that this guy said it perfectly. He's got this confidence in his team, the individuals, what they can do, and he was able to step up. But on those overtime rounds, he came up huge.
No, he definitely did. And at the end part of the game, where they seemingly are losing the entire control of the game, he had like, I don't know, he had like 10 bullets, was tapping away in a super awkward position, monster, and he just kept getting these like entries when they try to force themselves into the site, and he was in a kind of isolated position. He was playing time really well, getting those picks, and really securing any opportunity for Fnatic. It wasn't even easy after that, but he gave them the opportunity to grind back and gain control, and still ended up in a 15-15 scenario, which obviously grinding out in the overtime, he stepped up massively. I think he was at the late stage of the game, like bottom of the scoreboard, and he just rose to the top to really seal the deal for Fnatic.
Yeah, both him and Roy actually had very, very strong endings to the game, because they had their struggles over in the first half, and that didn't stop necessarily Fnatic from having a good T side, but nonetheless, the fact that they needed someone else, they needed someone more, and when you couldn't get the same production out of Mezzi or Fasher to kind of take you out the entire match, you needed someone like Roy, you needed someone like Pepsor, and they stepped in a massive, massive way. And it was all done through like key kills in terms of slowing down entries to bomb sites, or actually just getting multi kills when you're left alone to your own devices. And
we're showing the Mezzi highlights right now, and rightly so, right? He dropped a 1.32 rating across this series, and he definitely is the match and series MVP here. Yeah. But you've got to give a lot of credit to the whole team. Across the two maps we saw, right, no one was below 1.10. Everyone put in their effort. Everyone took advantage of what they could do here in order to get this win, and that resulted in 2-0.
Yeah, and we said it in the pregame. It's this kind of Counter-Strike where everyone gets an opportunities in different moments and stages of the game, and it blends in really well and meshes together in a beautiful way. And it can be really, really hard to get 4 players usually. You can get into a system quite well, and that final fit can be really hard to kind of settle in, because it's usually a bunch of different roles you kind of have to...
We're not that attractive.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really nice to see that they can make a 5 like this, have a stand-in seemingly
seamlessly integrated into the team.
Exactly.
And I think this speaks a lot. Again, I think Fnatic have obviously done this, and for those who obviously aren't privy to it, who don't practice against Fnatic, they wouldn't necessarily know that Pepsor isn't just part of the Fnatic Rising team, but he also sits in on practice not only when there is a medical leave or anything like that, but he will be there and he will play practice games with the main team on occasion. And he's done that for like over a year and a half.
And that's something that needs to be given a lot of credit to just how Fnatic plans to use this, right? Because 6-man rosters are not there anymore. The sub-rosters have changed, right? The rulings and how things have gone. And the fact that he's putting in that much effort to be there and to be ready and to step up and deliver in a moment like this, I'd happily say without him in this game, they might not be looking at this win directly now. It could be on a third map. So full credit, full respect for him out there. We're going to take a look at the bracket, though, as we start to wrap things up for this semi-final day. And this has been the route. If you haven't been watching, first of all, where the hell have you been? Because there's been some epic Counter-Strike. It may be the battle of the standings going across this, but the standings are proving that they can step up and deliver on the big stage here in Espoo, Finland. So big, they went for the 2-1 over Sprout. Obviously, Sprout had the caveat behind them that they did play with Berry for the first map. Then we come into this one. We've just seen it was a 2-0 for Fnatic. You watched it close out on Overpass, and that sets up for the grand final, 6 p.m. CET, Big taking on Fnatic.
And you know what's juicy about that?
What?
One of the reasons why, obviously, Big went out from 2-0 to 0-3 is Fnatic. Fnatic secured their spot in the playoffs versus Big. So obviously there's a lot of revenge potentially to be gained from Big's side right there. And obviously Fnatic wants to prove themselves that they can do it again. I'm looking for a fantastic.
And both already have prep.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's like massive amounts.
They couldn't be more prepared for each other.
Yeah.
They're ready. They know how this could be going down, but can they get it done the best of three? It's what it's all going to be fighting for. And it's not just the prize money on the line here, it's that playing spot for Katowice. Guys, we're wrapping up and finishing up today. Devil, closing thoughts, my man.
I hope everyone enjoyed the show and had a good time, because I did, and I'm going to continue to have a good time because tomorrow it's going to be epic. I hope everyone's going to show up as excited and bring the atmosphere that we had here in Espoo, because the crowd has been amazing. Everyone, the fans we've been meeting, gathering around, taking pictures with.
Yep.
Amazing experience. I couldn't be more thrilled to be here.
Couldn't put it any other way.
That's it, Ben's done. Ben's got no closing thoughts other than that. We are done and dusted. Tomorrow is the grand finals. It's been a pleasure so far, and it's going to get even better tomorrow. So make sure you don't miss out on all the action coming your way here from the Elisa Esports Masters Espoo 2022. We're signing off for now.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan Kroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdellaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otais kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Приглашайте. Если можете податься, пожалуйста.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Приглашай, давайте, принимайте.
We have a solution for you.
Не, ну тут же все по-другому, это не как
Какой картой играете?
Я это решаю.
Это не дед, пацаны. Спрашиваю, что это за дед с вами? Алексей. Наушники дадите. Лёха.
Алексей.
Не понимаю. Он страшный просто. Они еще не зашли.
Є. Ніхуя себе, ти бачив? Нахуй. Саша. Привіт. Да. Да? Якщо... Ти бачив, що то не нахуй закінчує нахуй цю справу.
Мы играем. Пацаны, я без звука, если что. Наушники не у меня. Уже у меня. Пацаны, наушники у меня. Не на динамиках. У меня нет динамиков здесь. Наушники нет, колонок нету. Хорош, Леха. Слушай, ну проиграть будет обидно. Да. Думаешь, так я... Ты не знаешь, в каком я состоянии сейчас. Это вообще ужас, бро. Выиграл. Первый раунд есть.
Это все. Ну, если он сел и начал играть, то это все. Он на своем будет разбираться.
Хорош, Леш. Да. Я не знаю, зачем тратить. Брат, я даже ничего не понимаю, успокойся. Вы хоть что-то понимаете. Опа. Хорошая была, да? Понятное дело, стрелять никогда не забуду как. Да. Не знаю, брат. 2-2 счет. Дядя Саша здесь. Сказали, что вы сказали привет.
Да, привет.
Сколько лет вам, спрашивают?
Да.
31. Ого, Джин, хорош. Не хотите сыграть? Один раунд. Можно, да чё? Извини, Лёх. Думаешь? 2 хп? Пацаны, так нечестно, вы трезвые. Подайтесь, пожалуйста. Я шучу. Не подавайтесь. Не. Проигрываю. Проигрываю, Лёх.
Да ну ее нахуй. Ну, что ёбнусь? Серьезно?
Так оно и есть. Я вот так
До утра?
сейчас ночью слежу. Так что если
Я это до сюда.
по столу бьет, 2 часа ночи. Это я.
Да, слушай.
Вроде это обычная игра, когда
Не.
проигрываешь неприятно. Стараешься. Ну что, все зависит от людей, которые тебе попадают.
Да.
Бля.
А.
Что, гонишь, нахуй? Да вы хуя, ты нахуй, я не буду. Такая нахуй, да.
Сосед.
Виталий, нахуй, блядь, там, куда нахуй забрали.
А?
Да,
Не-не-не. Не физу, брат. Пожалуйста. Да. Это ужас, брат. Ужас. Да.
Ну, чекай.
Что? А,
Ну, прикинул.
что такое?
Давай. Ну, це.
Сейчас еще 2 ВП берете. 2 ВП взяли, чё? Да, отвернулся. И зажимал. Бля, звук, что у тебя здесь стоит такая кнопка? Я оружие сюда меняю. Пацаны, я сейчас сдал вам.
Я не нажимал на это.
А, что? Не заснул. Почему ты спрыгиваешь, идиот? Пацаны, вы только в таком состоянии можете выигрывать. Так я не могу собраться, как это работает. 15-4, прикинь, вот нам проигрывают.
Говорит, не поддавайтесь.
Попасть даже не могу.
Я пришли. Он там мультик идет. А,
Пацаны, АВП это самая такая решучая проблема была. Ну, типа, в данном состоянии. Это что, может замедленно хотя бы быть. Все, Жень, спасибо за игру, пока.
Скажи, что я еще могу с ним.
А что? Литвух, ты можешь поиграть?
Могу поиграть.
Сейчас Литвуху поиграть, там хотя бы в трезвом состоянии немного. Давай. Сыграйте с ним 1-1.
Не, я не буду. Ну зачем это бессмысленно трата времени? Нельзя.
2-1. Хочешь сыграть? По-моему. Матчмейкинг, соревновательный. Я сейчас проиграл. Лохам проиграл, прикиньте. Алло, Лех. Чё? Не кикай. Нет. Я просто наушники, все, пока. Али, посади.
Если отли.
Идет.
да. Да.
Ты это менял?
Сюда. Женщина. Не будет играть?
Ну, я спросил ММ, он просто вышел.
Смотри, слева вниз.
Он входит и выходит.
Говори ему, он тебя слышит.
Ти будеш грати чи ні?
Приглашает Джин. Дин. Друг Муви присоединяется.
Сусід буде грати зараз. Я його нахуй.
Нет лука. Вот звонят. Дай наушники обратно.
Да, і можна побачити чи ні?
Да, послушать.
Ні, побачити.
Побачите?
Ну.
Леха, включи вебку, Леха. Побачите, где сосед хочет, что он говорит.
Ничего звука. О.
Что говорит?
Ну, сосед наш.
Так, хочу побачити.
Да.
Просто увидеться, ну.
Нет, ну вебку включи, я не знаю.
Де ти була?
Там сейчас.
Кого ты кидаешь? Банковскую? Зачем?
Дай наушники.
А мені?
Да, дай наушники.
А я как играть буду?
Подожди.
Без звука.
Потерпишь.
5.
Говоришь?
Во.
Леха, общайтесь, Лех.
Дай.
Оля, извини, закинь.
Я понял. Туда надо. Хочу тебе побачити. Нічого страшного, я теж нахуй. Парень.
Ой. Блин.
Це ж факт.
Ну это какие-то легкие пацаны. Не попадает по мне.
Ты нахуй уничтожаешь, да?
Не, это разминка. Я с ними буду играть вместе. В одной команде.
Ну,
Все? Херню несет, да?
Вы не
Алло,
понимаете.
алло.
Вы просто не понимаете эту тему.
Это я.
Вот.
Это что?
Ну, у нас это, типа,
я, Дмитрий.
наслаждение, по сути.
Можно Литву.
Это как вы 1-6, мы в CSGO.
Литвуха, говорю это. В смысле? Да, дядя Литвуха. Нет. Толя, иди сюда. Не знаю, что-то Леха от тебя хочет. А, не надо идти, сиди. А ты ж позвал. А чё? А чё? А чё я должен плакать? Мой. А не. Тебя убили последним.
Работаете
Я на пойду, пацаны. Давайте. Удачи. Спасибо, командир. Я? Потому что я майбах. Я не водник, я майбах. Я не знаю почему. Просто захотелось резко. И бомба, пацаны.
Вы вошли?
Да, я
Апарт меня. Нахуй это общий говорю.
Да.
Да я дурак. Апарт еще один, пацаны.
Надо руку себе держать. Вы как зашли,
Апарт убил.
я уже сразу попался.
Яма вышел. Красавцы. Я самый лучший. А я майбах. А как зовут друга? Ну, друга, который Джин. Вадим, Дмитрий, здравствуйте. Это ток-шоу. Я делаю свою фишечную. Если это бэк, если это... Смотрите по... А, все. Не, а чё на Б никого нет? Вы что, конченые? Вы что, они просто сейчас выйдут такие, о, чисто. А, раскидка пошла. Смог есть. Есть, Кар. Убил. На, еще убил, пацаны. Зафэшили белый. Апарты. А чё он кружится? У него плюс В включено. Ты видел у него плюс В? У него плюс В включено. Плюс В. Что? Что? Он на блядь, какой-то.
Он на куре?
Не, я... Да не, я про того, который бежал.
Да ничего не слышу. Леха, короче, слушай, это сосед. Он майор, понял? Слышишь меня сейчас? Он майор, он к нам пришел, короче.
Дал нам водки, понял? Он охуенный, типа, говорит, слушайте музыку, когда хотите, понял?
То ли сейчас скажешь, когда будет тема.
Хорошо, хорошо, еще не выходит. Он вообще охуенный тип такой, типа, он говорит, ебать. Ну, он сам, он набухался, понял, с нами. Да, он типа вообще охуенный полностью, ебать. Говорит, слушайте музыку, когда хотите.
Бомба, яма. Апарт есть.
Убил.
Еще один напал, еще один был.
Да, я на наушниках, пацаны, если что, я откуда.
Еще один был.
Не было.
Был еще один, я тебе говорю. Вон он и убил его, блядь. Что ты мне
пиздишь? Горишь. Оп, поменял оружие, поехали. Стоп, все свои. Здесь чисто, никого не слышно. Скорее всего, в апартах. В апартах чел... Пацаны, я в таком сейчас состоянии, вы бы знали, нахуй. Он принес водки, короче, понял? И он заставил нас пить, ну, я ж нет...
Найс.
Хорош, я ж не... я же не откажусь, правильно? И все, и мне торба полная. Ну, ты чувствуешь, да, по голосу сейчас? Литвуха, он пиво въебал. Хмельницкого пива. Ну, сосед у нас... Сосед у нас охуенный. Майор тупо, понял, заходит, и батя говорит, ну шо, пацаны... 31 год. У него ребенок есть и жена. 31. По внешке, сколько ты ему дал? 25, да, где-то?
Я ему дал 25.
25 где-то.
Есть апарты, дал чуть-чуть.
Охуенный тип вообще.
Вот они апарты.
Все, Лех, я дал наушники Литвухи. Слышно?
Да. Яма. Яма умер. Еще яма. Я апарты, блять. Яма вышел. Спалось, чекайте. Красавцы. Всех хуй забили. Я вижу, ты очень классно играешь. Яма. Блять, а что теперь у нас включен? Лёха, даёшь! Лёха дает жару, я пришел обратно.
Ну, вообще,
Ну да, ебать, а чё нет? Кому дроп? А все с дропом.
А ты по голосу слышишь, что мне пизда вообще?
Ну ничего страшного, побегает так. Так с дробовиком на, знаешь, как, кстати, охуенно. Ну это чисто выигранная катка, я вам отвечаю. А я еще пойду запушу. Апарты пойду запушу.
Ты проснулась? Что, спать не блокируешь еще?
Апарты пусто.
Ну здесь самое новое, да? Сейчас опять.
Да, это Б. Апарты пусто, потому что.
Умничка.
Яма есть. Нет, бомба не там.
Так я понял, блядь, почему ты мне не напишешь? Я ложусь спать. Почему? Тебе сложно написать, я ложусь спать? Это не так работает, просто напиши, блядь. Я не была, нахуй, я могу заснуть сейчас. Хотя бы предупреди просто.
Есть яма еще.
Ну, вообще да. Ну, все равно знаю. Может,
К вам еще один идет синий, блядь. Синий. Я спала.
Это да.
Все, он
Может, ты меня решил задавить ноги.
И ласт. Ласт яма.
Смотри, я иду с тобой,
тут.
ну, типа...
Ну, нет, не факт. Но я жду его. Блять, топнул, пизда. У меня, что? У меня прицел? Не знаю, я его на карте какой-то взял. А, вот это что прицел. Вертоцвет под свой поменял. Эти что вместе.
Хорошо.
Я голову. Блять, услышал.
Точно?
Калаш мой.
Прикинь, какой ты 2 часа назад.
Я могу тебе калаш. У тебя тоже денег нормально, слушай. Так глянь у меня. А у нас по 2 смерти. Да. Блять. Опять. Сори. Опять забыл эту хуйню. Не, кстати, я вчера понял, сыграл ничью и меня апнули до 2 звезд.
Не в коем случае. Понимаешь, мою авторитет говорит. Я тут уже рассказал про вас всем. Сверху
Да.
хотите знать, что вы смотрите.
Вообще, я же говорю, апнул, ебать.
Типа, чтобы не переживал.
Ну да. Ля там тип своего убил, ебать, нормально. Ля там 2 минуса у них.
Ну, что ты говорил?
Топ-1, блядь. Яма есть, яма есть. Яма, пацаны.
Если надо же, картошечка, стульчик, больше, у меня же так...
Дал еще. 27 дал. Как он называется, блядь? Апарты есть.
Да, говорите, что надо, то заходить.
Сука, убейте нахуй этого синего, я хочу на первое место. Блять, он тупой нахуй или что? Я говорю, блять, яма вышел. А. Вот тебе блять, зачем? Апарты. Ну, понятное дело. Он такой, блядь, нахуй ты его убил? Ну да, надо было. Он наказан. Зеленый, ты сын шлюхи. Это... Нет. Это то ли на любимых. Я пошел пушить, пацан. Блядь. А чё на Б опять никого нет? Вы чё гоните? Я пошел на Б.
Ничего страшного.
Толя Б раскид пошел.
Иду. Иду, я пошел купаться. Я доложу вам.
Нормально, блядь. Ебать, 9 хп. Ой, 9 право. 9 хп. Ой. Что, давай попанимся чуть-чуть? Может, зевсы? Не? Ну, я пойду апарты. У меня не работает колесико вниз почему-то, я не понимаю. Нет, ну я поставил банников на колесико, но в итоге, блядь. Глянь, там у типов по -1, ебать. Тихо, тихо, я апарты стал. Что? Яма вышел, яма вышел. Ебать, пацаны, нахуя? Да, яма еще есть. Хоть этот синий пидер. Я хочу наверх. Звездно. Толя купаться пошел. Ебать, мы сегодня кровати собирали. Да ладно, отстань от него. А я не увидел. Она быстро пропала. Что, куда идем, молодые люди? Короче, я вас понял. Ну, короче, разозлили его. Меня кикать не хотят. Что? Это слитая катка, и он говорит, кикать не хотят. Есть локдаун есть. Спасибо. Все, я спрятал. Блять, что нахуй? Как он... Что? Локдаун, лестница. Ну, лестница вот эта, блядь. Ну, я опять забыл, как ты называешь ее. Stairs. Я забываю. Не знаю, я так называю. Я называю лестницу локдаун. Леха, я не могу понять, как он мне дал прострелом. Или что? Я на Б. Я пошел выйду через Андер. Надеюсь. Ой. Я сегодня видео смотрел, как с Снегивами играли в эту игру. Да там вообще, ебать, лютая катка. Да мене вбили, блядь. Смотрю кичен. Есть будет окно. Кичен будет по-любому. Туля, ты что, голый, блядь, ходишь?
Не голый, в трусиках.
Парта?
Удачные игры. Холодно, я не
Они не успеют. Да, ничего страшного. Ну там авик лежал, правда. А, ну, кстати, да. Блядь. Ебать, мне с вами нравится играть, пиздец. Вот по Дискорду вообще самая четкая игра. Ну, доброй ночи, Туби. Дядько Федер. Дядько Дмитро. Звучит как какое-то европейское имя. Дмитро. Ой, блядь, микрофон наебнул. Я микрофон чуть не наебнул. Да. Дядько Дмитро. Ну все, типу. Ви спати? А я не можу його. Не, ну я тут присоединился к какому-то типу, ебать, с Беркутом, ебать, сейчас пойдем, наверное. А, не пойдем. Ну все тогда. Доброй ночи, отсюда. Я апнул 2 звезды. Мы сможем поиграть, нет? Блядь, а нет никого пригласить. А ты этот не скачал? Блядь. А ты этот не скачал, как его, Payday? Я просто там такой все поставил именно самый четкий, блядь, чтобы на стелсе проходить. Погнали, короче, Инферно. Выбора нет.